The story begins with our MC lamenting that he has nothing, not even a worthless coin or skill with the sword, not a single thing. Looking at a young girl being dragged away, he clenches his fist and shouts that he must become stronger, become the greatest martial artist under the heavens, and when he lives as a rich man in a palace he will definitely. He doesn't finish his words and shouts for them to make a promise for when that time comes. Yes, for the future when that time comes. Some years later, inside a tavern. Some men are joyfully drinking and celebrating. One exclaims that they pulled it off again somehow, and another says that he really thought that he was going to die this time. The former asks if he reported to the leader, but the latter says that he'll do it tomorrow. A young man holding a spear over his shoulder and with a drink in his hand says that it's as expected of Unintentionally and that it truly deserves to be called a village of merchants and travelers. He says to his companion that it's fortunate that they met at the Yongwon Trading Company. Thanks to him, they traveled in comfort, and now he's even treating them with drinks. The man replies that it's thanks to him that they arrived safely and that having someone like him is truly reassuring in these turbulent times. He offers the young man Jo Yun to officially join their trading company, but another man interjects and asks shouldn't he consult with the leader before making such offers. Jo Yun humbly says that he appreciates the offer, but he's afraid it would be difficult. The latter asks why, and he says that there's a dream he wants to achieve and a promise he must keep, and the reason he came here is part of that. The other man says that he won't stop him if that's how he feels, but he should be especially cautious while operating around here. Jo Yun tilts his head in confusion, and the man elaborates that as a martial artist of the Zhonghu, he should already know that in this Unintentionally, a monster has taken root. On top of that, this guy hunts martial artists and carries their corpses in sacks as if showing them off. Jo Yun comments on how ruthless he must be and asks about his identity. The man says that he must already know about the two rising stars, who are causing an uproar in the martial world. Jo Yun says that he indeed does know them well. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed behind them, surprising them a bit. A bloody sack is thrown to the ground and a menacing man stood ominously in front of it. The whole tavern turns deathly silent. Some people ask who could that be, and others answer that it must be that guy from the rumors. Jo Yun meanwhile grabs his spear with a slight grin on his face. He thinks inwardly that the star causing a commotion in this world right now is a person who will use any means necessary to achieve victory. He is someone who shows no mercy, regardless of the opponent, a true great villain of their time, chaotic sword demon from the evil sect, Hyeol. Hyeol asks menacingly about the whereabouts of the innkeeper, to which a staff member says nervously that he's out on some business at the moment and if he'd like, he could escort him to a place to wait. He then looks at the bloody sack awkwardly and says that he'll help him carry his luggage. Hyeol grabs the hand reaching for the sack and tells him to stop. The servant's face pales and all customers watch this scene nervously. Hyeol says that it's the prey he just hunted, and it's not something a servant should touch. The poor guy starts trembling with tears in his eyes and deeply apologies with a trembling voice. The onlookers start murmuring about his cruelty and mercilessness. The blood sack suddenly trembles and Hyeol looks at it and comments that it seems to still be alive. He tells the sack that he's sorry, but it shouldn't worry since he'll end its pain right now. He stretches his hand to do so, but suddenly someone rushes towards him. It turns out to be Jo Yun, who brandished his spear and pointed it against Hyeol's throat. Jo Yun tells him that he should stop here and that even if the martial world values survival of the fittest, it's unpleasant to see someone like that facing him in a duel. Jo Yun's companions get shocked at the mention of a duel and wonder if he lost his mind. Hyeol asks if he wants to duel him, and Jo Yun declares that a villain who forsakes benevolence and justice to torment the innocent, the scourge of the martial world, Hyeol, to eliminate him and restore righteousness to Zhonghu. The azure scale spear Joyun has come to this place. Hyeol grins before laughing evilly. He tells Jo Yun that he accused him of forsaking benevolence and calls him a scourge of the martial world to be eliminated. He lets out a deep breath and says that he's clearly misunderstanding something here and tries to elaborate, but the pretentious justice warrior cuts him off and says that he bets he's about to spew some predictable excuses, so they shouldn't waste time irritating each other. He slams his spear to the ground and says that he came here to fight him, so he should bring it on. Hyeol says that it seems that he's determined to see this through to the end. He tells him to wait outside, he'll prepare and come out. Jo Yun asks if he's not planning to run away but someone suddenly shouts asking if he's gone mad. He tells him that that is the monster he was talking about earlier. Doesn't he know what kind of person he is? He is someone who doesn't discriminate between righteous and unorthodox factions, and will stoop to any despicable means for victory. He's the very embodiment of a cruel demon unmatched in brutality. He asks Jo Yun in concern if he's really going to duel such a dangerous man Hyeol, which the latter replies that he appreciates his concern but he made an unbreakable promise. That he would become the strongest under the heavens. Someone as scummy as Hyeol would tremble before. Hyeol closes the door to his room and looks down with a darkened look. He lets out a deep breath and then starts trembling with tears in his eyes, thinking of running away. He laments that he just came here to sell his prey. He only stopped the innkeeper from touching it because he thought it wasn't something that should be handled carelessly by a cook serving customers. He shouts in panic what kind of disaster this is. Why does everyone judge him as a villain just by his appearance? And as if that's not bad enough, he's also stuck as a talentless third-rate martial artist who can't even use internal energy. He ponders on what to do with that lunatic outside. Stabbing a spear at someone's face, there's no way that guy is normal. He has to find a way to escape somehow. He refuses to die skewered here like an idiot. He clenches his fist, determined to survive and live on, at least, until he can fulfill his promise. Meanwhile, the girl he made a promise to is walking outside when suddenly, she hears someone shouting for the chaotic sword demon to come out and face him, the azure scale spear. This grabs her attention along with other passers-by. She reaches out for Jo Yun but he turns around and asks who she is. She removes her hat and asks if he's going to fight to the death against the chaotic sword demon. Seeing her heavenly beauty, he gets shocked and starts blushing. Some men around him seem to recognize her identity by seeing her white robes and striking beauty. Sun Moon Sword, Seolhwa. These comments grab Jo Yun's attention, and he thinks of the direct disciple of the former strongest under the heavens, who appeared like a comet, said to have subdued the successors of the renowned sects likened to dragons and phoenixes. The nemesis of the chaotic sword demon, star of the righteous sects, Sun Moon Sword, Seolhwa. Jo Yun wonders if she's here targeting the chaotic sword demon as well and thinks that collaborating with someone that famous won't make it easy for him to stand out. He finally responds to her and says that he came here to capture the scourge of the martial world Hyeol inside that inn. She says that she sees, so he's inside there, then she smiles bashfully saying that she finally found him. Her expression and smile are like an arrow straight into Jo Yun's heart and he says that it seems that she's also here looking for the chaotic sword demon. He thinks that if they join forces, there might be some backlash. He decides to forget about becoming the strongest under the heavens or whatever for now and start again tomorrow. So he proposes for them to work together to take down Hyeol. Inside the inn, Hyeol finally thinks of a solution and decides to report this to the authorities. He tries to convince himself saying that duels are illegal in the first place and as a responsible law-abiding citizen, this is the right thing to do. His door suddenly gets slashed with strong force causing it to fly off in pieces and making Hyeol panic. Jo Yun stood before him in tattered clothes, and Hyeol started shouting for him to wait a second, saying that he hasn't reported anything yet and begs him to wait outside a little longer. The girl suddenly comes in and says that she finally found him. For so long, she's waited for this very moment. Hyeol looked in confusion as the body of Jo Yun suddenly collapsed and another figure started becoming visible from behind him. She tells him that she became the strongest martial artist while Jo Yun lies there with broken teeth and tears in his eyes. She continues saying that she earned enough wealth, so now she declares the same thing he said to her when they were young, which is that they should get married. Some people then come in and see Jo Yun collapsed on the ground, so they hurriedly take him out on a stretcher to see a physician. They wonder what happened after he entered the room with the Sun-Moon sword, and if he collapsed, that means that only the Sun-Moon and the chaotic sword are left. They comment that the two rising stars of Murim must be clashing. Meanwhile, inside the room, Hyeol stares at Baek Seolhwa and she stares back at him. He tries to act like a fool and says that she must be looking for the chaotic sword demon and that it seems that he ran outside a moment ago. She stares at him in surprise and he thinks that if there's one unchanging law of Murim he's learned from all the ridiculous rumors, it's that there's no one normal among those who cut down doors with their swords and barge in. And this woman is definitely not normal either, seemingly not recognizing her. He tries to walk past her saying that he'll take his leave now since he has work to do and tell her to take care, calling her great hero. She grabs his hand and he freezes in fear. She takes off his glove and says that she's not a great hero. She leads his hand to her cheek, which surprised him, but suddenly made him recall a similar scene from the past. Holding his hand to her cheek and looking at him bashfully, she tells him to call her like he used to in the old days. He calls her Soul but corrects himself and calls her Lady Soul. Lady Soul, or Baek Seolhwa. About 15 years ago, during a famine, he was sold as a servant and came to serve her. The youngest lady, 3 years younger than him. The reason he set out into Jonghu, and the place he aims to return to. His beginning and his end. He wonders if he's dreaming right now, that very person he yearned for is sitting beside him while drinking tea. Though he wonders why she chose to sit right beside him. She asks if he's not drinking his tea and he hurriedly tells her that should drink it, calling her my lady. She gives him a cold stare and he asks her why she's staring at him like that. She says that they agreed not to use formal speech from that day. He apologizes sheepishly, calling her Lady Seolhwa. She replies that she doesn't like being called Lady Seolhwa either. He scratches his cheek bashfully and says that anyways, it's nice to see her again, calling her simply Soul. She smiles brightly hearing this address and says that she, too, is really happy. Seeing her expression, he looks away and thinks that she's so pretty, he can't stop smiling. He then looks at her sword and asks if she became a martial artist as well. She confirms his assumption, saying that she worked really hard for the promise. He looks at her in confusion and asks what she means by promise. He suddenly recalls what he said that day, which is to become the greatest master in the world and to become a wealthy person living in a palace-like house. After that, they could get married. He gets shocked after realizing something, which is that the promise was missing the subject, which means that the person who had to become strong and wealthy wasn't specified in the promise. Looking at his shocked expression, she says that it seems he didn't forget their promise either. He says, well, that's true, but she cuts him off before he could explain and says that she came looking for him after hearing the rumors about him. He asks what rumors and she says the chaotic sword demon, which made him shiver while trying to keep a straight face. She continues saying that she was shocked hearing that he harasses women and always dine and dash. He grits his teeth in frustration, wondering who is spreading such ridiculous rumors. She then touches his hand intimately while saying that she doesn't care what the public thinks of him, what is important is that they both kept their promise and became masters. She declares that since they both have reached this height, they should get married now. He tries to come up with an excuse since he hasn't actually achieved anything, and finally says that he's already spoken for. He thinks that in Murim, there are two things that even the greatest master cannot avoid. One is the passage of time, and the other is a rental scam. Even in the grueling life of the martial world, it was one of the worst days to remember. Someone called out to him after falling for the scam, asking if he's the renowned chaotic sword demon and asked if he needs money. Back in the present, inside a fancy building, a woman confirms that she is indeed one of the leaders of the Eternal Merchant Guild and her name is Han Zhang. She asks if they've come to repay his debts to her. Seolhwa says that that is correct with a cold look in her eyes, and Hyeol turns his head to the side. She says that she heard his story and that he owes her a huge sum of money. And they're also using that debt as an excuse to exploit and control people as if they own them. Han Jirong ponders, then comments that this is awkward, to which Hyeol turns to the side thinking that of course it's awkward, since kindness has been repaid with hostility. Far from being exploited, she has been providing him financial support under the guise of sponsorship without asking for anything in return. If the person he went out of his way to help paints him as the bad guy, of course it'd be awkward. But Seol has clearly become an incredible martial artist, and she's under the delusion that he's her equal in strength. If he recklessly agrees to marry her, he imagines her expression when she finds out and asks him what he's been doing while she's been grinding her bones to become a master. He shudders at the thought. He curses inwardly and thinks at this point he just begs her to play along. Looking at his constipated expression, she lets out a sigh and says that it seems that she's been misunderstood and they only borrowed Lord Yu Hyeol's name for a small favor, inwardly thinking what's he doing and is he asking her to get rid of that woman. Seol asks how much is that favor worth exactly, to which Han Jong says that that's troublesome since this deal also leverages Lord Hyeol's reputation a bit, however, if that's what she wishes. She thinks that at this point, she'll just throw out an absurd amount and says that combining the principal and the losses from this incident, 100,000 Niyang should settle everything. Hyeol clenches his fist, thinking as expected of the leader of one of the Central Plains' top 5 merchant guilds. He knew he could count on her to understand his situation and play along, so he says that now that he knows the exact amount, he'll head back for now, thinking that he bought some time for now. However, before he could even finish his words, Seol drops a huge sack of coins and says that it is 100,000 as she requested. Hyeol could only stare dumbly at the coins, wondering where that huge sack even came from. He tries to dissuade her by asking if it isn't too much money to handle, to which she says nonchalantly that it'll be his money once they're married anyway. She gives him a beautiful smile and says that there's nothing she would regret spending on him. Hearing her words, he feels like they're stabbing him due to guilt. Han Jong confirms that it indeed looks like more than 100,000 Niyang. Seol asks if she'll let Hyeol go now that she paid her. Looking at Hyeol's defeated expression and the huge sum of money, Han Jong thinks that as a merchant, she should create credit whenever she can. Seeing Seol preparing to leave with Hyeol, she tells her to wait a minute, so Seol asks if that's not enough. She says that the money is more than enough. She then proceeds to hug Hyeol tightly and says that the relationship between them is something that can't be fully expressed in terms of money and asks Hyeol to confirm. Seolhwa's eyes turn deadly red and Hyeol panics and tries to deny. Han Jong tells him to stay still and asks him isn't the problem that woman anyway, so why is he panicking? Seol suddenly calls out to her with her sword fully unsheathed and crackling with lightning. She tells her with a murderous look to get off him before she forces her. Hyeol panics and tries telling her that it's a misunderstanding, but Seol is completely pissed and tells him to step away immediately. He begs her to calm down and says that this person is really important to him. Hearing this, Seol freezes in her tracks. Seeing her stop, he thinks that he's somehow still alive. She looks to the side sadly, clearly hurt by his words, and apologizes. He gets confused by this apology and tries to explain, but Seol turns to leave hurriedly. He shouts for her to wait, but she leaves, leaving him speechless. Han Jong says that that worked out somehow, and Hyeol turns to her completely flustered and asks what she means by worked out. She asks if that isn't the case and says that as a merchant, she's pretty good at reading situations. The method wasn't exactly smooth, but he ended an unwanted marriage, didn't he? She asks if this isn't the outcome he wanted, leaving him speechless. Later, everyone looks at him in fear as he walks by, his aura too dark and gloomy. He thinks that for Seolhwa to make that kind of expression, he must have looked like he was cheating and she must be disappointed. They met as a servant and the lady of the house. He swore to overcome that gap and stand proudly beside her. After so much effort to become a master, he thought he'd make it to her level. All he ever wanted was not to disappoint her. He thinks that he needs to find her and explain when he suddenly hears someone saying that earlier on the mountain, he saw someone in white running with a dazed expression. His companion hopes that she didn't head toward the cliff, and he says that she looked a little unstable though and hopes nothing bad happens today. The woman starts trembling seeing Hyeol behind the man, and the guy asks what's wrong all of a sudden. Hyeol asks menacingly where did he say she went. After getting his answer, Hyeol ran there without a plan. He pants heavily and exclaims that Seolhwa surely wouldn't, but there were witness accounts, so he decides to search the area. Reaching the cliff, he sees a white-haired figure standing at the peak. He rushes in and hugs the person from behind, saying that he'll marry her or whatever, so she shouldn't have unnecessary thoughts. The person turns in confusion and it turns out to be an old man. He blushes asking if he wants to marry him. Hyeol froze at this outcome, remained speechless for a while before letting the old man go and turning around to leave while saying with embarrassment that he mistook him for someone else. The old man asks if he's really going to walk away without taking responsibility, to which Hyeol turns in shock and shouts that already told him that it was a mistake. The old man tells him that that's right. Does he think he's the only one feeling uneasy? What does he think that girl's eyes were saying? Anger? Disappointment? People never truly understand others' hearts, but he shouldn't underestimate that girl's feelings. Hyeol turns and asks who exactly is he, but he sees the old man facing off against a tree, saying that he shouldn't run away and should face it head on. A woman runs to the old man asking why he's here again, then she asks Hyeol if he could help her a bit. In the end, he even had to go to the doctor over the mountain. He thinks of the old man's words from earlier about Seolhwa's feelings and then sighs and says why he's even considering the words of a senile man. He gets welcomed back by Seolhwa and he instinctively says that he's back. He then looks at her in surprise, then shouts some unintelligible words, but she understands and replies that indeed she's been here the whole time. He continues speaking gibberish and she responds by saying that this location is the first thing she checked when they arrived in this village. He suddenly stops when notices something and asks her if she was crying. She turns her head and denies, but he doesn't buy it and asks if it's about what happened earlier. He tells her that it's all a misunderstanding, the merchant lord and he are just. She cuts him off saying that she knows that they aren't like that, but he wants to go so far to avoid marrying her. This response left Hyeol shocked and speechless. He remembers that old man's words and admits that she's right and he can't marry her. Her face darkens hearing his words and then turns around saying that she sees and she'll leave in that case. He grabs her shoulders and says that that's not what he meant. He shouts her name, Seolhwa, and admits that his monthly income is around 200 naeang. She gets confused by this declaration, but he continues saying that this shabby house he rented from an acquaintance, without the merchant lord's support, he couldn't even afford this place. All the rumors about him are exaggerated nonsense and he's not as amazing as she thinks. He tells her that he still hasn't fulfilled his promise, but if someone like her loves him, he begs her to wait for him a little longer. He tells her that he will keep his promise and will propose to her again, and he'll endure for now too. She finally replies that she'll wait and then they both stand there awkwardly in silence. She grabs his cloak and exclaims in confusion. She tells him that if that's what he wants, she'll wait for marriage. She throws him against the wall and slams her hand on the wall behind him, saying that it'll probably be more special for both of them. She gets close to him and he starts blushing and asks her to wait a second, but she keeps closing the distance between them. With their faces a few inches away from each other, she declares that it would indeed be more special for them to hold their wedding in front of their children. Hyeol's shout for her to hold on was heard by a villager, which terrified him and made him speculate that the star of the unorthodox sect had overwhelmed the star of the orthodox sect. He starts spreading this information, saying that he saw it with his own eyes. The rumor starts getting wilder as some people speculate that Hyeol must have attacked first, and some even started shouting that the chaotic sword demon took the Moon Sword's family hostage. Hearing this, some people decide to notify the sect leader immediately, saying that one thing's for sure, and that is that the Chaos Sword has subdued the star of the Orthodox sect, Seolhwa. Receiving this report, a pink-haired girl smiles evilly and says to her companion that this is getting interesting. Her companion asks if she's going and responds by saying that it not because she has any loyalty to the butcher kid. But they're saying that one star devoured the other, so if she just plucks off the last one standing, would that make her the greatest prodigy of this generation? She declares that the next greatest under heaven will belong to their Tang clan for sure. The next morning, back to our duo's love nest, Seolhwa is looking extremely refreshed and satisfied after what they did last night. She looks bashfully towards the room where Hyeol is resting and a beautiful smile blooms on her face. Someone suddenly shouts for Hyeol, calling him a bastard, which causes Seolhwa's expression to change and her eyes to turn cold. The man shouts for the chaotic sword demon, saying that today is the day they settle this. He's been waiting for this moment forever and won't go easy on him this time. He starts shouting if he forgot what today was, but gets interrupted by a sword against his throat. Seolhwa appears behind the poor man and asks menacingly what day is today. He freaks out and she asks menacingly if it's his death anniversary. He tells her to hold on and asks who she is, to which she replies that she's the lady of the house. The man gets confused by this declaration and says with tears in his eyes that he is actually the landlord here. His information took Seolhwa by surprise, and the poor guy elaborates that today is rent day. A while later inside the house, Seolhwa is in the kitchen preparing food while Hyeol meets up with the landlord. The landlord says that this is too much. Not only is he late on his rent with a pathetic excuse, but now he's trying to get him killed. Hyeol could only apologize again, but the guy doesn't let up. He says that while he was gone for a bit, he turned the inn into a total disaster, and what's that bore he left? Hyeol shamelessly asks if he could use that bore to cover this month's rent, to which the landlord turns red and grabs him by the collar, shouting if he even hears what ridiculous thing he's saying. Seeing the rough treatment of her husband, Seolhwa peeks from the corner and gives the landlord a chilling death stare while holding a butcher's knife. Seeing this, the poor landlord obediently backs off, making Hyeol confused. He whispers to Hyeol asking who's this crazy swordswoman and what's this about the lady of the house. He's never even seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Hyeol responds by saying that he already told him before, that he made a promise to his old lady from back in the day. The landlord exclaims in surprise that she's a real person. He totally thought he was delusional. Hyeol continues saying that they somehow ended up living together and her name is Seolhwa. Hearing this name, the landlord's face goes pale and he exclaims that she is the Sun Moon Sword. He asks in panic if that's the case, then are rumors true? Hyeol gets confused and asks what rumors is he talking about. The landlord says that they've spread all the way to the village across the mountain. He dismissed most of the stories as nonsense, but he didn't expect this one to turn out to be real. Hyeol asks what kind of rumors has got everyone so worked up, and the landlord says that it's that the chaotic sword demon hypnotized the Sun Moon Sword or something. Hyeol gets shocked and asks why would they say that, and the landlord asks in confusion if it wasn't true. Hyeol asks what does he think of him, and the latter argues that using hypnosis seemed the most believable thing compared to what he's seeing right now, with Seolhwa lovingly feeding Hyeol. She asks if the food is good, and the poor guy watching could only click his tongue in annoyance. He tells Hyeol that in any way, he better realize that he's under the spotlight right now. Everyone is watching the clash of the two stars. Of course people would notice. Let alone the idea of a union. He has no idea what might happen. Seolhwa hugs Hyeol's arm and says that it's fine since she'll always stay by his side. Hyeol looks back at her with a mist of surprise and tenderness. He thinks that this time, he'll definitely get a proper place for both of them to live, not this shabby house, and finally become a real martial arts master. Then the world won't be able to tear them apart, and at that moment, he'll proudly propose to Seolhwa. Seeing them getting into a loving mood, the landlord interjects in annoyance and says that he assumes that he prepared this month's rent, right? Hyeol only now remembers that he has rent to pay, so he could only exclaim in surprise. A while later they had to go back to the merchant leader to get back the money. And good thing that she generously returned it after what happened yesterday. Looking at the bag of coins in Hyeol's hand, the landlord exclaims that seeing 100,000 nyang in cash is really overwhelming. He asks Hyeol if he wants to use this opportunity to buy that house, to which Hyeol says absolutely not, he's saving it for a proper move. Besides, he says that the money was brought by Seolhwa. Seolhwa holds his hand intimately and denies, saying that the money belongs to both of them. They get in their lovey-dovey mood again, which made the landlord gnash his teeth in anger and frustration. He finally sighs and says sarcastically that the family's growing now, huh? He says fine, as long as he's saving up, he assumes that he'll pay rent on time at least. He tells him that if he leaves, he'll rent it out again, so he better not mess up the house with Murim nonsense again. Hyeol says that that's not going to happen, so he doesn't need to worry, but as soon as he finished his words, the scene before him left him speechless. The whole house was set on fire, so both of them could only stare dumbfoundedly before the landlord took the money bag with the same expression on his face. A sudden laugh woke Hyeol from his stupor. A girl jumps from the burning house saying that she's been waiting for him, chaotic sword demon, Hyeol. She declares that it is her, the next head of the Sachin Tang clan, Poison Phoenix Tang Hai, is here to assassinate him. The onlookers could only stare at her in silence and awkwardness. Not getting the reaction she wanted, she tries to reintroduce herself, but her chat bubble gets sliced into pieces by Seolhwa and the strike rushes past her in an instant, destroying what remained of their shabby house. The landlord and Hyeol are still in denial about the house, and Seolhwa says that she doesn't care who she is, but what is she planning to do now? Tang Hai grins and says that it's been a while. Sun Moon Sword. She exclaims that rumors seem to be true about her being under Hyeol's control. She says that this wasn't part of her plan, but since it has come to this, she'll show her the Sachin Tang clan's ultimate poison technique. She uses her energy to conjure an attack while shouting for Seol to die, but the next second, she's buried shoulders deep into the ground. After a while, Hyeol says that the immediate fire is out for now, so he turns back to Tang Hai and asks why she did all of this. She ignores his question and says that she didn't think he would push her this far, and it's no wonder they call him the star of the unorthodox sect. Hyeol wonders if this person is seriously unhinged. Tang Hai grins and says that she's still the next head of the Seolhwa Tang clan. If he thought this was over, then he's gravely mistaken. She suddenly shouts that now is the time, and her companion from earlier jumps down. But before Tang Hai could describe her as the elite assassin of the Sachin Tang clan, the silent killer Tang Jo, she gets grabbed by the head and buried deep into the ground by Seolhwa. Seolhwa dusts off her hand, and Hyeol could only look at this scene awkwardly. He collects himself and asks his question again, why she did all of this. She laughs and says that it is obvious. A righteous hero of the Orthodox sect came to punish the wicked of the unorthodox sect and rescue their fellow righteous ally. She elaborates that using fire as a strategy is just a basic tactic, which drove the landlord red with anger, shouting for her to cut the crap and pay for his house. She scoffs and tells him to stop pretending to be a victim. He surely already knows that the chaotic sword demon kidnapped the Sun Moon Sword's parents, so he shouldn't act like he's innocent, saying that this is just karma. This statement made Hyeol cough in pain. He then realizes something and turns back to her, asking if that is the case, why did she just yell, "Die, Sun Moon Sword," earlier? This question took her by surprise, and she stuttered a response saying that she was just caught in the heat of battle. Her companion immediately sells her out, saying that her main target was the Sun Moon Sword anyway, causing Tang Hai to shout for her to shut up. Hyeol says that they are both from the Orthodox sect, so why would she go after Seolhwa? The women explain in detail that that is because about 2 years ago, during the Murim tournament, her lady was completely crushed by Seolhwa. Tang Hai even used her hair to hit her and shut her mouth, but the latter was nonchalant, so Tang Hai tries to shout loudly to cover what her servant is saying. The silent killer continues saying that she's been wanting to avenge that loss ever since then, but doing it herself is a bit difficult. She looks at the partially destroyed mountain in the distance due to Seolhwa's previous slash as if to say who could deal with such an attack, and Hyeol hums in agreement. She then says that regardless of the method, in the end it was he, the chaotic sword demon, that made her surrender. So if she takes his head, she'll regain her honor and save Sun Moon Sword, killing two birds with one stone. He turns to Seolhwa and asks if they know each other, but the latter immediately denies, clearly not remembering such an insignificant event. This immediate answer pisses off Tang Hai even more and grants in anger before saying that he gets it now right, she's not the only one who's been humiliated by that woman. Seolhwa simply stares back and lets out a breath, and the former continues that before anyone else gets involved, they should end this today. She then shouts for Tang Jo, who asks in confirmation if it's that she wants. Tang Hai shouts for her to hurry up, so she suddenly shoots off from the ground at super speed and runs past Hyeol. While passing by, they both exchange looks. The landlord shouts that she's running away, she better pay for the damages before leaving. Seolhwa declares that she won't get away and prepares to send a sword strike, but what happened next took even her by surprise. Tang Jo came back and stood on top of the cliff while holding another person. Tang Hai says that she didn't want to resort to this method, but she had no choice now, kindness for kindness and hostages for hostages. She tells him to take a good look at their hostage. When he does, he stutters a response, but she continues saying that if doesn't surrender something terrible will happen. Even he, the chaotic sword demon, can't do anything in this situation. But he cuts her off and asks in confusion who is this old woman. This question left everyone dumbfounded for a while. Tang Hai starts shouting, calling him ungrateful. He shouldn't pretend not to recognize her, since it's his mother, the one who birthed him. Hyeol could only scratch his cheek awkwardly and say that his mother died when he was 5 years old. This statement shocked Tang Hai and made her speechless for a while. The old woman shouts in anger that she already told them that Sun's name is Yu Hyeon, not Hyeol. The innkeeper even recognized her as Hyeon's mother from the lower village. Tang starts trembling in frustration before bursting out in anger and tears, shouting for everyone to shut up and to just surrender already. She starts bawling her eyes out like a little girl while complaining that her servant doesn't even listen, and why is the Sun Moon Sword sticking so close to some unorthodox punk? They should stop treating her like an idiot. She insists that it is his mom and doesn't care for any other answer. She tells them to surrender or else she'll stab his mother, which made the old woman panic and start playing along with their premise, shouting for Hyeol to save her, calling him son. Hyeol tries desperately to calm them down and de-escalate the situation, but Tang Hai, seeing the old woman play along, asks Hyeol how could he abandon his mother. Some villagers start gathering and whispering between each other. Someone asks what's the situation, and another says that the chaotic sword demon's parents were taken hostage and he doesn't even care about his parents. Seeing the rumors getting out of hand, he tries telling them that it's not his mother, but it only backfires as they start saying that he disowned his own parents to save himself and that they already knew he was a scumbag, but now even a disgrace to his family, calling him trash. People then start talking about Tang Hai, saying things like, "That weird little brat with the strange hair," calling herself Poison Phoenix or whatever, spouting nonsense about being from the Sachin Tang clan. The title of Poison Phoenix in the honor of the Tang clan. Hearing them mock such important things, she starts trembling while green energy gathers around her. Her pride as the greatest prodigy of the generation, and the dignity of the greatest martial family, these are Tang Hai's most treasured achievements. She jumps up and calls for their attention in anger. When they turn around, they see her holding 8 needles and glaring furiously at them. She shouts for them to die and shoots out her needles. Seolhwa intercepts the incoming needles with a sword slash, but suddenly Tang Jo throws a kunai her way, so she had no choice but to stop it. Tang Jo says that she blocked it effortlessly as expected, but, taking advantage of that momentarily distraction, a needle flies past Seolhwa at super speed and strikes Hyeol perfectly. This turn of event completely shocked both Hyeol and Seolhwa. The landlord and Seolhwa rushed to his side to check his condition. Seolhwa starts tearing up and blaming herself for what happened, but Hyeol shouts her name and tells her that he is fine so she shouldn't worry. She hugs him tightly and he apologizes for worrying her. The landlord asks if he's really okay since earlier they clearly saw him get hit by the needle. Hyeol confirms, saying that it feels like he might have gotten hurt, but it wasn't a dagger or anything, it was just a needle after all. Tang Hai starts laughing uproariously, saying that he's already as good as dead. She asks sarcastically if they thought she just threw a simple needle. She declares that it's the 100 fragrant root acid, the ultimate poison developed by her clan. The poison should already be spreading through his body and it probably reached his dantian by now. She'll make sure he dies in serious agony. Hyeol asks if a single drop could do all that and she elaborates that it's a poison that corrupts the dantian, it infects and multiplies through his internal energy. Which means the higher his internal energy, the more deadly it is. Its other name is the poison that kills master. This news left Hyeol speechless since he has no energy at all. She declares that he'll die miserably, betrayed by his own internal energy. She stares at them with confusion since it should have taken effect by now, but gets more confused as time goes by and the landlord even went to get some medicine. She finally shouts in frustration why he's completely fine and what is going on. She starts doubting that she even applied the poison to the needles or that she might have brought the wrong poison. She takes out a needle and stares at it before pricking her own finger slightly. She feels a pang of pain at first, but that soon changes as she starts to scream in agony. Hyeol and Seolhwa turn to her after hearing her screams only to see her convulsing on the ground, which confuses Hyeol, who asks what's she doing. Later that day, Tang Hai finally opens her eyes and lifts herself up from the bed screaming. She wonders where she is when suddenly Hyeol says that this is the village doctor's place. She looks at him unsure of what to say. He tells her that she was writhing so extravagantly on the ground, so he brought her here and asks menacingly if still wants to keep going. She thinks inwardly that the poison was real. The only way to counter that poison is to achieve the extreme of controlling one's internal energy perfectly through Myojigung. As in, return to purity, an advanced level technique requiring internal energy rivaling a sect leader's. She asks why he saved her and tells her that Seolhwa was also furious that he did, but they've got some scores to settle, don't they? Her expression turns dark hearing this and she thinks that her life is in his hands now and even the Sun Moon sword lost to him in a duel. She bites her lips and curses inwardly in frustration. He tells her to get back to the main point of their discussion, first regarding her family. She refuses outright hearing him mention her family and says that this is her business and she'll take full responsibility, so he should leave her family out of this. He asks if she could handle it alone and she tells him to not underestimate her, to which he finally agrees. He asks if she knows what 100,000 Nayang means, right? She thinks it's her ransom and he thinks it's his house. He then says that if she understands, they shall go ahead and collect it in person as she wanted. A while later at Pengwal Inn, Tang Hai is dressed up as a waiter welcoming customers cheerfully. She handles the transaction pretty before finally realizing her situation and shouting at Hyeol to explain why it turned out like this. He replies that she's the one who said she needed more help, or would she rather do something else. Seeing Seolhwa's glared, Tang Hai shuts up and goes back to work. While holding Seolhwa in his arms, he exclaims that hunting is pretty fun. Then he looks down at her and asks if she could move a little further away, but she flat out refuses, saying that she doesn't know what Tang Hai might try next. He tries to convince her that bullying a kid isn't going to bring the house back, and she also seems to have a sense of responsibility, so it should be fine now. Her eyes turn cold and she says that next time, she'll make sure to handle it properly and won't let him get hurt anymore. He thinks awkwardly that staying like this would only make it more difficult to fight. She asks lovingly if he finds this position uncomfortable, so he holds her waist and hugs her tight instinctively. She hugs him back and the atmosphere turns so sweet that the landlord and Tang Hai both cringe at the scene. Tang Hai wonders where Tang Zhou run off to, leaving her alone. In a bustling street, Tang Zhou walks amongst the crowd while commenting on how exhausted she is and how the heat is unbearable. She continues muttering that the Sun Moon sword is indeed a monster. She reaches for her face and grabs it, lamenting that this mask was so well made too. She removes her mask and finds it refreshing. She declares that she'll make her exist for now, but she'll see him next time, calling Hyeol her dear rival. Seolhwa observed him closely, a habit carried from his mother in his earlier years, and later passed down to Seolhwa. Hyeol reflected bitterly that the Jungho had taken so much from him. He thought to himself that although he had managed to endure so far, there was no telling what kinds of troublemakers might cross his path in the future. He reasoned that the only way to protect what was precious to him, without being hindered by failure, was to become stronger. In Jungho, survival was only for the fittest. He paused in his practice, lowering his sword to catch his breath. Turning to Seolhwa, who seemed lost in thought, he asked her opinion on whether his stance was improving or if he was merely flailing around. Seolhwa responded with a faint smile and stepped closer. She assured him that he was doing well, noting that his external energy was evident. She remarked that the discipline in his muscles spoke volumes about his progress. As her fingers brushed over his abdomen, she leaned in lightly before he could react, pressing herself gently against him. Hyeol felt his face flush red as she mentioned the importance of internal energy, adding that she planned to focus on it separately later. She acknowledged his lack of confidence in his internal energy but reassured him that it was fine. She declared herself his true energy master, offering to help him circulate his ki. Her tone softened as she admitted she had never practiced true energy training with someone else before, but she suggested they align their dantians and try it together. Hyeol blinked, his initial excitement fading into panic as he recalled the locations of the dantians. The lower near the thighs, the middle near the chest, and the upper in the head. He questioned whether she was truly suggesting such proximity. Before he could respond, sharp needles flew through the wooden door, causing the hinges to splinter. Tangai burst into the room with her characteristic chaotic energy, loudly scolding them for attempting true energy training without a bodyguard. She stopped mid-sentence, her expression shifting to confusion as she noticed their partially undone clothes and the situation unfolding before her. Tangai demanded to know what they were doing, her disbelief evident. Before anyone could explain, the landlord stormed in behind her, his face red with fury. He demanded to know what was happening and inquired about the newbie. His eyes widened in horror as he took in the scene. Tangai, sprawled against the wall due to Seolhwa's earlier defensive move, raised a trembling hand in surrender. Meanwhile, Seolhwa had cornered Hyeol once again, her intentions clear. The landlord erupted in anger, berating them for being ungrateful brats who had trashed the place despite his pity in letting them stay. He accused them of having no shame. The trio broke into a heated argument, each blaming the others for the chaos. The tension was broken by a familiar, commanding voice that cut through the commotion. The newcomer remarked that their arrival seemed well-timed. Hyeol turned to see Han Kyung entering the room, her presence silencing everyone. Seolhwa narrowed her eyes and asked if Han Kyung was there to interfere as well. Han Kyung smirked, scanning the group before proposing a way for them to earn urgent funds to secure a new place to stay. The scene shifted to a lone carriage rolling down a dusty, narrow road. Hidden in the bushes nearby, bandits plotted their attack. They sprang out suddenly, demanding the occupants freeze and surrender their belongings. One bandit, full of confidence, approached the carriage and yanked open the door, mockingly claiming they needed to inspect its contents. His confidence evaporated when he saw 4 individuals inside, each radiating an intense, terrifying aura. One of them, Seolhwa, drew her sword, and its edge grazed the bandit's face, slicing off a strand of hair. The bandit stammered nervously, declaring no contraband was found, and backed away slowly. Moments later, the bandits were tied up and left battered by the roadside, groaning in defeat. As the carriage resumed its journey, Han Kyung leaned back and expressed disdain for the defeated group, calling them worthless riffraff who scavenged for crumbs of opportunity. She explained that the real concern was the Green Forest bandits nearby. Han Kyung's tone grew serious as she elaborated that this group was part of a larger organization. Unlike the earlier group, these bandits were trained in martial arts and posed a far greater threat. She noted their cunning, avoiding actions that might provoke retaliation from the Martial Alliance or government. However, Their recent increase in violence had made them unavoidable. She revealed the valuable cargo they were transporting and emphasized the need to stay on course without detours. This was why she had hired Seolhwa and Hyeol to escort the caravan. Seolhwa rested her head on Hyeol's shoulder, her soft breathing breaking the tense atmosphere. Hyeol glanced at Han Kyung, explaining that since she often helped him and offered payment, he had no reason to refuse. He then questioned why Tang Hae was accompanying them. Tang Hae declared boldly that she couldn't stand by while innocent people suffered at the hands of villains, adding that for a fee of 100,000 Neong, she would save the day. Hyeol groaned in exasperation, telling her to stop spouting nonsense and return to helping at the inn. Their argument was interrupted by a sharp whistle that pierced the air like an alarm. The group tensed, weapons ready. Hyeol ordered everyone to stay inside, but Tang Hae had her own plans. She kicked open the door and announced confidently that she would handle the situation alone. Despite Hyeol's protests, she charged out recklessly, her energy leading the way. From the edge of the tree line, one of the Green Forest bandits spotted movement. He noted aloud that someone had emerged from the carriage and speculated that it was likely the group's personal escort, perhaps the strongest among them. Tang Hae, now fully visible to the bandits, paused briefly as she took in the sheer number of well-armed enemies before her. She remarked to herself with a mix of awe and defiance that the bandits certainly knew how to select their fighters, but warned them mentally not to expect any mercy from her. Before Tang Hae could make her move, Seolhwa stepped forward with a calm but cutting remark. She stated that Tang Hae should step aside and wait for her, promising to resolve the situation in just 10 seconds. Tang Hae, however, glared at her in irritation, retorting that she had already claimed these enemies as her own prey. She suggested Seolhwa go practice breath control with the Chaos Sword Demon instead. Meanwhile, Hyeol sighed heavily, silently lamenting the life choices that had brought him to this moment. Paying no heed to his reaction, Tang Hae pulled out a handful of needles, declaring with excitement that there was no better tool for dealing with small fry than these. She hurled the needles into the air, her voice ringing with exhilaration as she announced them as exploding darts. The needles detonated spectacularly, engulfing the surrounding area in flames. Hyeol's expression turned pale as he realized the consequences of her actions. The structure supporting the area began to crack ominously before collapsing entirely. With a deafening crash, the bridge gave way, sending the carriage, the horses, and the group tumbling into the ravine below. As they fell, Hyeol's voice roared above the chaos, furiously cursing Tang Hae for her recklessness. Elsewhere, deep within a dense forest, a group of bandits convened inside a dimly lit cave. One of the bandits, his tone cautious, approached the chief and voiced his concerns. He reminded the chief that the caravan was backed directly by the merchant leader and speculated that their guards would be highly skilled. He questioned whether the vanguard team would suffice against such opponents. The chief dismissed the concerns with a wave of his hand, explaining that the purpose of the vanguard team was merely to assess the enemy's strength. He emphasized the importance of the mission and revealed that reinforcements from the Green Forest main base had already been requested. He assured his subordinate that the true operation would begin upon the arrival of a certain individual. The subordinate, impressed, complimented the chief's strategic brilliance, comparing it to that of the legendary Zhuge Liang. Their exchange was interrupted when another bandit stumbled into the cave, his face pale and his breath labored. He reported that the vanguard team had been completely wiped out. The chief, initially calm, suggested that the guards must have been exceptionally skilled. However, the panicked bandit clarified that it wasn't just the guards, the entire group, including the target and the vanguard, had been eliminated. The scene shifted abruptly, revealing a disheveled Han Kyung sprawled on the ground, drenched in some sticky, white liquid. Hyeol was positioned above her, his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. In the distance, heavily armed figures approached, their presence intensifying the tension. A flashback played, showing Han Kyung in her tent, holding a detailed sketch of Hyeol in one hand. She remarked with interest that the so-called Chaos Sword Demon might prove useful. She instructed the general manager, who stood nearby, to prepare for contact. The manager, his arms crossed, expressed reservations. He acknowledged the rumors of Hyeol's skills but questioned whether someone from the unorthodox sect could be trusted. Han Kyung let out a bitter chuckle, questioning the very notion of trust. She cynically remarked that humans were hardly deserving of such an association. The flashback transitioned to a scene of Han Kyung struggling in a river. Her once confident voice cracked with desperation as she began to express a thought about trust, but before she could finish, Hyeol dove into the water and pulled her to safety. Emerging from the flashback, Han Kyung lay unconscious on the forest floor, and Hyeol gently placed her down, frustration evident in his voice as he questioned how things had gone so wrong. He commented bitterly that, while they were fortunate not to have been buried by the landslide, they were now stranded without firewood, surrounded by the Green Forest bandits. His thoughts wandered to Seolhwa, and he wondered if she was safe. He mused to himself that her abilities were far beyond his, and searching for her would likely only hinder her efforts. Despite this reasoning, guilt pricked at him as he recalled their promise never to be separated. The rustling of leaves snapped Hyeol out of his thoughts. Emerging from the thickets were several Green Forest bandits, their weapons gleaming menacingly in the dappled sunlight. Hyeol's heart raced as he glanced at Han Kyung's unconscious form. Cursing under his breath, he gripped his sword tightly and shouted a challenge, demanding to know who they were. The bandits halted mid-step, their expressions shifting to shock. As their eyes roamed over Hyeol, one of them gasped in recognition. They whispered among themselves, noting his distinctive appearance and declaring that he was the real Chaos Sword Demon. The bandits dropped their weapons and began chanting his name with admiration, their voices filled with excitement. Hyeol stood dumbfounded as the bandits praised him, speculating about his techniques and his supposed role as reinforcements. One of them offered to deal with Han Kyung on his behalf, but Hyeol quickly declined, stating nervously that he preferred to handle his own prey. The bandits, awed by his response, declared him even cooler than they had imagined. As the bandits eagerly speculated about his supposed skills and strategies, Hyeol inwardly groaned at the absurdity of the situation. When he inquired about survivors among the merchants, the bandits mentioned that none had been seen but suggested that another group might have found someone. Hyeol's eyes narrowed as he addressed the bandits around him. He instructed them to report to him immediately if they found anyone from the merchants alive. The bandits responded with an eager, "Yes, master," but one of them hesitated before voicing a thought. The bandit noted that rumors suggested the Eternal Trading Company had some kind of connection to Hyeol. Hyeol's heart skipped a beat at the comment, but he quickly forced a nervous laugh and waved it off with a dismissive gesture. He claimed that the company had tried to gain his favor by offering him insignificant sums of money, which he found irritating. To counter their presumptions, he said he devised the plan to pose as an escort. One of the bandits clapped his hands together in admiration, declaring that Hyeol's scheme was truly ingenious. He added mockingly that the merchant leader was foolish to have trusted someone like Hyeol, whom he referred to as the Chaos Sword Demon and the worst of the Dark Sect. Another bandit chimed in with further praise, calling Hyeol's cunning strategy admirable. Hyeol glanced at Han Kyung, noticing her brows twitching in barely concealed anger. He realized that her irritation was growing, much like an earlier encounter with Seolhwa. He wondered whether she was acting or genuinely on the verge of losing her temper. Deciding to lean into the situation, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally, taunting her further. Han Kyung's muffled curses could still be heard through her gag, her seething glare intensifying. Her expression made Hyeol briefly question his life decisions. As the group continued their climb, one of the bandits pointed ahead and announced with excitement that they were nearing their mountain stronghold. Hyeol's jaw dropped as his eyes landed on the fortress-like structure. Guard towers loomed over fortified walls, and he muttered in disbelief, questioning if that was truly their base. The bandit grinned proudly and urged him forward, saying the chief would give him a warm welcome. Internally, Hyeol cursed, realizing the severity of his predicament. He knew he needed to find a way to escape with Han Kyung before things spiraled further out of control. His thoughts were interrupted by the ache on his cheek, a reminder of the blow Han Kyung had landed on him earlier. One of the bandits asked if something was wrong, concern evident in his voice. Snapping back to reality, Hyeol waved dismissively, claiming that he was going to practice breath control. His decisive tone convinced the bandits, who immediately nodded in understanding. They assumed he must have used an ultimate technique earlier and insisted on guarding him while he recovered. Hyeol's expression darkened, and his voice dropped to a threatening tone as he declared that he could not entrust his safety to weaklings like them. He warned them to stay away and that he would find a quiet spot himself. The bandits hesitated but ultimately agreed, though they requested to keep watch over Han Kyung instead. Hyeol laughed coldly, his voice taking on a sinister edge. He taunted them, asking if they had gone hunting and didn't intend to savor the prey. Han Kyung's eyes widened in alarm, her thoughts racing as she feared Hyeol's intentions. Later, Hyeol removed the cloth gag from Han Kyung's mouth, only to be met with a barrage of insults. She screamed at him, calling him trash and berating him for his actions. Her voice echoed as she declared she should never have gotten involved with someone like him. She continued her tirade, criticizing his appearance and expressing her disdain. Hyeol sighed, ignoring her outburst as he cut the ropes binding her wrists. Han Kyung glared at him, demanding he untie her immediately, only to realize her hands were already free. Hyeol rested a hand on her shoulder, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. He praised her acting skills, saying they were exceptional and looked entirely genuine. Han Kyung blinked, momentarily caught off guard by the compliment. Composing herself, she remarked smugly that acting was a fundamental skill for merchants. She questioned why Hyeol hadn't simply fought off the bandits instead of creating such a convoluted situation. Hyeol admitted sheepishly that engaging them would have dragged on indefinitely, and unlike the bandits, he had the responsibility to protect her. He then suggested they leave and head down the mountain. He offered to escort her halfway, but beyond that, she would need to manage on her own. Han Kyung snapped in frustration, pointing out that the mountain was crawling with green forest bandits and accusing him of leaving her in danger. Before Hyeol could respond, they froze as a gruff voice called out nearby. Ducking into the bushes, they held their breath as two bandits approached. The bandits scanned the area, noting that they had heard voices. After a brief exchange, they decided to return to the stronghold, mentioning that the reinforcements had already captured the key targets. They even mentioned the capture of an Orthodox sect woman who had resisted so fiercely that additional forces were required to subdue her. Han Kyung turned to Hyeol with a soft but serious tone, questioning whether his reluctance to leave the mountain was due to Seolhwa's capture. She suggested they retreat, emphasizing that even someone as skilled as Seolhwa had been defeated, and their enemy was no ordinary opponent. Hyeol responded with firm resolve, stating that skill, numbers, and strength didn't matter to him. He declared that he would never lose his people again, recalling the promise he had made with Seolhwa. Han Kyung raised an eyebrow and questioned whether that promise outweighed his contract with her. Hyeol insisted on escorting her halfway down the mountain. Sighing in frustration, Han Kyung began tearing her clothes strategically, fashioning a makeshift disguise. She explained that as the merchant leader of the textiles division, creating a simple outfit on the spot was no challenge for her. Hyeol, left in his undergarments, stared at her in disbelief. She avoided his gaze, blushing faintly, and admitted they didn't have enough materials. Meanwhile, in a dim prison cell elsewhere, Seolhwa sat quietly, murmuring Hyeol's name under her breath. As Hyeol and Han Kyung neared the stronghold entrance, two guards stopped them, demanding identification. Hyeol attempted to play along, cheerfully claiming to be one of their own. The guards, however, saw through the ruse immediately, sneering at the weak disguise. Hyeol's heart sank, realizing their ploy had failed. Before he could act, Han Kyung slapped one of the guards sharply across the face, her sudden action catching everyone off guard. The force of the blow sent the bandit sprawling to the ground, his hands clutching his cheek in shock. He exclaimed his disbelief, asking what she was doing. Han Kyung, standing over him with a calm yet icy demeanor, replied sharply. She reminded him that it was no surprise they didn't recognize Hyeol, calling him an idiot for not thinking it through. She went on to state that their leader himself had requested reinforcements, questioning if they were so incompetent as to forget that fact. The bandit blinked in realization, his expression shifting to one of understanding. He asked if she was the reinforcement sent to assist. Han Kyung confirmed this with a curt nod and added disdainfully that she had decided to accompany them because she was worried her husband would be left under the protection of country bumpkins. Her voice dripped with contempt as she berated them, criticizing their lack of intelligence and mocking their poor training. The second bandit, overwhelmed, dropped to his knees and bowed deeply, apologizing profusely. He acknowledged their ignorance and begged for forgiveness. Hyeol, watching the scene unfold, felt a mixture of amusement and disbelief as Han Kyung stomped down on the first bandit's head, eliciting a yelp of pain. She dismissed them with a scoff, questioning the point of continuing the conversation. Instead, she ordered them to lead the way to the entrance of the mountain stronghold. The bandits scrambled to their feet, hurriedly gesturing for the pair to follow. As they walked, Han Kyung flashed Hyeol a sly smile, her expression speaking volumes about how perfectly her manipulation had worked. Inside the hideout, the tension in the air was palpable. The walls were scarred, and the structure bore signs of extensive damage, including a massive hole in one wall. One of the bandits muttered in disbelief, commenting on the destruction. Another explained that the damage had forced them to increase their raids in order to fund the repairs. Han Kyung, unimpressed, responded coolly, remarking that the place looked as though it had been struck by lightning. The bandit hesitated before continuing. He revealed that the damage had been caused by a sudden strike of blue sword energy that appeared out of nowhere one night, obliterating parts of the mountain and the main building. Hyeol's mind raced at the mention of blue sword energy, his eyes widening as the memory of Seolhwa slicing through the mountain resurfaced vividly. Han Kyung noticed the change in his expression and asked with concern why he suddenly looked so pale. Hyeol, his voice barely above a whisper, admitted that he felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility and a strong urge to protect her at the very least. Han Kyung blinked in surprise, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. She chided him lightly, telling him not to say such embarrassing things without warning. The bandit leading them brought them to the storage room and prison area of the stronghold. As they reached the storage room, Hyeol acted quickly, striking the bandit on the back of the neck in an attempt to render him unconscious. To his surprise, the bandit didn't fall immediately but instead turned to him in confusion. Moments later, the bandit collapsed in a heap, though the scene was far less dignified than Hyeol had anticipated, as ketchup inexplicably splattered everywhere. Han Kyung sighed in exasperation, scolding him for not finishing the task properly. Hyeol shrugged, admitting sheepishly that he wasn't skilled in acupuncture techniques. Rolling her eyes, Han Kyung gestured for him to hurry as Hyeol retrieved the keys from the bandit's pocket. They approached a prison cell, and Hyeol called out, his voice filled with concern, asking if Seolhwa was all right and whether she was hurt. Han Kyung immediately hissed at him to lower his voice, warning that they would be caught. To their surprise, a cheerful voice answered from inside the cell. It was Tang He, who excitedly remarked that Hyeol, the demon sword of chaos, must have at least some shred of honor to come and rescue her. Hyeol and Han Kyung exchanged frustrated glances, silently regretting the mess they had walked into. Tang He demanded that they untie her quickly, brushing aside Hyeol's question about Seolhwa. She explained dismissively that the lunar sword wasn't with her, mentioning that a few others had been captured but were released right away. Han Kyung smirked, her tone sarcastic as she remarked that it made sense since a lowly porter wouldn't fetch much of a ransom. Tang He bristled at the insult, accusing Han Kyung of saying it specifically for her to hear. Han Kyung replied unapologetically that her words were indeed meant for Tang He. Hyeol sighed, clearly frustrated, and commented that it was a relief if Tang He was the only one captured. He urged them to move before a patrol arrived. Tang He, however, revealed casually that when she was locked up, she overheard that opening the prison door would trigger an emergency bell throughout the stronghold. No sooner had she said this than the sound of footsteps and clattering swords echoed through the corridor. The bandits had surrounded them. Hyeol cursed under his breath, calling Tang He a liability. One of the bandits, identifiable by his eye patch, laughed cruelly, declaring that everything was going according to plan. He mocked the so-called righteous faction for falling into his trap. Han Kyung's eyes sharpened as she pointed to Tang He, suggesting they use one of her concealed bombs to blow the place sky high. Tang He's face fell as she admitted that she had lost her weapon code in the landslide and wouldn't have been caught otherwise. Han Kyung's frustration boiled over, and she unleashed a torrent of insults at Tang He, blaming her for the disastrous situation they were now in. Hyeol, his voice tinged with nervousness, asked how they planned to escape. Han Kyung and Tang He exchanged knowing glances before Tang He replied casually, questioning why escape was necessary. She pointed out that Hyeol was the demon sword of chaos, and at the mention of that name, the bandits recoiled visibly, their fear evident. Hyeol stood in silence, his aura radiating a quiet but overwhelming power. Tang He, letting out a mocking laugh, remarked that since she had been burdened with babysitting Hyeol, she hadn't been able to fight properly. She declared with exaggerated generosity that she would leave the smaller enemies to him. Han Kyung sighed in disinterest, adding that at least Hyeol was proving somewhat useful. Confused and unsure how to proceed, Hyeol thought to himself, wondering what they were talking about. Meanwhile, the eye-patch-wearing bandits staggered back, muttering in disbelief about the demon sword of chaos. The bandits, realizing the tables had turned, questioned whether they had been the ones trapped all along. Tang He, amused, affirmed this with a laugh, explaining that the alarm had only been sounded because they had a plan. She taunted them to struggle as hard as they could if they wanted to live. The bandit leader, trying to maintain some control, stammered as he suggested that if Hyeol opened a path for them, they would be spared. Hyeol, playing along, replied hesitantly, trying to maintain his act. The leader's expression shifted as he seemed to consider retreating, but a commanding voice interrupted. The voice ordered everyone to stop their nonsense. The bandits immediately recognized the figure as Wosiak, the leader of the fierce Tiger Division. Tall and imposing, with a weathered axe in hand, Wosiak exuded a fearsome presence as he stepped forward. He was one of the 8 commanders under the Green Forest King, a man feared for his strength and ruthlessness. Tang He cursed under her breath at the sight of him, referring to him bitterly as the bald-headed bastard who had been responsible for her capture. Han Kyung whispered Wosiak's title, recognizing him as one of the top forces under the Green Forest King. She connected him to the reinforcements the bandits had mentioned earlier. Wosiak's sharp gaze focused on Hyeol, and he growled a question, demanding to know why the demon sword of chaos was present. He offered Hyeol a chance, stating that if Hyeol changed his mind and cooperated, they could share the ransom and work together as unorthodox faction allies. Hyeol hesitated, weighing the situation and the consequences of his choices. Wosiak pressed further, asserting that the only thing worth trusting in the world was money. Han Kyung visibly flinched at the statement, her expression faltering as the harsh reality of his words hit her. When Wosiak extended his hand to solidify the deal, Hyeol slapped it away with fiery determination. He accused Wosiak of being no different from other martial artists, who used their strength to take what didn't belong to them. He declared that he was there to ensure he would never lose his people again. Han Kyung's cheeks flushed at his words, a mix of emotions stirring within her as she looked at him. The tension broke as the ground suddenly trembled. A massive force erupted from the wall, and all eyes turned toward the source. It was Seolhwa. She entered the room, dragging the limp body of a bandit by the hair like a trophy. Her cold, piercing gaze locked onto Hyeol, radiating an intent so deadly that it sent chills through everyone present. Seolhwa's voice, sharp and cutting, addressed Hyeol, questioning what he meant by his people. Under the soft moonlight of the spring evening, her presence was both mesmerizing and terrifying. The bandits and allies alike were struck by a mix of awe at her beauty and dread at her aura of absolute authority. Breaking through the tension, Seolhwa ran to Hyeol and wrapped her arms tightly around him, asking softly if he was okay and whether he was hurt. Hyeol, flustered, stammered that he was fine before asking if she was unscathed. Seolhwa tightened her embrace, her voice trembling with relief as she apologized for being late and explained that she had been searching the lookout towers and nearby hideouts, dealing with nuisances along the way. Tang He, recovering from her shock, shouted in disbelief, accusing Seolhwa of showing off again. Han Kyung, observing the interaction silently, clenched her fists as she wondered if Seolhwa's display was subtly directed at her. Before Tang He could voice further complaints, Seolhwa's icy demeanor returned. Her voice, cold as steel, directed at Tang He, warned her not to put Hyeol in danger again. She declared that if it happened once more, everyone except her and Hyeol would die. Hyeol, alarmed by the rising tension, placed his hands gently on Seolhwa's shoulders, trying to calm her. He reminded her nervously that Tang He and the others were guarding the leader and couldn't simply be eliminated. Seolhwa's gaze briefly shifted to Han Kyung before rephrasing her statement, stating that everyone except the 4 of them would die. Suddenly, an axe came hurtling towards Seolhwa. Wosiak, raising his voice, accused her of crossing the line. Seolhwa, without even turning, effortlessly blocked the axe with her sword. Wosiak sneered, addressing her as the lunar sword and noting her disheveled state. He taunted her, speculating that she hadn't been able to regulate her energy properly after scouring the mountains. He promised that even if she lost an arm or two, her value as a commodity would remain intact. His crude remarks about her appearance and potential use as a prisoner drew laughter from the eyepatch-wearing bandit, who declared that Wusiak was an ultimate master, a fully fledged monster no fledgling could defeat. As Wusiak swung his axe again, Seolhwa, exhausted from her earlier battles, found it difficult to retaliate. The fight intensified, her movements slowing as fatigue took its toll. Hyeol, feeling a surge of worry, muttered to himself that he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He reached for his sword, ready to intervene, but stopped as he observed the fight before him. He realized that both combatants were incredibly dangerous and that stepping in would only hinder her. The imposing figure of Wusiak raised his axe, shouting vile threats as he declared his intentions to break her will and degrade her. Seolhwa, blocking his strikes with nonchalant precision, retorted coldly, acknowledging him as a full-fledged monster and admitting the danger of the situation. She added, with biting sarcasm, that his 3-inch energy wouldn't even faze her. Enraged by her words, Wusiak snarled, accusing her of mocking him. He spat back that she didn't even know what she was talking about and should keep her mouth shut. Seolhwa, her tone indifferent, admitted that she lacked the strength to lift her sword properly anymore. She glanced toward Hyeol and mentioned that energy regulation was her only option now. Wusiak, furious at their mockery, began to seethe. His veins bulged as his body seemed to swell with power. He thought to himself about his roots as a mountain bandit and recalled the words of the Green Forest King, who had taught him to focus on mastering one thing rather than spreading himself too thin. Tang He shouted a warning about the danger as Wusiak swung his axe. A golden aura surrounded him, the culmination of a lifetime of mediocrity channeled into a single, devastatingly simple principle of power. It was overwhelming in its intensity. Hyeol yelled at Seolhwa to focus on the fight ahead, but she responded calmly, speaking of energy regulation and true energy guidance. As Wusiak roared, declaring that even a 1,000-pound boulder could be split in two by his strike, Seolhwa coldly stated that killing wasn't an option. With measured precision, she swung her sword, releasing a brilliant blue slash of energy. She added, almost as an afterthought, that she would simply break his attack instead. The slash tore through Wusiak, his body trembling as he spat out blood, collapsing in shock. The onlookers were left speechless. The sheer brilliance of Seolhwa's sword technique, the asterisk sword of the sun and moon, dawn asterisk, seemed to cut through the very fabric of the world. Tang He and Hyeol, both overwhelmed by the display, exclaimed in unison that it was far too much. The force of the attack caused the entire hideout to begin collapsing. Hyeol grabbed Han Kyung's arm, urging her to flee as the structure crumbled around them. Amid the chaos, Seolhwa leapt gracefully into the air, carrying them effortlessly. Tang He, desperate to escape, clung to Seolhwa's leg, shouting for her to take her along. Seolhwa, visibly annoyed, shouted back for her to let go and end herself already. Later, Hyeol handed Han Kyung the artifact they had set out to protect. Han Kyung, surprised, asked how he had recovered it. Hyeol explained that Seolhwa had retrieved it separately for safekeeping. Han Kyung raised an eyebrow and commented on Seolhwa's thoughtfulness, expressing a desire to thank her. She asked where Seolhwa was, and Hyeol replied that she was tending to those trapped under the rubble alongside Tang He. Han Kyung then inquired about the fate of the bounty targets, including Wusiak. Hyeol explained that Seolhwa likely shattered their energy cores and restrained them separately. Crossing her arms, Han Kyung noted that the damages caused were substantial and stated they would need to collect the bounties to offset the losses. However, since the artifact remained intact, she decided not to hold anyone responsible. Turning toward Hyeol, she remarked that she didn't know much about martial arts but speculated that if he was on par with the lunar sword, Wusiak would have stood no chance. Hyeol scratched his head nervously and clarified that it wasn't entirely true, explaining that battles depended on compatibility and matchups. Han Kyung tilted her head, questioning why he hadn't handed her over to someone more troublesome to protect himself. Hyeol, awkwardly rubbing his neck, replied that they had made a promise, and he had vowed to take responsibility for her safety. Han Kyung's expression softened slightly at his words, and she smirked before letting out a light giggle. She admitted that trusting him had led to the caravan's trouble but added that he seemed like someone she could rely on. Her cheeks flushed faintly as she smiled at him and insisted they move on, reminding him that for merchants, wasting time was a grave sin. Later, the group handed over the captured criminals to Yun Sung, the province's deputy official. Yun Sung inspected the restrained captives, noting the apparent intensity of the fight that had led to their capture. He commended them on their efforts and assured them that the bounty would be delivered to their guild. While Han Kyung offered a polite bow in gratitude, Hyeol stood tensely, prompting Seolhwa to ask why he seemed nervous. Hyeol replied awkwardly that he felt uneasy in government offices and thought it might be better to wait outside. Before they could respond, a stern voice spoke from behind them, agreeing with Hyeol's unease. The group turned to see an older man with a cold expression who introduced himself as Ji Yun, the province's chief magistrate. Ji Yun went on to warn that the law of non-intervention protecting figures like Hyeol wouldn't last forever and that he would eventually be brought to justice. Han Kyung tried to defend Hyeol, emphasizing his efforts in capturing the notorious bandits, but Ji Yun cut him off sharply, recounting the heinous deeds attributed to the demon sword of chaos. Han Kyung stepped forward, firmly grabbing Hyeol's arm, and declared that she was at his mercy for now. She cautioned Ji Yun that provoking Hyeol would ultimately result in her suffering the consequences. Later, a feast was laid out, filled with various dishes. The group reflected on their journey, and though tensions lingered, there was a tentative air of relief as they prepared for what lay ahead. Seolhwa sat close to Hyeol, lovingly feeding him small bites of food, her demeanor gentle and attentive. Across the table, Tang Hai was slurping her meal loudly, a chaotic mess that made her appear more like a hungry child than a martial artist. Han Kyung, watching the scene with a sigh, began to speak, explaining the intricacies of the current political and martial climate. She stated that the non-intervention rule, which had long been an informal tradition, had now been codified into law under imperial decree. From a magistrate's perspective, she explained, this must wound their pride, as it prevented them from pursuing criminals unchecked. However, she continued, the aftermath of the Great Martial War had given the martial world unprecedented influence. She elaborated that taxes and military power were now managed independently across the territories, resulting in a chaotic era that felt like two nations coexisting under one emperor. Han Kyung added with a hint of bitterness that, considering the bloodshed endured to reach this point, the arrangement was only fair. Continuing her explanation, she noted that even punishments were divided. Martial contributors and government criminals were treated separately, and unless someone openly attacked a government facility or committed blatant pillaging, the authorities had no jurisdiction over them. Turning to Hyeol, she warned him to stay out of sight when they delivered the goods tomorrow, emphasizing that the recipient was a dragon. She then explained further, describing peak martial mastery as a state where internal energy manifests beyond the body, expressed as ki. In the past, she said, this was regarded as the pinnacle of martial arts. Even in the current age of advanced techniques, it remained the hallmark of a true master. Han Kyung added that those who reached such a level before the age of 20 were called dragons, or phoenixes, prodigies of the martial world. Hyeol, wide-eyed, remarked in awe that they must be extraordinary. Tang Hai, overhearing, burst into laughter and agreed enthusiastically. She declared herself to be one of those prodigies, specifically the youngest phoenix, known as the poison phoenix. Hyeol and Seolhwa exchanged unimpressed glances, muttering quietly that it didn't seem particularly impressive. Han Kyung nodded in agreement, commenting that Tang Hai's self-proclaimed title seemed trivial compared to Hyeol and Seolhwa's abilities. Tang Hai, indignant, shouted at them for their lack of respect. Han Kyung ignored the outburst and returned to the topic at hand. She mentioned that the individual they would meet was a future master from Mount Hwa, known as the Martial Dragon. She dismissed the title, adding that it held no real significance for their group. Turning to Tang Hai, she asked if she had any insights about the Martial Dragon. Tang Hai, still irritated, shouted indignantly, calling him not normal. Seolhwa, with her characteristic calm, remarked that the abnormal among the abnormal was merely the norm. Hyeol nodded in agreement. Han Kyung, exasperated, questioned whether the two of them were in any position to make such statements. She then noted that the sun was setting and directed the receptionist to prepare a private room for the four of them. Suddenly, Seolhwa slammed her fist onto the counter, splitting it in two. Her tone was icy as she commanded the receptionist to prepare two-person rooms instead, threatening them with death if her request wasn't met. Later that evening, Tang Hai appeared fresh and content after a wash, her long hair flowing loose. She remarked happily that nothing compared to a good wash after such a long day. However, she stopped abruptly upon noticing Han Kyung holding a cup to her ear, listening intently to muffled sounds coming from the adjacent room. Tang Hai pointed at her and shouted, accusing her of being a rebellious punk. Han Kyung snapped back, telling her to mind her own business. Frustrated, Tang Hai threw herself onto the bed and muttered that she was trying to sleep and wished everyone else would do the same. Meanwhile, in Hyeol's room, Seolhwa entered, mentioning that she had finished washing up. Hyeol, flustered, turned nervously, commenting on how refreshing the bath must have been. Seolhwa watched him intently, her gaze filled with desire. She reminded him of her promise to help with his breathing and energy circulation training, adding that it was time for him to strip as well. Hyeol, realizing her intentions, gulped and tried to deflect. He asked about the clothes she was wearing, but Seolhwa stepped closer, her robe brushing against him as she explained that her old clothes were being washed and she had borrowed the robe for convenience. She added, with a seductive tone, that it would be easy to remove. Cornered against the wall, Hyeol panicked internally, knowing there was no way out. Seolhwa embraced him tightly, pulling him close with surprising strength. Her teasing smile faded as she locked eyes with him, whispering that she was his and he could decide everything. As their interaction grew more intimate, muffled sounds of their passion filtered into Han Kyung's room. Irritated, Han Kyung muttered angrily, attempting to block out the noise. Suddenly, an owl flew through the open window, grabbed the suitcase containing the artifact, and fled. Noticing this, Han Kyung panicked and yelled for Tang Hai to wake up and catch the owl. Without waiting for a response, she burst into Hyeol and Seolhwa's room, shouting that there was a disaster outside. Seolhwa, visibly furious at being interrupted, radiated a chilling aura. Her voice, sharp and cold, declared that the real disaster was within the room. The owl, attempting to flee with its prize, was suddenly reduced to ashes as Seolhwa's sword slash cleaved through the night sky. The suitcase began to fall, and Hyeol leapt after it. However, in his haste, he tripped on the window ledge and fell. Landing with a thud, he rubbed his head, exclaiming in relief that he was still alive. His relief was short-lived as he noticed armed guards surrounding him, weapons drawn. One of them accused him of harming Magistrate Ji-yun. Turning, Hyeol froze in shock as he saw Ji-yun on the ground, bruised and groaning in pain. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hyeol muttered to himself that he had truly become a public threat and a criminal in the eyes of the government. As Hyeol was escorted to the jail, he tried his best to convince the guards that the incident was a misunderstanding. His pleas were met with anger when one of the guards turned sharply, shouting at him to shut up. The guard reminded Hyeol that Ji-yun was still unconscious because of him, prompting Hyeol to apologize once more. The guards roughly threw him into a cell, one of them warning him not to start any trouble with his cellmate. Hyeol, confused, glanced around, wondering who the cellmate could be. A calm voice broke the silence, asking Hyeol if he was all right. The voice continued, suggesting that Hyeol must have quite a story to tell and encouraging him to share if he didn't mind. Turning toward the source, Hyeol was struck by the sight of his cellmate, who seemed to radiate a faint glow. He wondered to himself if his eyes were playing tricks, but upon closer inspection, he realized the man was actually glowing. The bald man introduced himself as Gwangdu, a disciple of Mount Hwa. As Gwangdu studied Hyeol's face, his expression grew suspicious. After a moment of silence, he pointed at Hyeol and asked if he was the Chaos Sword Demon. Elsewhere, Seolhwa was furious, her body crackling with lightning as she vowed to save her husband. Han Kyung, the merchant leader, tried desperately to reason with her, warning that storming a government facility could make her an enemy of the entire nation. Unmoved by the warning, Seolhwa declared coldly that she would kill anyone who stood in her way. Seeing that Seolhwa was unmoved, Han Kyung asked if she had considered how her actions might affect Hyeol, potentially turning him into a fugitive as well. She pressed further, asking if Seolhwa had thought about why Hyeol surrendered so easily. These words finally gave Seolhwa pause. Sensing her hesitation, Han Kyung urged her to calm down and focus on clearing up the misunderstanding. Seolhwa, her tone icy, warned that if a single hair on Hyeol's head was harmed, she would annihilate everyone involved. Han Kyung reassured her that she would negotiate as best as she could and advised Seolhwa to stay quiet in the meantime. The tense moment was broken when both realized that Tang Hai was nowhere to be found. Frustrated, Han Kyung shouted in exasperation. Meanwhile, Tang Hai stood on a hill overlooking the prison. She declared to herself that there was no need to overcomplicate things when she could simply sneak Hyeol out. Laughing uproariously, she proclaimed it was time for her to shine, oblivious to the figure silently watching her from the bushes. Back in the prison, Gwangdu listened intently to Hyeol's story. When Hyeol finished, Gwangdu exclaimed with sympathy that Hyeol must have gone through a lot. Surprised, Hyeol asked if Gwangdu actually believed him. Gwangdu reassured him, saying there was no reason not to believe him. Hyeol explained that most people didn't trust him, especially those from orthodox sects who treated him as an enemy on sight. Gwangdu shook his head, remarking that it was wrong to judge someone based on rumors. He added that even if their paths differed, martial artists were still comrades pursuing the same goals. Hyeol, deeply moved, felt his eyes well up with tears. He then asked Gwangdu why he was in prison. Gwangdu admitted, somewhat embarrassed, that the day he arrived in the country, he encountered a commotion in the marketplace involving a horse. He explained that the horse belonged to the county magistrate, so no one dared to deal with it. When Hyeol asked if he had done something about the horse, Gwangdu clarified with frustration that the horse had panicked after seeing the light reflecting off his bald head. Annoyed, he had punched Hyeon Sung, which led to his imprisonment. Hyeol laughed weakly, thinking that Hyeon Sung must feel more wronged. Gwangdu declared cheerfully that it was his last day in prison. He promised to help Hyeol out of his situation before running an errand for his sect leader. When Hyeol asked about the errand, Gwangdu mentioned that he was supposed to retrieve an item from a nearby inn. This revelation made Hyeol realize who Gwangdu was, but before he could confirm it, the wall suddenly exploded. Tang Hai burst into the cell, announcing loudly that she had come to rescue Hyeol. Both Hyeol and Gwangdu shouted her name in surprise. Hyeol tried to thank her, but she cut him off, stating that he owed her 10,000 Nayang in gratitude. As she shouted, Hyeol urged her to keep her voice down, but she dismissed his concerns, claiming to have knocked out everyone in her path. Gwangdu, still stunned, pointed at her. Tang Hai recognized him as the glowing-headed disciple of Mount Hwa, which made him visibly irritated. Hyeol could only watch as the two began to bicker. Gwangdu asked why Tang Hai was helping Hyeol, and she replied vaguely, avoiding admitting that she owed him a debt. Once Hyeol was freed from his shackles, he hesitated and asked if escaping was really okay. Gwangdu advised him to leave quickly, warning that Ji-Yun wouldn't let this incident slide. Hyeol thanked Gwangdu, who waved him off and suggested they meet again in the future. Tang Hai hurried Hyeol along, adding that they needed to move before Seolhwa smashed everything in search of him. Hearing Seolhwa's name, Gwangdu froze. His aura flared as he asked if the Sun and Moon Sword was nearby. Tang Hai pointed at Hyeol and revealed that he was her fiancé. Gwangdu's expression darkened, and his aura grew more intense. He muttered that he understood now, and with a sudden burst of emotion, he threw a punch at Hyeol. The blow smashed through the wall, but Hyeol narrowly dodged it by falling backward. Tang Hai shouted in disbelief, asking if Gwangdu had lost his mind. Hyeol, shocked, demanded to know why he was being attacked. Gwangdu apologized, explaining that his emotions had gotten the better of him. He admitted that he had no real animosity toward the Chaos Sword Demon, but learning that Hyeol was engaged to the Sun and Moon Sword changed everything. Gwangdu states with a deadly glint in his eye that they must now fight to the death. A memory then surfaces, recalling what Seolhwa once did to him. During the final stages of their battle, she had defeated him so thoroughly that he had temporarily lost the ability to speak. At that time, the one thing Gwangdu cherished more than his life was the few strands of hair left on his nearly bald head. Despite suffering a humiliating loss against the overwhelmingly powerful Seolhwa, he had no regrets, as he had managed to protect his precious hair. However, his relief was fleeting. As the fight concluded, Seolhwa had seized him by his hair and questioned the referee about the match's official end. Gwang-do had tried desperately to signal her not to touch his hair, but his inability to speak rendered him helpless. Ignoring his silent pleas, Seolhwa had casually cut one of his treasured strands, leaving him internally screaming in despair. As he sat there in devastation, thoughts of his people back home, Baek-ho and elder Yi and Mu, clouded his mind, filling him with dread at how they would react to his disgrace. But the humiliation had not ended there. Seolhwa had taken her torment further, yanking out the remaining strands from his scalp, rendering him completely bald. The harsh sunlight glaring off his bare head had served as the final blow to his pride, and all he could do was let out a silent, desperate scream. From that moment, Gwang-do had sworn vengeance against Seolhwa, now known as the Sun and Moon Sword. Now, in the present, Seolhwa, the warrior known as the Sun and Moon Sword, charges toward the government office, her fury unrestrained as she realizes the vagueness of Zhang's plan. Zhang, beside her, urges her to remain calm, insisting that even if Gwang-do had acted first, she must not lose herself. Yet, Seolhwa ignores the plea, her mind fixated solely on Hyeol. Meanwhile, after recounting yet another one of his sorrowful tales to Hyeol and Tang-hai, Gwang-do loses control. In a fit of rage, he detonates the prison cell, forcing the two to flee for their lives. His sole purpose now is to make Seolhwa feel the same agony he had endured when she had torn away his hair. To achieve that, he intends to take revenge upon her fiancé. As they escape, Tang-hai questions Hyeol about Gwang-do's sudden outburst. Hyeol explains that it is entirely because of Seolhwa. Tang-hai then asks why Hyeol does not simply confront him, to which Hyeol responds with a question of his own, asking how exactly he is supposed to do that. Misinterpreting his hesitation, Tang-hai urges him to run while she deals with the rampaging bald warrior. Perplexed, Hyeol asks why she is willing to help him, but she dismisses his inquiry, instead describing the location of his clothes and weapon. Still bewildered, Hyeol expresses his gratitude and swiftly departs. Shortly after his exit, a legendary clash ignites between Gwang-do, the dragon, and Tang-hai, the phoenix, both warriors eager to test their strength. Meanwhile, Hyeol arrives at the spot Tang-hai described. After searching thoroughly, he finally locates his belongings. Enveloped in the warmth of his coat and the familiar weight of his sword, he steels himself for his next objective, retrieving the merchant leader's item. Before he can proceed, Elder Hung Sung appears, demanding an explanation for Hyeol's presence. Before any words can be exchanged, an explosion from the ongoing battle shakes the ground, knocking Hyeol off his feet. In the battle, Tang-hai unleashes her true poison dance art, but Gwang-do skillfully counters with the 24 stances of plum blossom swordsmanship. He then offers her one final chance to step aside, asserting that he has no quarrel with her. His sole target is Seolhwa's fiancé, Hyeol, whom he calls upon to face him directly. Confused, Hyeol questions Gwang-do's grudge against him. However, before Gwang-do can respond, Tang-hai interjects, arguing that it is dishonorable for someone of his standing to behave this way toward a friend. She reminds him that although the Chaos Sword Demon is reckless and arrogant, he is still a man of honor. She then recalls that in the prison, Gwang-do himself had referred to Hyeol as a friend, implying that this is the very reason Hyeol is reluctant to fight him. Her words strike a nerve, causing Gwang-do to falter in his conviction. As he stands in contemplation, Hyeol remains lost in confusion. Gwang-do begins to reflect on his actions, recognizing that directing his anger at another is unjust. Acknowledging that he has tainted Mount Hwa's name, he apologizes for his prior foolishness. Before Hyeol can respond, Seolhwa suddenly crashes through the prison wall and immediately embraces him. She then turns to Gwang-do and, with her characteristic bluntness, asks Hyeol who this bald man is. Once more enraged, Gwang-do mutters bitterly, addressing Hyeol as senior brother. As the turmoil within the government office intensifies, midnight draws a growing crowd of curious bystanders outside, all eager to discern the cause of the commotion. Among them stands a striking, middle-aged woman with purple hair, her identity yet unknown. She observes the scene with mild irritation, wondering what business the government office is entangled in this time. It seems that the person her sect had dispatched for a mission had proven utterly incompetent and failed miserably. Meanwhile, Hyung arrives at the government building through a hidden passage and immediately finds Seolhwa facing off against Gwang-do. Urging her not to destroy the government office, Hyung quickly discerns subtle signs of foul play unfolding in the chaos. As Seolhwa begins to piece together the situation, Elder Hung Sung appears behind her, desperately begging for his life. Meanwhile, Hyeol makes an attempt to reason with Gwang-do, urging him to reconsider fighting Seolhwa, as there may be a misunderstanding at play. However, Gwang-do remains too consumed by rage to listen. He screams, declaring that Seolhwa took everything from him. Confused by his words, Seolhwa demands that he reveal his identity and explain what exactly she has taken from him. As Gwang-do continues his furious rant, Hyeol finally steps forward. He states that if Seolhwa has wronged Gwang-do in any way, then he will take responsibility for it as her partner. Gwang-do is left dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears, as Hyeol's words make little sense to him. In an effort to de-escalate the situation, Hyeol even suggests that if it would put an end to the endless cycle of conflict in Yonghu, he would seek Ji-yeon's forgiveness. He explains that he has already made a promise to Seolhwa, to share her burdens and spend his future with her. Hyeol insists that even if Seolhwa had no ill intent, he will still take responsibility for her actions. Then, with bold resolve, he tells Gwang-do to reclaim whatever it is that Seolhwa has taken from him. Gwang-do, still in disbelief, asks if Hyeol is being serious. When Hyeol confirms, Kyung interjects, reminding Gwang-do that they are all disciples of the Manhwa sect leader. However, Gwang-do dismisses her words, stating that none of it matters anymore. Following the sacred grudges of the Murim, Gwang-do declares that in order to settle Seolhwa's wrongdoing, he will shave Hyeol's head as restitution. The room, having anticipated a far more severe demand, collectively falls into disappointment upon hearing the nature of Gwang-do's grudge. Before he can continue his rampage, the purple-haired woman from earlier arrives and smacks him on the head. She calls him a fool, chastising him for making his situation even worse. She reveals that upon hearing her errand boy had been thrown into jail, she rushed to the scene, only to find him stirring up more trouble over a petty grievance. After reprimanding Gwang-do, she introduces herself as Chai Yeon-young, an elder of Mount Hwa, and apologizes on behalf of her disciples' misconduct. As her eyes sweep the room, she recognizes Tang Hai as the poisoned phoenix and expresses her admiration, congratulating Tang Hai on reaching such an impressive level of mastery at a young age. Soon after, her gaze lands on Seolhwa, whom she identifies as the infamous Sun and Moon Sword. Just as she is about to mention the Chaos Sword Demon by name, Jong abruptly intervenes, claiming that Hyeol is her personal guard. She attempts to assure Chai Yeon that Hyeol has no involvement in the present conflict and urges her to remain calm. Chai Yeon agrees, stating that she has not come to threaten anyone. However, now that she has seen the so-called demon up close, she admits that the rumors about him being a womanizer seem to hold some truth. Then, as an apology for her disciples' mistakes, Chai Yeon makes an unexpected offer, her own body as compensation to Hyeol. Hyeol is immediately appalled and flatly rejects her, telling her to act her age. Unbothered by his reaction, Chai Yeon continues to proposition him, prompting Tang Hai to call her an old hag and scold her for her lack of shame as a Taoist elder. Tang Hai even recalls that the last time they met, Chai Yeon had flirted with her brother. Annoyed by the accusation, Chai Yeon retorts, claiming that she never wanted to be an elder in the first place. She goes on to reveal that the Mount Hwa sect leader had tricked her into siding with the demon cult during the Great Demon Cult War in her prime years. Afterward, due to merit distribution, she was forced into the elder position, which ultimately ruined her chances of marriage. Still confused, Hyeol asks how old Chai Yeon must be if she fought in the Demon Cult War. Chai Yeon lies, claiming that she is 25 years old. However, Tang Hai quickly clarifies that multiplying that number by 2 would be a more accurate estimate of her true age. Unfazed by the correction, Chai Yeon argues that since Hyeol already has 3 women, adding one more should not be a problem. Her persistence fuels Seolhwa's irritation, who has had enough of her nonsense. To Seolhwa, nothing matters more than Hyeol, and all these distractions have stolen the precious time she promised to spend with him. Worse still, Hyeol had been placed in danger because of her mistakes. Determined to put an end to it, Seolhwa unsheathes her sword and attacks Chai Yeon. However, Chai Yeon swiftly deflects the strike, redirecting it toward Elder Hung Sung and Tang Hai. Now, both women glare at each other, prepared to fight over the Chaos Sword Demon. Before chaos erupts, Hyeol tries to calm Seolhwa, but Chai Yeon silently wonders just how dangerous Seolhwa might become when Hyeol is involved. At that moment, Elder Hung Sung, still fearing for his life, seizes the opportunity to interrupt. He hurriedly reveals the existence of a precious cargo that the government had been hiding. As the group grants him an audience, Hong Sung explains that Ji Yun had ordered him to orchestrate everything, leaving him with no choice but to obey. However, before he can elaborate, Ji Yun's voice suddenly erupts from outside. He screams, commanding the Murim scoundrels within the office to surrender and submit to the law, declaring that they are completely surrounded. His subordinates report that the perimeter has been secured and confirm that everyone remains inside the government office. However, they note that the office itself is in complete disarray, and Hong Sung has yet to return, which raises concerns. Most notably, one of the subordinates admits uncertainty about whether they are truly capable of handling the infamous Chaos Sword Demon. Ji Yun, growing frustrated, yells at them, questioning if they are supposed servants of the Emperor or mere cowards afraid of a few Murim warriors. He claims to have already received a report that a Manhwa elder has intervened, meaning that the Chaos Sword Demon must have already been beaten into submission. Furthermore, he asserts that if anything has happened to Hong Sung, they can use it as leverage to pressure Manhwa. He then begins to state his intentions, declaring that if he can get his hands on the hidden item, then he will. His words are abruptly cut off when one of his subordinates mentions a peculiar rumor that the Chaos Sword Demon possesses a wicked spell capable of seducing women. Ji Yun, exasperated, yells at him, demanding that he not believe such nonsense. However, despite his dismissal, he acknowledges that even if a portion of the rumor were true, their opponent is a Manhwa elder. What could a mere brat who has not even reached 30 years old possibly do? Suddenly, the entire county descends into chaos. As Ji Yun stares in disbelief, he looks up, his expression shifting to one of nervous dread as the smoke begins to clear. In that moment, he sees him, the Chaos Sword Demon, standing there menacingly, seemingly unharmed. Seolhwa turns to Hyeol and asks if he is all right. He thanks her for protecting him, admitting that he genuinely thought he was about to be crushed to death. Hyung then raises her voice in frustration, questioning why the two of them are swinging swords around in a building that is already on the verge of collapsing. Meanwhile, Chai Yeon-young apologizes while inspecting Gwangdu. She mutters that her entire body is covered in dust after shielding this bald-headed fool. In the background, Ji Yun shouts at her, questioning whether she is truly an elder of Manhwa. He demands to know why she is not punishing the scoundrel from the unorthodox sect. Chai Yeon, unimpressed by his outburst, scolds him for his rudeness and then declares that from this day forward, Hyeol will become her fiancé. Ji Yun, taken aback, recalls his subordinate's words about Hyeol supposedly being able to cast a wicked spell that seduces women. Tang Hai interrupts the moment by shouting in exasperation, questioning if that is all Ji Yun has to say. Holding Hong Sung by the hair, she continues, pointing out that they have already heard everything he had to say. Hong Sung appears visibly nervous as she presses on, accusing him of deliberately provoking Gwangdu to ensure he would be thrown into jail, thereby preventing the item from being delivered on time. Kyung, looking at him in disgust, accuses him further, stating that he even trained an owl to steal the item. She explains that after the theft succeeded, the person receiving the box was tasered and captured. She then questions whether his true intention was to keep the item under the guise of evidence, only to secretly steal it later. At this, Ji Yun growls in frustration, calling Hong Sung an idiot. He then shouts in defiance, accusing those before him of daring to question him. He claims that not only have they destroyed the office and coerced Hong Sung into giving a false confession, but they now have the audacity to accuse him, the very person in charge of this county. He then declares, with great conviction, that the Chaos Sword Demon is sentenced to death. Hyeol reacts with shock, questioning why it is always him who ends up in this situation. Meanwhile, Seolhwa looks increasingly furious. Ji Yun quickly formulates a plan to shift all the blame onto Hyeol. He then points in his direction, loudly proclaiming that Hyeol is the only one present who does not belong to an orthodox sect. He proposes that if they simply hand him over, he will not pursue any of the other criminals involved. He suggests that by turning Hyeol in, all their troubles will be solved. At this, Seolhwa's anger flares even more, and Hyeol quickly tries to hold her back. He shouts at Ji Yun, warning him to stay quiet if he does not want to die. Ji Yun smirks, claiming that Hyeol is finally showing his true, vulgar nature. Chai Yeon attempts to de-escalate the situation, advising Ji Yun to calm down. However, Ji Yun has had enough of the chaos. He turns on her, yelling that as an elder of a Taoist sect, she should be handling this situation with more authority. He expresses disbelief that she is unable to control a mere brat and then accuses her of destroying the government office, which he deems a vital institution of the nation. His patience wearing thin, He rants that Murim people are all the same. He then threatens to report the incident to the imperial court immediately. Before he can continue, Chai Yian swiftly silences him by pressing her fingers against his lips. With a menacing tone, she dares him to go ahead and make his report. She then reveals that she, too, has a report of her own to submit. She states that Ji Yun not only coveted Manhwa's property but also falsely accused a disciple, imprisoned him unjustly, and had the audacity to proclaim himself as a servant of the emperor. With an air of intimidation, she asks if he is prepared to face the consequences of his actions. At this, Ji Yun's bravado crumbles. Fear takes hold of him, and he quickly offers an apology. As the sun rises, the long-protected box is finally opened. To their disappointment, they find only a piece of metal inside. Frustrated, they question whether all their trouble had truly been for nothing more than a piece of junk. Chai Yian inwardly contemplates the situation, wondering why the old sect leader deemed this item important enough to send her personally. She reflects that it has been nearly 30 years since she last saw it. Tang Hai, curious, asks what the metal actually is. Chai Yian simply giggles and claims that she has no idea. She then turns to Kyung and states that the item has been secured and that they have all worked hard. Kyung expresses her gratitude. At this moment, Chai Yian takes hold of Hyeol's hand, causing Seolhwa to look visibly jealous. With a teasing tone, Chai Yian laments that she cannot believe they are parting ways like this. She playfully expresses that she had hoped Hyeol would solo level her dungeon and expand her domain. Guangdu, overhearing this, yells at her to have some dignity. He questions whether she is not embarrassed, considering that Hyeol is young enough to be her son. Chai Yian, unfazed, retorts that they are the ones embarrassing her and argues that age is just a number as long as both parties are above 18. At this, Guangdu turns his attention to Hyeol and Seolhwa, stating that he has not forgotten the grudge he holds over his lost strands of hair. However, he acknowledges that settling grudges requires the right time and place. He then declares that they shall meet again at the Dragon Phoenix martial duel. Both Hyeol and Seolhwa look confused. Seolhwa, in particular, questions who this bald man even is. Without missing a beat, Chai Yian lifts Guangdu over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes. She then tells Hyeol that they will see each other again before departing. Kyung, sighing in exhaustion, remarks that the trade journey has finally come to an end. Tang Hai then comments that this journey was unusually troublesome. However, the others immediately shout at her, reminding her that half of the trouble was caused by her. Hyeol then expresses how tired he is, and Kyung agrees. She suggests that they arrange a carriage and get some rest. Seolhwa, holding Hyeol's hand, asks if he is tired. He responds by asking if she is tired instead. She insists that she is fine, though she confesses feeling disappointed that their intimate moment was disrupted by the chaos of earlier events. Hyeol, taking note of her expression, contemplates a solution. The scene then shifts to a rental shop, where Kyung is seen requesting a 4-seater carriage for their journey to Yukgaeshan. Suddenly, a hand slams onto the table. It is Hyeol. Seolhwa, startled, looks at him as he firmly demands that they instead be given 2-seater carriages. He then warns the rental shop that if they do not have them available, they should build them immediately. Seolhwa, realizing his intent, is visibly delighted. Meanwhile, Tang Hai, exasperated by their antics, yells at them to stop. She questions whether they are trying to destroy the rental carriage with their intense exercises. Sometime later, after arriving at their destination, Tang Hai is seen dramatically recounting the events to a group of bystanders. She claims that as soon as they boarded the carriage, the Chaos Sword Demon launched a sneaky preemptive strike. The crowd blushes as she continues her exaggerated tale. She describes how, not to be outdone, the Sun and Moon Sword immediately retaliated with the star absorption technique. She insists that the battle between them raged on for 3 days and 3 nights. As the audience listens in embarrassment, Kyung sits nearby, clearly mortified. Meanwhile, Hyeol, overhearing the storytelling, appears completely humiliated. As Kyung spits out her tea in shock, Hyeol attempts to apologize. In response, Kyung, blushing furiously and trembling, stammers that she is completely fine. She claims to have a solid understanding of these kinds of situations and insists that she does not have a problem with it. However, as she speaks, her words devolve into gibberish, and an awkward silence follows. Tang Hai, undeterred, continues telling the bystanders about the supposed battle cries that shook heaven and earth, much to Hyeol's complete embarrassment. Hyeol then calls out to Seolhwa, and she immediately stands up, saying that she understands. Without hesitation, She strides over and swiftly knocks Tang-hai out, silencing her for good. Kyung then coughs and shifts the discussion back on track. She states that, based on both of their reputations, the commission fee amounts to 3,000 nyang each, totaling 6,000 nyang. Hyeol's excitement is apparent, but before he can celebrate, Kyung continues, informing him that 3 of the supply wagons were lost due to a landslide. She further explains that although they managed to salvage what they could, the financial toll has been severe. The penalty fees and additional costs have piled up, and some workers were even injured during the process. Hyeol's disappointment reaches its peak, and he curses Tang-hai for her reckless behavior. Kyung then adds that while she would like to blame Tang-hai, in all fairness, the real culprits were the Green Forest bandits. She acknowledges that Hyeol fulfilled his duty in protecting her. Furthermore, she notes that with the bounty money and the hush money they received from Ji-yeon, they can cover the losses. Overcome with relief, Hyeol thanks her, causing Kyung to blush slightly as she dismisses his reaction, telling him to cut the nonsense. She then stands up and firmly clarifies that she is giving him special treatment, making it clear that this is not something she would normally do. Hyeol excitedly assures her that he will repay the favor and then exclaims that with 10,000 nyang, they finally have enough for a new place. However, before he can continue celebrating, the landlord of the inn bursts into the room, yelling at Hyeol to shut up and get out of his establishment immediately. Later, after they have left the inn, the scene shifts to an explanation of Yukgaeshan, a settlement in western Shaanxi. It is too large to be considered a village but too small to qualify as a city. Due to its strategic location, it serves as a crucial stop for merchants despite lacking a notable specialty. This results in a high floating population and an abundance of vacant houses. A broker then introduces the owner of a house they're considering renting. However, the moment the owner lays eyes on Hyeol and Seolhwa, he begins to tremble. The broker informs him that they are here to rent a room, but the landlord immediately falls to his knees, begging them to spare his house. Hyeol grits his teeth in frustration as the broker sighs, questioning how many times this scenario has repeated itself. Ever since a nearby inn burned down, it seems that no one is willing to rent their properties to figures from the unorthodox sects. Feeling guilty, Hyeol tearfully apologizes to Seolhwa for making her endure such difficulties because of him. In response, she leans toward him, resting her head on his shoulder. She reminisces about the past, recalling how they once walked through villages hand in hand. She expresses that as long as she can hold his hand and feel his presence by her side, that alone is enough for her. Tang-hai then cheekily interjects, agreeing with the sentiment but pointing out that if all they ever do is sit in a corner practicing breath control together, then their relationship is far from what mature lovers should have. With a smirk, she notes that at least they are finally making some progress. Suddenly, the landlord appears out of nowhere, grabbing Tang-hai and reminding her that she needs to work. Everyone is left bewildered, wondering how he managed to arrive so suddenly. Once the chaos settles, Hyeol turns to Seolhwa and asks what kind of house she wants. She thinks for a moment before responding that she does not have any particular preference. However, she adds that she would like a big house with many rooms. Hyeol inwardly reflects on her words, realizing that Seolhwa has always lived in large houses due to her noble background. It makes sense that she would be used to such luxury. Before he can dwell on the thought any longer, Seolhwa cuts in, explaining that the reason they need many rooms is because their family will grow significantly in the future. She expresses her desire to populate the world with Hyeol's demon sword. Embarrassed, Hyeol blushes while the broker, exasperated, yells at them, questioning whether they think house hunting is a joke. He reminds them that they only have 10,000 nyang for a deposit, making it impossible to afford a mansion. However, suddenly remembering something, he tells them to wait, saying that he might have an idea that could work. Sometime later, they arrive at a massive mansion. Hyeol marvels at its interior design and vast size, declaring that it is by far the best house he has seen. The broker nervously agrees. Hyeol continues, exclaiming that the deposit is only 10,000 nyang, with an unbelievably low monthly rent. At this, the broker hesitantly looks away before confirming that while the deal is accurate, it is only temporary. Hyeol, now confused, asks for clarification. Adjusting his glasses, the broker explains that the house is cursed. Seolhwa and Hyeol both appear perplexed. The broker elaborates, revealing that every family that has moved into the house, 4 times in a row, has fallen victim to rental fraud. Hyeol is shocked by the revelation. Before he can process the information, a woman approaches them, giggling. She dismisses the broker's concerns, claiming that the situation must be purely coincidental. The broker then announces that the landlord has arrived, suggesting that they can ask her directly. Hyeol attempts to maintain a polite smile but inwardly braces himself, acknowledging that the true battle is about to begin. The woman greets them with a cheerful expression, asking if they are here to inspect the house. Hyeol, startled by her familiarity, immediately questions whether she is the scammer from the last fraud case. A flashback follows, depicting Hyeol handing over a payment of 5,000 Nyang for a different house. They shake hands, sealing the contract, and Hyeol is overjoyed, expressing disbelief that he secured such a splendid mansion for that price. Grinning, the woman responds that seeing his happiness brings her joy as well. She assures him that if he ever needs anything, he should feel free to contact her. As Hyeol holds up the contract with pride, he reflects that this is a step closer to the promise he made to Seolhwa. However, before he can bask in the moment, two men approach, demanding that he move aside. They proceed to place a sign in front of the house, declaring that the building is being put up for auction. Stunned, Hyeol overhears them discussing how some scammer had vanished after collecting all the tenants' money. It was not just this house, several properties had been affected. One of the men laments that all the money is completely gone, wiped clean. Returning to the present, Hyeol, now seething with rage, grabs the woman by her clothes and yells at her, declaring that she is the scammer. The broker, confused, asks why Hyeol is suddenly acting this way. Hyeol, still furious, insists that this woman is the very scammer who ran off with his entire fortune. He demands that she provide an excuse, but she merely smirks before dismissing the idea of offering explanations. Instead, she tells him to forget about excuses and just give him back his money. Feigning distress, she suddenly cries out for help, claiming that Hyeol is about to hit her. Hyeol, momentarily caught off guard by her dramatic reaction, shakes her angrily, demanding that she stop her nonsense and return his money. She continues sobbing, claiming that she has no money to give. She insists that she has already accepted her punishment from the authorities and is trying to start anew. Confused, Hyeol asks what authorities she is talking about. With tearful puppy eyes, she reveals that she had already been beaten at the magistrate's office. She argues that she cannot be punished for the same crime twice. Hyeol demands that she return his money, but she smugly reminds him that the state has already forgiven her. If he has complaints, she suggests that he take them to the authorities. Seolhwa, visibly angered, unsheathes her sword and holds it near the woman's neck, warning her to watch her words unless she has a death wish. The broker, witnessing the escalating tension, sighs and mutters that this is exactly why he despises martial artists. Hyeol instructs everyone to go inside so they can talk. Later, they are seated inside, the tension in the room thick as the scammer watches them with a smug expression. Both Hyeol and Seolhwa glare at her, their patience wearing thin. Hyeol then turns to the broker and asks if he is absolutely sure that the house is under the supposed owner's name. The broker confirms, stating that on paper, it is definitely his, and even the seal is genuine. Hyeol then states that if the scammer cannot return his money, he will simply take the house instead as compensation. The scammer, unfazed, lets out a sly laugh and remarks that his suggestion is laughable. She claims that the money she, unfortunately, could not return is not even a tenth of the mansion's value and sarcastically wonders if martial artists struggle with basic math. Hyeol then demands that she sell the house and use the money to pay him back. However, she cuts him off, reaffirming that she has already decided to start a new life. She insists that she is not some shameless coward who runs away from past responsibilities. She then suggests that, instead of dwelling on the past, they consider making a trade. His current funds in exchange for ownership of the mansion. She calls it a bold proposal, as if it is an opportunity he should not refuse. Hyeol clenches his teeth, debating whether to accept the deal or not. Seeing his hesitation, the scammer mocks him, questioning why he is thinking so hard about it. She taunts him further, implying that martial artists must carry their heads around purely for decoration. She claims that, no matter how much goodwill she offers, he refuses to appreciate it. With a smirk, she points out that he has no other options anyway. Hyeol inwardly questions whether he can trust her again. However, he cannot deny that his situation leaves him with few alternatives. His infamous reputation has spread far and wide, making things difficult for him. Before he can respond, Seolhwa firmly takes his hand and rejects the deal on his behalf. The scammer, now confused, questions whether Seolhwa understands what a great opportunity she is throwing away. However, Seolhwa cuts her off with a cold glare and instructs her to shut up. She declares that the scammer can do whatever she wants with the house, sell it, burn it, or give it away. The only thing that matters is that she returns the money she scammed from Hyeol, with interest, and then disappears from their sight. Hyeol, feeling a mix of nervousness and admiration, starts to say something, but Seolhwa gently squeezes his hand and reminds him of what she had told him before. That just having him by her side is more than enough. He is touched by her words. The scammer, growing frustrated, suddenly slams the table. She sarcastically states that fools truly do find each other, declaring that they will only realize their mistake when they are left rolling around on the streets. Her mocking tone continues as she ridicules Hyeol for being a man who cannot even talk back to a woman and Seolhwa for being a foolish woman who throws away a golden opportunity. Meanwhile, the broker carefully examines the contract, noticing something suspicious. The scammer then shifts her attention back to Seolhwa and, with a cruel smirk, remarks that at least one of them has nothing to worry about. She insinuates that if Seolhwa were to entertain some night guests by selling her body, she could fetch a high price. Before she can finish, a fist smashes into her face, sending her flying out of the house. Hyeol walks toward her with a dark expression as she recovers from the blow, shouting at him in outrage. She demands to know what he thinks he is doing and accuses him of abusing his martial arts status to do whatever he pleases. She then threatens to report him to the authorities. Hyeol, his patience finally gone, yells at her to shut up. She flinches as he seethes with fury, stating that he does not care about the authorities or the house. What he does care about, however, is that she dared to insult Seolhwa. Spectators gather as Hyeol clenches his fist, daring her to report him. He tells her that he will not stop her, but she must be prepared to pay the price for what she said about Seolhwa. The scammer scoffs, calling the situation ridiculous. She claims that all martial artists are the same. When things do not go their way, they fabricate excuses and then resort to brute force to solve their problems. Hyeol, confused by her words, questions what exactly she is rambling about. The scammer, refusing to back down, declares that she has plenty more to say. She then smirks, saying that she had, of course, anticipated this possibility. Opening her mouth wide, she lets out a sharp whistle. She then confidently proclaims that her brothers will arrive soon and tear him apart. With a wicked smile, she warns Hyeol to start saying his goodbyes because Seolhwa will soon be turned into nothing more than a pleasure toy. Hyeol, now filled with rage, demands that she repeat what she just said. Seolhwa, stepping forward, tries to take control of the situation, offering to handle things herself. However, Hyeol stops her, insisting that he will share in her frustration. Seolhwa, caught off guard by his words, finds herself momentarily stunned. A deep blush spreads across her face as her breath quickens. At that moment, a loud voice suddenly interrupts. A group of thugs arrives, demanding to know who dared to lay a hand on their little sister. The scammer, now emboldened, becomes hysterical with excitement. She gleefully points at Hyeol and Seolhwa, shouting that they are the ones responsible. She then calls for her brothers to teach them a lesson, boasting that they are true masters, heroes of the Green Forest. One of the thugs, appearing furious, demands to know which fool had the audacity to attack their sister. However, as soon as he gets a closer look at Hyeol, his anger dissipates. His expression shifts to one of pure terror. Recognizing Hyeol instantly, the entire group begins trembling. Without hesitation, they drop to their knees and bow before him, desperately pleading for their lives. One of them speaks up, explaining that after witnessing Hyeol's strength that day, they left the Green Forest for good. Hyeol, still irritated, questions why they are still wearing their headbands if they supposedly left. In response, one of the men quickly rips his headband off and declares that he has always hated the color green. The scammer, now panicked, rushes toward them, demanding to know why they are acting this way. However, the bandits scoff at her. One of them outright denies having a little sister, stating that no matter where he goes, he is always the younger sibling. Another chimes in, complaining that even when he returns home, he is still treated as the adorable youngest child. Hyeol, watching the scene unfold, turns his gaze back to the scammer. With a smirk, he reminds her that they still have unfinished business. Seeing the situation rapidly turning against her, the scammer's attitude changes instantly. She frantically waves her hands and urges Hyeol to reconsider. With a nervous laugh, she insists that there is no need to resort to violence. She suggests that they talk things through rationally instead. The broker then turns to the bandits, calling out to them. Meanwhile, the sly woman, realizing the situation is turning against her, desperately shouts that an apology should be enough. She insists that if she just apologizes properly, everything should be resolved. However, the bandits shift their focus to something else. One of them speaks up, confirming that they had made a contract with her. He explains that a completely unfamiliar young woman had approached them, claiming she had an identical seal to the real one. She had proposed a scheme, asking if they wanted to work together. At this revelation, the sly woman grows visibly pale, knowing that her fate is sealed. The bandits continue, revealing the details of her scam. They explain that she would locate houses where the owners had been absent for long periods, then pose as the landlord, sign fraudulent lease agreements, and vanish with the deposit money. Realizing she has no way out, the sly woman finally accepts her fate. However, the bandits show no mercy. They state that her usual tricks will not work on Hyeol and immediately proceed to beat her mercilessly. Later, the aftermath of her punishment is revealed. The sly woman, now battered and bruised, is assigned to work at an inn. The inn owner gives her instructions, ordering her to start by cleaning the second floor and reminding her to rinse the mop regularly. As he walks away, the inn owner sighs, complaining that Hyeol must think his inn is a garbage dump, given that he brought such a troublesome woman there. The sly woman, reflecting on her situation, inwardly expresses her surprise. She had expected some elaborate act of revenge, but instead, they were making her work to pay off her debt. Before she can dwell on the thought further, she stiffens as she hears the inn owner calling out to someone. The inn owner casually mentions that the new recruit has arrived, meaning she is no longer the newest worker. Suddenly, Tang Hai steps forward, deviously greeting her with a smirk. She welcomes her and gleefully announces that this officially makes her an underling. Laughing menacingly, Tang Hai makes it clear that the sly woman's troubles have only just begun. The realization hits her, she is completely doomed. Meanwhile, Seolhwa sits calmly, drinking tea. The inn owner takes this moment to turn to Hyeol and inquire whether he has had any luck finding a place to live. Hyeol admits that he has not and then, considering his situation, asks if he could stay at the inn for a few days. The inn owner's expression shifts to one of annoyance. Without hesitation, he declares that Hyeol's rent will now be doubled. Hyeol, surprised, protests, pointing out that he even brought a new employee to the inn. The owner, unimpressed, scoffs at the claim, retorting that what Hyeol did was not hiring an employee but simply dumping the woman on him. Before the argument can continue, a newcomer arrives and greets Hyeol with great enthusiasm. The man addresses him respectfully, asking if he is truly the legendary Chaos Sword Demon. The newcomer then bows deeply, expressing his excitement at finally meeting Hyeol in person. Introducing himself as Yu Yun from the lower village, he states that he has long wanted to meet the great hero. Hyeol, hearing the name, finds it vaguely familiar. Before he can place it, the inn owner excitedly speaks up, recognizing Yu Yun. He asks how Yu Yun's mother has been doing. Hyeol, now even more curious, turns to the inn owner and asks if he knows this man. The inn owner nods and reminds Hyeol of the old lady who had been kidnapped when his house burned down. Yu Yun, he explains, is her son. At this, Hyeol recalls the painful memories associated with that time. Yu Yun solemnly agrees, admitting that when he first received the news, he had been utterly devastated. He states that if he ever lays eyes on the kidnapper responsible, he will grind them into dust. Hyeol and the inn owner share a silent look, both fully aware that the kidnapper in question is currently in the kitchen. Oblivious, Yu Yun continues speaking. He states that he had heard about how Hyeol had saved his mother, even at the cost of his own reputation. For that, he says, he has always wanted to personally express his gratitude. However, he admits that he has been so caught up in various matters that he never had the chance to visit Hyeol before now. Now, he finds himself indebted to Hyeol once again. Hyeol, confused, asks what debt he is referring to. Yu Yun explains that the house recently scammed from him was his own childhood home. It was the very same house that had been swindled away when he was a child, the home his parents had spent their entire lives working to buy. After that incident, he says, his mother had stayed with him for a while, but now, history had repeated itself, and his family had lost their home once again. Clenching his fists, he declares his hatred for con artists. He vows that if he ever sees the scammer responsible, he will tear them apart. Both Hyeol and the inn owner grow increasingly tense, knowing that the very person Yu Yun is talking about is standing in the kitchen. However, Yu Yun then clears his throat and shifts the subject. He acknowledges that he does not have much to offer in return for everything Hyeol has done. He then presents an unexpected proposal. He offers Hyeol a place to stay at his family's home. Hyeol, caught off guard, listens as Yu Yun explains further, since his mother will be staying with him for the time being, the house will be empty anyway. Because of that, he says, he would feel much better knowing that Hyeol was there to look after it. He then assures Hyeol that, of course, he would not charge him anything for staying there. Hyeol, filled with excitement, asks if it is really alright for him to stay at the house. Yoo-yeon reassures him, stating that it is only natural since Hyeol had saved both his mother and their home. The inn owner offers his congratulations, while Seolhwa wraps her arms around Hyeol and playfully remarks that since they now have a house, they must make sure to fill it up properly, and, in the same breath, suggests that he should also focus on filling her up as well. Hyeol, immediately flustered, blushes furiously and tries to stop her from continuing. However, Seolhwa counters that he is the one who seduced her first, constantly making her feel weak in the knees. The inn owner, growing increasingly exasperated, shouts at them to take their inappropriate conversation elsewhere, preferably to their new home. The scene shifts to the mountains, where a shadowed figure speaks. With a calm yet commanding voice, he states that securing the fragments was a failure. One of his subordinates, addressing him as elder, confirms this. The elder then reflects on the situation, acknowledging that she had been present as well. Since she interfered, he states, Ji-yeon alone cannot be blamed for the outcome. Clicking his tongue in irritation, he mutters that she had run off on her own again and questions what exactly she is doing. However, he concludes that this turn of events is not entirely unwelcome. He states that he had already planned to drag her back, whether she liked it or not. He then refers to her as his foolish daughter. Later, the scene transitions to a bathhouse, where Tang-hai calls out to Jeonju, announcing that she is heading into the bath first. As she sinks into the warm water, she sighs in satisfaction, appreciating the presence of even her small sidekick in the bathhouse. Completely relaxed, she lets out a contented moan, remarking that this is what life is all about. Then, as if suddenly realizing where she is, she abruptly stands up in shock. With a startled expression, she questions what exactly she is doing there. Meanwhile, Seolhwa is seen burning letters to use as firewood. Elsewhere, Hyeol is attempting to meditate but quickly becomes frustrated. Sighing, he trembles slightly, admitting to himself that he still cannot master it. Trying to find a silver lining, he acknowledges that at the very least, he has achieved his first goal, a place to live, even if it is only temporary. However, he remains troubled. He questions how one truly becomes a master. He admits that he has tried everything, yet he still cannot feel the flow of energy or any internal power. He wonders what others are doing that he is not. Clutching his coat, he contemplates how Seolhwa had grown so strong. Before he can dwell on it further, Tang-hai suddenly appears, responding to his thoughts with a sarcastic remark, stating that she would not know. Then, without missing a beat, she turns the question back on him. Hyeol, startled, asks how she got there and questions why she is not at work. Tang-hai dismisses his concern, casually stating that great people do not sweat the small stuff. Hyeol, unconvinced, accuses her of skipping work entirely. Tang-hai, ignoring his complaints, abruptly asks if he knows any weaknesses of the lunar sword. Hyeol, caught off guard, questions why she is suddenly asking about this. A memory then flashes through his mind, recalling a moment when Seolhwa had become momentarily weak in battle. However, realizing that his thoughts are straying in a questionable direction, he quickly shakes them off and demands to know what Tang-hai is planning. Tang-hai responds with newfound determination, declaring that she has come to a realization. She states that, unlike the rumors circulating about them, she knows that Hyeol and Seolhwa are not engaged in any questionable behavior. Hyeol inwardly scoffs at her assumption, knowing that they have done far more than what she imagines. Tang-hai continues, admitting that due to a misunderstanding, she does owe them a debt, and she is willing to acknowledge that. However, she insists that her original goal has not changed. Her true objective is to defeat the lunar sword. With fiery determination, she proclaims that she came to seek revenge for what the lunar sword had done to her. However, she acknowledges that charging in recklessly would only lead to repeated failure. Quoting a well-known saying, she declares that one must know the enemy and know oneself, in order to never lose a battle. Because of this, she asserts, she must first uncover every weakness and secret behind the lunar sword's martial arts. Before she can continue her monologue, Hyeol interrupts her, pointing out that she is revealing her entire plan to him despite their close relationship. Realizing her mistake, Tang-hai freezes in shock before yelling in frustration. The scene then shifts again, showing Seolhwa purchasing fresh chicken from a vendor. Meanwhile, Hyeol observes her from a distance, wondering if they will be having seasoned grilled chicken for dinner that night. Tang-hai, hidden in the bushes, questions why Hyeol is there. He responds that someone has to stop her whenever she does something reckless. Inwardly, he admits that he has never actually witnessed Seolhwa train. However, he is deeply curious about the secret behind her strength. He reflects that she always seems distant, a direct successor to the previous generation's greatest martial artist. Perhaps, he wonders, she trains in secret as well. If so, maybe uncovering her methods could be the key to finally becoming a master. Hyeol then concludes that, at the moment, it simply looks like she has finished shopping and is heading home. Tang-hai clicks her tongue in annoyance, claiming that she anticipated this outcome and had already hired someone in advance. Hyeol, confused, immediately questions where she got the money for such a thing. Tang-hai responds bluntly that she stole it and then questions why he is even asking something so obvious. In the distance, the inn owner can be heard yelling in rage, having just discovered that his money was stolen. Hyeol, now alarmed, demands to know exactly what Tang-hai did. She casually replies that she simply sent an assassin. For a moment, they both stare at each other in silence before Hyeol explodes, yelling in disbelief and demanding if she has lost her mind. Tang-hai, unbothered, reassures him that Seolhwa is going to win anyway. As the scene shifts again, Seolhwa is seen walking, only to be approached by a shady figure. Tang-hai remains confident, assuring Hyeol that this is merely a test. She then turns her gaze toward the approaching assassin, commenting that in his prime, he was quite well known. She claims that there were even rumors that he once sliced lightning in half with his sword. However, as the assassin comes into view, Hyeol's eyes widen in shock. It is none other than the senile old man from the cliff, the very same schizophrenic elder who had given him advice after his heartbreak. Hyeol, dumbfounded, struggles to comprehend how this could be happening. Before he can react, the old man approaches Seolhwa but is immediately grabbed by the face. In the very next moment, both Tang-hai and the old man are sent crashing into the ground. Tang-hai, now sprawled on the ground, groans in exhaustion. Having experienced too many ridiculous situations in a row, she mutters in frustration, realizing that this entire ordeal is quickly becoming traumatic for her. Seolhwa leans against Hyeol, speaking softly as she explains that aside from the external training she does with him, there is nothing else. She states that she does not want to waste even a single moment apart from him. Hyeol, concerned, tells her that if she continues like this, her skills will deteriorate. She casually replies that they probably have already worsened a little. At her statement, everyone is visibly shocked. Tang-hai, unable to hold back, shouts in disbelief, questioning what kind of martial artist would ever say such a thing. The old man, equally appalled, scolds Seolhwa, accusing her of actually bragging about getting weaker. He questions whether that is truly what her master had taught her. Tang-hai agrees, stating that Seolhwa is a disgrace to the martial world. Seolhwa, unfazed by their criticism, smacks both of them on the head. With a firm voice, she declares that martial arts mean nothing to her. She then states that her only goal has always been one thing. As she leans against Hyeol again, he finally understands what she means. He realizes just how deeply she has fallen for him. Their moment is interrupted when the old man suddenly suggests that they try Jindo-in. He begins to explain that it is a beneficial practice, not only for the one receiving it but also for the one performing it. He elaborates that it helps maintain internal energy control and that he himself used to practice it frequently in the past. He acknowledges that it is a difficult technique but argues that doing something is better than doing nothing. Furthermore, he mentions that it does not depend on time or place, meaning they could attempt it right away. Seolhwa's eyes brighten with excitement as she turns to Hyeol, eagerly asking if they should try it immediately. Hyeol, feeling embarrassed, hesitates and admits that doing it outdoors might not be the best idea. The old man, confused by their reaction, wonders aloud what exactly they are talking about. Tang-hai sighs, shaking her head, and mutters that they are both perverts. Later, Hyeol and Seolhwa find themselves alone together. She tells him that she will begin, closing her eyes and concentrating as she starts pouring her energy into him. As the energy flows, a glow surrounds them both. Hyeol feels it clearly, recognizing the familiar warmth of Seolhwa's energy as it seeps deep into him. He inwardly acknowledges that the sensation is similar to the nights they had spent together in pleasure. However, He quickly shakes off the thought, scolding himself for letting his mind wander. He reminds himself that this is internal energy, this is what true mastery feels like. He feels himself finally approaching it, just one step away. But then, the old man notices something. At the same time, Hyeol suddenly feels a hand on his shoulder. A mysterious figure speaks, telling him that it is not yet time. Confused, Hyeol tries to understand what is happening. However, before he can react, the energy begins to dissipate. Seolhwa gives him a worried look as if sensing that something is wrong. Hyeol, still shaken, questions whether he just saw his master. Seolhwa calls out to him, bringing him back to the present. He quickly regains his composure, turns to her with a smile, and states that he finally understands. Despite his words, Seolhwa continues looking at him with concern, as if she knows something he does not. Hyeol, trying to reassure her, thanks her and admits that it worked even better than he had expected. However, Seolhwa's worried expression does not fade. He then tells her that before he forgets the sensation, he will go train for a little longer and return home before dinner. Seolhwa, sensing something off, calls out to him to stop, but he runs off, leaving her behind. Later, deep in the forest, Hyeol sits in a gloomy state. He mutters to himself, frustrated, stating that he had felt as though he was about to grasp something significant. He then clenches his fists, correcting himself. He had not just felt close. He had been right there, on the verge of reaching it. But in an instant, it had slipped away. Something deep inside his chest had blocked him at the last moment. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he rears his fist back and punches a nearby tree. Yelling in anger, he questions why this keeps happening. He asks himself why he cannot change, why he remains stuck. Desperation creeps into his voice as he wonders aloud if he is truly doomed to stay pathetic and useless forever. Then, unexpectedly, another voice speaks, cutting through his turmoil. The voice remarks that at the very least, Hyeol knows his place well. Hyeol immediately tenses, feeling a cold sweat form as a man approaches him. Recognizing the figure, his eyes widen in shock. With disbelief, he calls out the man's name, Master Baek-sok. Now introduced as Baek-sok, the head of the Baek clan and Seolhwa's father. Baek-sok gazes down at Hyeol and states that it has been 10 years since that day. Hyeol, still overwhelmed, nervously asks how he has been. However, Baek-sok does not answer. Instead, he snaps his fingers. Before Hyeol can react, a hand reaches out and pins him to the ground. Baek-sok then speaks once more, dismissing the rumors he had heard. He states that people had claimed that an insignificant slave, one who could do nothing but cling to that thing, had somehow become a master. With a sharp, indifferent tone, he refers to his own daughter as nothing more than an object. Hyeol, struggling against the grip holding him down, demands to know what is going on. However, the man above him responds with a sneer, questioning if he cannot even break free from this hold. He coldly remarks that this is the extent of Hyeol's skill, expressing disbelief that Hyeol could have possibly thought spreading false rumors would allow him to crawl back to it again. He then insults him further, calling him just as pathetic as ever. The word "it" lingers in the air, making it clear that he is referring to his daughter, Seolhwa. Hyeol attempts to say something, but before he can, the man strikes him on the neck. His body immediately goes limp as he falls into unconsciousness. The man then speaks again, stating that even a pitiful wretch like Hyeol can still be of use. Because, he adds with a chilling tone, Hyeol has always been that thing's weakness. The scene then shifts to Seolhwa, who appears uncharacteristically quiet and distant. Those around her notice her sudden change in demeanor, wondering what could have caused it. Tang-hai, confused, questions what is going on. She recalls that Seolhwa and Hyeol had only been exchanging techniques earlier, so she cannot understand why Seolhwa is acting this way now. She wonders if something might have happened while she was gone. Before Seolhwa can respond, she is suddenly stopped by a man stepping into her path. The man greets her formally, remarking that it has been a long time. Addressing her as Lady Seolhwa, he expresses hope that she has been well. He then asks if she remembers him. Seolhwa, however, immediately scowls, showing no patience for him. Without hesitation, she coldly responds that she does not remember him and orders him to leave. The man appears momentarily taken aback by her bluntness. After regaining his composure, he carefully asks again, wondering if she truly does not recognize him. Although visibly irritated, he swallows his frustration and formally introduces himself. He states that his name is Do-jin, and he serves as the head steward of the Baek clan. He then informs her that he has come in the name of Lord Baek-sok to find her. Seolhwa, showing no reaction to the name, dismissively replies that she has never heard of him and tells him to scram. Do-jin, finally losing his patience, raises his voice, declaring that Lord Baek-sok is her father. This makes Seolhwa pause for a moment. She mutters to herself, considering the name, and admits that it does sound somewhat familiar. Do-jin, now exasperated, shouts in frustration, insisting that it is not somewhat familiar, Baek-sok is her father. Tang-hai, watching from the side, comments dryly that Seolhwa must have a few screws loose. Ignoring the remark, Do-jin points directly at Seolhwa and reminds her that Lord Baek had sent countless letters calling her back home. He accuses her of never responding, despite his repeated attempts to reach her. He then states that Lord Baek has finally run out of patience, which is why he has sent him personally to retrieve her. Seolhwa, after a brief moment of thought, casually admits that she did receive those letters. Hearing this, Do-jin immediately yells in triumph, stating that since the letters were addressed to her, she cannot deny their existence. However, Seolhwa nonchalantly responds that she had no idea who sent them, so she used them as firewood. Do-jin's face turns red with fury. Tang-hai, upon hearing this, sighs in disbelief. She comments that if there were dozens of letters, Seolhwa could have at least opened one to check before burning them. She then questions if Seolhwa is seriously missing a few screws. Before she can continue, Seolhwa knocks Tang-hai out with a single strike, dismissing her concerns entirely. She then turns back to Do-jin and firmly states that if delivering those letters was the only reason he had come, then he can turn around and leave. She declares that the only place she belongs is by Hyeol's side. However, Do-jin refuses to back down. He insists that her declaration only means that she must come with him even more. Seolhwa, now on high alert, listens as he continues speaking. Do-jin then states that the lowly servant boy she cares so much about, Hyeol, has already been beaten to a bloody pulp, wrapped up, and tossed into a carriage like a piece of luggage. He then informs her that by now, Hyeol should be far away. Seolhwa, her expression darkening, demands an explanation. Do-jin, remaining firm, reveals that they had never come unprepared. He explains that they knew exactly what her weakness was. Then, with a smirk, he tells her to behave. However, before he can say another word, Seolhwa grabs him by the neck. In an instant, her aura flares dangerously, her eyes filled with murderous intent. With an icy voice, she warns him that if anyone so much as lays a finger on Hyeol's body. Do-jin, struggling in her grip, stammers that her father. But before he can finish, Seolhwa cuts him off. She declares that if anything happens to Hyeol, everyone in that house will die. Before she can act further, the old man from earlier suddenly intervenes. He calls out to her, urging her to stop. With a serious tone, he reminds her that the hostage has already been taken. He warns her that breaking Do-jin's neck now will not change anything, it will only make things worse. He then poses a question to her. What matters more to you, your vengeance now, or your betrothed? Seolhwa hesitates for a brief moment before releasing Do-jin, sending him crashing to the ground. Do-jin, now gasping for air, looks up at her in terror. Seolhwa glares down at him, her voice cold and unwavering as she commands him to take her to Hyeol. She demands to know exactly where he is, right now. At that moment, a flashback surfaces. It shows a young Hyeol introducing himself to Seolhwa for the first time. With a polite but nervous tone, he states that he has been ordered to take charge of this place starting today. He then formally gives his name, Hyeol**. With a small but sincere smile, he greets her properly. And tells her that it is a pleasure to meet her, Lady Seolhwa. The scene shifts to Hyeol, who is seen carrying something with excitement. Nearby, passers-by exchange whispers. One of them remarks that the scruffy-looking man who arrived earlier had been sold off by his own father. Another responds in disbelief, noting that the man had been assigned to the annex lady. A third person speculates that it is probably just another one of the madam's whims, lamenting that there is nothing they can do about it. He adds that the madam has been too harsh, practically abandoning the girl in the annex, even if she is not her real daughter. The same, he remarks, applies to the master of the house as well. Another man quickly warns him to be careful with his words, stating that it would be dangerous if someone overheard their conversation. Meanwhile, Seolhwa watches as Hyeol excitedly calls out to her. He approaches, urging her to try what he has brought, yakgwa. For those unfamiliar, yakgwa is a Korean honey cookie. Seolhwa glances to the side and then deliberately turns away, completely ignoring him. Despite her cold reaction, Hyeol persists, assuring her that it is really good and that he went through great trouble to obtain it. He then adds that he had only eaten it once in his entire life. Without looking at him, Seolhwa tells him to eat it himself, dismissing his efforts. Hyeol calls out to her again, his voice gentle, as he notices something about her. He inwardly reflects on the way she stares blankly into the empty sky. Her eyes, he observes, hold nothing, no light, no warmth. Yet, in those empty eyes, he sees himself reflected. The scene then shifts back to the present, where Hyeol suddenly wakes from his dream, only to find himself bound and awaiting execution. However, before he can fully comprehend his situation, his restraints are suddenly cut. Confused, he looks around, unsure of what is happening. A voice then speaks. A man addresses him, remarking that he is finally awake. He then refers to Hyeol by his infamous title, Chaos Sword Demon Hyeol, and states that meeting him like this is honestly a pleasure. Later, Hyeol exclaims in disbelief, stating that this mansion should have been completely destroyed 10 years ago. The man standing before him responds, explaining that they rebuilt it in the exact same location as before. He adds that they had also provided some assistance in its restoration. Hyeol, still trying to make sense of the situation, questions why he was brought here. He demands to know what they are planning to do to Seolhwa and why someone from the *Guje great clans is even present at the Baek family estate. At that moment, the man's identity is revealed. He is Pung Jo, the young master of the Hebei Pung clan. With a smile, Pung Jo tells Hyeol that there is no need to be so wary. He explains that he had always wanted to meet the great Chaos Sword Demon at least once. Hyeol, unimpressed, questions whether Pung Jo expects him to believe such a claim after having kidnapped him. Pung Jo, unfazed, acknowledges that Hyeol has a point. However, he then casually reveals that he was the one who ordered his men to take care of Hyeol for the entire 10-day journey from Yukgaeshan. Hyeol, stunned, reacts in disbelief, questioning whether he had really been unconscious for 10 whole days. Pung Jo confirms this, explaining that they had used their clan's secret medicine. He describes it as a type of recovery pill that not only heals the body but also keeps the patient in a deep sleep. He then notes that Hyeol's energy seemed quite depleted. Hearing this, Hyeol inwardly reflects on the intense activities he had shared with Seolhwa, admitting to himself that he has been through a lot lately. Pung Jo suddenly bursts into laughter. He claims that he understands completely. He then adds that he can picture it. Sensing Pung Jo's implications, Hyeol's expression turns serious. Pung Jo, still smirking, continues speaking. He remarks that Hyeol had actually lived under the same roof as the Sun and Moon Sword. He describes her as a lone flower that had descended like a comet at the Dragon Phoenix martial duel. He recalls how no one could take their eyes off of her. He then muses about the way her fair skin had peeked out with every movement, calling it breathtaking. He declares that every man in attendance, himself included, must have imagined plucking that flower. And yet, he adds, Hyeol had been the one to claim her for himself. With a chuckle, he admits that he is jealous. Then, without hesitation, he asks Hyeol a vulgar question. He wants to know how the night Hyeol spent with Seolhwa was. He wonders aloud whether she had screamed. He then asks if the Sun and Moon Sword's cry was as beautiful as she was. Before Pung Jo can say another word, Hyeol snaps. He immediately grabs Pung Jo and yells at him to watch his mouth. Pung Jo, instead of reacting with fear, simply laughs. With a satisfied grin, he exclaims that this is exactly the reaction he wanted to see. He then declares that this moment alone makes everything worth it. He continues taunting Hyeol, daring him to hit him. He goads him further, claiming that if Hyeol holds back now, then he is not a real man. Hyeol, filled with rage, shouts at him to shut up. As he moves to strike, an aura begins to form around Pung Jo, who continues smirking. The scene abruptly shifts as a massive explosion tears through a wall. Dojin, lying on the ground, slowly regains consciousness, wondering if he is still alive. Smoke rises from the Baek clan's main house as destruction spreads. Baek Sok's voice echoes in the air. He tells someone to say whatever they like, but if there is one thing he is certain of, it is that he raised them with strict discipline when it came to manners. Yet, he observes with disappointment, that person is now showing such disrespect to their own parent. The scene reveals Seolhwa, standing before him with her sword pressed to his neck. With cold determination, she orders him to shut up and return Hyeol to her. Baek Sok, completely unbothered by the blade at his throat, calls her as foolish as ever. He then questions whether she truly believes she holds the sword in this situation. Seolhwa, momentarily confused by his words, hesitates. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Hyeol, who suddenly collapses to his knees. Pain racks his body, leaving him unable to stand. Pung Jo watches with amusement, laughing as he describes the sensation Hyeol must be experiencing. He explains that the pain feels like having one's insides seared with a red-hot iron rod. Even the mighty Chaos Sword Demon, he remarks, cannot endure it. Then, with a twisted smile, he licks his lips. He begins to recite an old saying, stating that someone else's rich cake always looks bigger. He then muses that, from his experience, stolen meals always taste the best. He adds that both people and women alike are more desirable when they belong to someone else. With dark amusement, he concludes that coveting what belongs to another is the ultimate seasoning. Hyeol becomes furious and struggles to stand up while shouting that the man before him is a bastard. He demands to know what he is trying to do to Seolhwa. Pung Jo responds with a slow clap, expressing his surprise that Hyeol is able to stand despite his condition. He remarks that the rumors about him were not exaggerated after all and sarcastically wonders if it is the power of love keeping him on his feet. With a grin, he declares that, in that case, he might as well have some fun too. Before the situation escalates, Baek Sok intervenes, stating firmly that it is enough and that the matter is already settled. Hyeol's eyes widen in shock as Baek Sok continues, revealing that he has convinced his daughter as well. He insists that there is no need to waste time on such nonsense and advises Hyeol to maintain the dignity expected of his position. Seolhwa looks away in guilt as Baek Sok formally announces Pung Jo as his son-in-law and the newest member of the Baek clan. Later, as Seolhwa descends the stairs in her formal robes, the onlookers bow in awe and respect. A man among them, one with a scornful attitude, comments that while he thought her appearance was decent before, he never expected this level of beauty. He laughs heartily and turns to her father, expressing his excitement for the events of the following day. Seolhwa stomps her foot forcefully, and in that moment, the gathered men feel an eerie sensation, as if their heads have been severed. Pung Jo's gaze sharpens as he wonders whether this was meant to be a warning. But rather than being deterred, he finds her cold gaze exhilarating, something that satisfies his twisted desires. He smirks to himself, eager for the chance to break her spirit as well. Her father, unimpressed by her display, scoffs at her actions. He comments that she has never once listened to him, and all for the sake of an insignificant person. As she turns to leave, he continues, stating that despite using Hyeol against her, he still fails to understand her. He then poses a question, reminding her that she was the one who dismissed Hyeol first. He demands to know what it is she sees in him now. Seolhwa pauses her steps and slowly turns back to glare at him. In a single, unwavering word, she answers, everything. Meanwhile, Tang Hai watches from a high vantage point, surveying the estate. Though she cannot hear the conversation, she observes Seolhwa's posture and expression, quickly deducing that, for some reason, she is completely helpless. A smirk plays on Tang Hai's lips as she realizes she has finally discovered Seolhwa's weakness. Elsewhere, Hyeol grips the robe of an official and demands to see Seolhwa. However, he is quickly restrained by several men. Undeterred, he continues shouting, insisting on seeing her and demanding to know what they have done to her. The butler scoffs at his desperation and mockingly asks where his confidence is coming from. This leaves Hyeol momentarily confused. The butler elaborates, acknowledging that Hyeol was indeed close to the young lady. He admits to using her as bait to ensnare him, but then sneers, questioning what difference that makes. He points out that Hyeol has nothing to his name, nothing that would make him a suitable match for her. Despite their attempts to shake him, Hyeol scoffs at their efforts to make him doubt Seolhwa. However, he cannot ignore one troubling detail. Why would they bother placing a guard at his door instead of simply locking him up? His father's words echo in his mind, reminding him that he has always been Seolhwa's weakness. Frustration wells up within him as he curses his fate. But right now, none of that matters. His priority is escaping this place and reaching Seolhwa. He mutters a curse, wishing for some reckless individual to come and break down the door. No sooner do the words leave his mouth than the door flies open with a loud crash. Tang-hai steps inside, and Hyeol stares at her, utterly dumbfounded. For a moment, they simply look at each other before Hyeol finally regains his voice and demands to know what she is doing there. As they sprint through the corridor, Hyeol expresses his gratitude profusely. In response, Tang-hai teases him, questioning why he always seems to end up trapped somewhere. Hyeol quickly changes the subject, asking about Seolhwa's whereabouts. Tang-hai informs him that she is in the annex, but she also voices her own concerns. She describes how Seolhwa has been sitting there, radiating an overwhelming sense of killing intent, and asks if Hyeol knows what could have left her in such a state. The question stings him. He knows the answer all too well. He himself is her weakness, but there is nothing he can do about it. Gritting his teeth, he acknowledges that this is the best he can manage for now. His thoughts linger on this bitter truth until they finally reach their destination. Tang-hai turns to him, stating that now that she has led him here, she will be heading back to the inn. Before she can leave, however, Hyeol grabs her by the collar and insists that she put those thoughts aside. Right now, the only thing that matters is meeting Seolhwa. As they step into the estate, they begin shouting Seolhwa's name, searching for her whereabouts. However, Tang-hai suddenly stops him, saying that something is wrong. When Hyeol presses her for an explanation, she points out that it isn't even that late at night, yet there are no guards in sight within this enormous mansion. More importantly, under normal circumstances, the moment Seolhwa heard his voice, she would have come rushing to him. She deduces that this entire situation reeks of a trap. When they finally reach the chamber, they find Seolhwa standing with her back to them, gazing out the window. Overcome with relief, Hyeol asks if she is all right, assuring her that everything will be fine now and urging her to leave with him. But Seolhwa does not turn around. Only her cold voice fills the air as she tells him not to come any closer. Her words strike him like a physical blow. He remains frozen, unable to comprehend what she has just said. Stammering, he asks what she means by that. Tang-hai, equally stunned, watches the scene unfold. Desperation seeps into Hyeol's voice as he tries to reason with Seolhwa. He insists that she is only here because she had no other choice. If that is the case, then everything will be fine now that he has come for her. Reaching out, he pleads for her to at least show him her face. Without hesitation, she coldly slaps his hand away. In an emotionless tone, she apologizes and informs him that she will be attending the wedding tomorrow. As Hyeol stands there in shock, a piercing laughter fills the room. The sound belongs to none other than Peng Jo. Laughing heartily, he exclaims that this situation is beyond his expectations. Waiting until this late at night was absolutely worth it. Hyeol grits his teeth in rage, calling Peng Jo a bastard and demanding to know what he has done to Seolhwa. The man simply smiles and teleports near Seolhwa, reaching out for her as he mockingly states that Hyeol has already heard it from Seolhwa herself. With a twisted grin, he leans in close, sniffing her hair in a disturbingly possessive manner, and declares that by tomorrow, she will belong to him. Hyeol furiously orders him to back away, but Peng Jo only smirks. With a snap of his fingers, Seolhwa suddenly turns and strikes Hyeol with a precise blow to the neck, knocking him unconscious. Peng Jo watches the scene unfold with satisfaction, commenting that this is truly spectacular. In order to save the man she loves, she has chosen to abandon him completely. As Hyeol collapses into her embrace, unconscious, she addresses the scumbag, telling him that she already warned him not to touch her or else she'd kill him. He mockingly pretends to be scared of her threats, saying he didn't know her hair was included too. Tang-hai on the other side, is completely confused by what is going on right now. The scumbag asks her what she's doing here. She thinks inwardly that she needs to escape for now and responds that a washed-up old man who couldn't even earn the Dragon Phoenix title doesn't get to act like he knows her. She mocks him for barely reaching the beginning of the Supreme Realm and tells him to drown himself in water for being such an embarrassment. Her words causes his smile to stiffen and his veins to bulge. Tang-hai continues that even after that he is still here drooling after another man's wife, his parents must be ashamed. As he tries to act in anger, she suddenly jumps back and takes out a wrapped sash. But before she could throw it, someone catches her arm from behind while saying that it's getting late for children to be playing around. This man is the Hebei Peng clan leader, Lionblade Peng Yun, and the scumbag's uncle. He instructs Peng Zhou to wrap things up for today since he'll need his energy for tomorrow. He agrees with his uncle as he turns to Tang Hai and Hyeol with an evil smile. Before she leaves, Seolhwa tells Tang Hai that it's time for her to know her place, so she should do herself a favor and stick to what she's capable of. Before Tang Hai could digest her words, Peng Yun knocks her out with a suic strike to the neck. Later inside the cell, Tang Hai curses at the durability of these chains. She turns and looks at Hyeol awkwardly, seeing that he is completely depressed and thinks that this is 100 times worse than the handcuffs. She tries to cheer him up, saying that there is no way Seolhwa would do that on her own accord and that they must have something on her. But Hyeol responds that he already knows that, because he is sure it's all because of him again. She tries to respond, but Hyeol is completely out of it. He thinks inwardly that he already knows that she would never abandon him, and that is why she had that expression earlier with tears in her eyes. He mocks himself for being such a clown and not having the capability to do anything. He starts to question himself if he even deserves to be by her side. His mind drifts towards distant memory where he calls out to her in the snow. Looking around, he wonders if he's in dream and if he fell asleep from exhaustion. He recognizes the place as the old Beck family's back mountain. He sees his young self shouting and suddenly recognizes this memory when he sees Seolhwa in the distance. Suddenly a wave swallows her. Thinking that she was in danger, his younger self rushes in her direction. Hyeol tries to stop him, thinking that he didn't even know how to swim, so what was he thinking? As his younger self looks back at him, Hyeol thinks that Seolhwa can get out on her own just fine. If anything, she'd end up in more danger trying to save him. So it's time to accept that truth, that there was never a place for him to step in from the start. To Seolhwa he is nothing but dead weight. Despite that, his younger self shakes him off and shouts that he'll stay by her side. The only place in this world where Seolhwa can smile is right next to him. As these words hit him, an adult Seolhwa jumps into his embrace. He finally recalls the words of some woman who asked him why he wanted to learn the sword. He then wakes up from the dream and opens his tear-covered eyes. Sitting up, he notices his coat and the cuffs as well and asks Tang Hai if it was her doing. Tng Hai tells him that managed to release the cuffs moment ago and asks him if he knows what Seolhwa told her last night. That she should focus on what she can do. Tang Hai found her wording weird since Seolhwa has never addressed her by her name. And if she had to pick the single greatest thing about her clan, that would be medicine. She points at him and says that checked his pulse while he was asleep and discovered that has GU poison. It's usually something the demonic cult uses to control hostages. It reacts to a special flute, and then the parasite poison starts eating away at his heart. Which means that as long as the sound reaches him, they can kill him remotely. This made Hyeol remember the time when felt an unbearable pain and deduces that Seolhwa must have knocked him out yesterday before Peng Zhou could use the flute, to which Tang Hai agrees. She continues that they didn't leave the flute here, which is the problem. They left their coats and weapons in plain sight, and these cuffs are ridiculously easy to unlock. It's like they're telling them to hurry up and escape. She tells him that this wasn't an act of kindness. Even if they manage to get out of here, Seolhwa wouldn't know that, and the wedding will proceed as planned. This is an outright provocation. Either he abandons his lover and run, or if he's got the guts, to come get her himself. Meanwhile, at the celebration banquet, Peng Yun comment on the extravagant event, and Seolhwa's father says that it's thanks to their support. Peng Yun asks if he's really alright with this, prompting the father to ask what he means. Peng Yun says that as he has seen, his nephew is no longer human. Born an only child, he was burdened with expectations far beyond his talent. And in the end he became filth, someone who finds pleasure in taking from others. He continues saying that his older brother would be furious if he knew he was telling him this, but, at very least, he has enough conscience to warn him that his daughter will truly. Seolhwa's father cuts him off before he could finish and says coldly that it doesn't matter if she suffers. Looking at his expression, Peng Yun thinks that those aren't the eyes of a father looking at their child. But still, he detects a certain feeling from him and becomes sure of it. Elsewhere, Tang Hai says that running away wouldn't be the worst idea. She doesn't even know if the plan they put together will work, and Seolhwa must have her own thoughts on this too. Hyeol turns to her and seriously asks why she started learning martial arts. She responds proudly that it for the glory of the great Sachin Tang clan, for her family's honor. But still, in the end there is still something she refuses to give up on, even if it kills her. He laughs and says that it's the same for him. He feels the exact same way. He prays for Seolhwa to wait for him a bit longer, saying that he'll be there soon. Seolhwa moved with purpose, her expression grim and resolute. Inwardly, she repeated to herself that she would cut them down. Strapped tightly to her thigh, hidden beneath her clothes, was a kitchen knife. Her only weapon and her last chance. She reminded herself that the ones who poisoned Hyeol with that wretched goo and dared threaten his life would be in the same place tonight. She thought of them with venom, disgusting scum, rotten through and through. She seethed with hatred, labeling them nothing but annoying trash. She resolved to kill every last one of them and retrieve the flute. Even if they didn't carry it, once they were dead, no one would be left to wield it against Hyeol. She would end it all tonight, then return to him. Her aura grew darker with each step, but just as she advanced, a voice called out to her, stating that they had come for her. Her reaction was immediate and silent. She muttered in her mind that she would kill them all. Kill. Her eyes burned with intent as she turned to face the source, only to see Hyeol and Tanghai standing there. Hyeol reached a hand out to her, calmly saying that he had come to get her. In a heartbeat, she ran into his arms and clung to him tightly. With a shaking voice, she asked if he was okay, apologizing in the same breath, saying his throat must be in pain. He responded with quiet reassurance that he was fine. He urged her to calm down. When she asked again about his condition, worry creeping into her tone, she suddenly paused, the realization hitting her, if he was here now. Before she could finish, Hyeol interrupted her gently, assuring her that everything was all right. He explained that he had uncovered the truth before coming and that he had a plan. At that moment, Taeyong smirked in the background. Hyeol added that their first move should be to escape before anyone caught them. That was their best option. He suggested they go back home. Then Taeyong's voice rang out, mocking Hyeol as the Chaos Sword Demon, and accusing him of stealing someone's bride on her wedding day. He scoffed that even for an outcast of the evil faction, it was bold. He sneered, stating that Hyeol's infamous title, the Star of the Evil Faction, must be crying in shame. Tanghai erupted in anger, shouting that Taeyong had some nerve. She accused him of being the same bastard who poisoned Hyeol and spat that he was a disgrace to the Orthodox sect. But Taeyong merely laughed, claiming he didn't understand the outrage. He argued that the wedding was an agreement between two noble families. Just common sense. Then he pointed a finger at Hyeol and proposed they settle it like martial artists, with a duel. Gasps spread through the crowd as he declared that right here, right now, the Star of the Evil Faction and the young master of the Pung clan would fight for the Sun and Moon Sword. He said everyone present would be witnesses. Internally, he grinned, thinking that Baek Sok had already told him everything. Hyeol was nothing but a shell, incapable of using internal energy. Hyeol responded coldly, asking if Taeyong really intended to duel for Seolhwa. Taeyong raised his arm, thinking that Hyeol wouldn't be able to refuse. This was the only way to reclaim her without risking the flute's poison. With a smug grin, he said he was sure Hyeol would accept. Inwardly, he sneered, confident that he would walk away with both Hyeol's woman and his pride. But before he could enjoy the moment, a fist slammed into his face. Hyeol had punched him, fury burning in his eyes. He shouted, demanding to know who gave Taeyong the right to treat Seolhwa like some kind of prize. Seolhwa gasped in surprise as Hyeol pulled her close with one arm and declared that she was not a prize, she was everything to him. Tanghai broke the tension with a sharp interjection, suggesting they ask the Sun and Moon Sword herself what she wanted. Hyeol roared at Taeyong that Seolhwa belonged to no one and questioned who gave him permission to wager her like an object. A flashback revealed Tanghai's voice, asking Hyeol what he was planning. He had explained that since the goo poison responded to the flute, maybe drowning it out with louder sound could block it. Tanghai had scoffed, calling the idea ridiculous. Two people couldn't outplay a crafted sound art tool. Unless, she said with a pause, they had a full chorus. That idea stuck with Hyeol, and now, in the present, his eyes sharpened. He muttered that they were here. Baek Sok and Du Jin stepped into view. Baek Sok looked at him with contempt, calling him a filthy brat who complicated everything. Du Jin lifted the flute and began to play. Suddenly, Tanghai exploded into the scene, weapons drawn. 3 masked assassins stepped in front of Baek Sok. He sneered, asking if they really thought he wouldn't come prepared. But Tanghai laughed with wild glee and introduced herself as Tang Shou Peng Wall, right hand to the Chaos Sword Demon. She declared that she would butcher every last flute-stealing bastard and hurled her weapons with reckless delight. Panic erupted. Guests screamed and scattered as chaos tore through the gathering. Baek Sok shouted furiously, while Tang Hai laughed like a madwoman. Hyeol watched the chaos unfold and thought that, for better or worse, Tang Hai was having the time of her life, but thanks to her, the flute's sound had been drowned out. He turned to Seolhwa and told her this was their chance, they had to leave now. But just then, Seolhwa grabbed the hidden knife from her thigh and parried an incoming attack. Pang Yun stepped forward, saying he had suspected she was armed. Her concealed dagger had given it away. He stated that she really was the sun and moon, and he had been ordered by the clan leader to ensure the wedding happened. He declared he wouldn't let her walk out. Tae Yong rose, his aura crackling with rage. He shouted at Hyeol, saying he'd given him a chance, and this was the result? Hyeol clenched his jaw, thinking that his surprise punch had landed with full strength, steel armor and all, and yet Taeyong stood unfazed. Both Taeyong and Pang Yun advanced, ready to strike. Seolhwa looked at Pang Yun, thinking he wasn't some low-level thug. If only she had a proper sword, but she cast that thought aside, her resolve steeling. She told herself that she would protect Hyeol, no matter what. Hyeol unsheathed his sword and told her that it was all right. His entire life had been for this moment, just to be by her side. Taeyong scoffed at him, calling him a third-rate fighter who couldn't even use internal energy. He lunged, demanding to know what Hyeol thought he could possibly do. A memory flashed through Hyeol's mind, his master asking why he wanted to learn the sword. Back in the present, Hyeol answered Taeyong. He admitted he was indeed a third-rate who lacked internal energy. But still, he would protect the one he loved. He blocked Taeyong's strike. Shock rippled across Taeyong's face as Hyeol not only blocked the blow but redirected it, pushing him back. Hyeol shouted that everything Taeyong said about him was true, but none of it mattered. He slashed across Taeyong's chest and declared that he was no helpless fool. Meanwhile, an old man watched from a distance, muttering that he came because he was worried, and now everything was a complete mess. Pang Yun clashed with Seolhwa, and inwardly, he wondered how she could face him on equal footing with just a dagger. Then he glanced toward Hyeol and thought, what on earth was that? Taeyong yelled, ordering Hyeol to just stay down and die. Their swords clashed, and Hyeol thought to himself that he could do this. His enemies were slower, weaker, and so rough in style, it didn't even compare. Tang Hai watches the duel intently, her eyes narrowing with skepticism. She comments on their stance, questioning if that's really how they wield such a sword. Perched above, the old man sits calmly atop a roof, his voice drifting down as he explains the deeper truth. He says that among the 5 principles of swordsmanship, there is one that allows the weak to overcome the strong, softness. He notes that it's the most grueling and difficult path, but when mastered, it bends strength to its will. As the clash continues, Hyeol reflects inwardly. He thinks of how he's just a third-rate swordsman, but one who has walked alongside titans and absorbed the essence of their blades. He muses that top swordsmen, even after surpassing their limits, tend to look down on the weak. But here he is, facing a top-level superhuman without internal energy. The only reason he has a chance is because his opponent, Tae Yong, uses the swift blade. A style meant to deflect, but one easily thrown off by reckless emotion. And Tae Yong, in his arrogance, is completely intoxicated with rage. That, Hyeol thinks, is his advantage. He blocks another heavy strike, and Tae Yong yells at him, calling him a rat. Hyeol breathes heavily, his body trembling under the pressure. He says to himself that this isn't sustainable. Each block sends tremors through his arms. His hands are going numb. One misstep and his sword, or worse, his arm, will snap. Frustration wells up in him. He wonders if it always comes down to internal energy in the end. Maybe it's a miracle he's even lasted this long. But if he just keeps defending, he'll be worn down. And if he attacks without purpose, Tae Yang's retaliation will be swift and merciless. Tae Yong screams at him in anger, demanding whether he plans to fight like that forever. Hyeol's eyes flick to the shallow cut on Tae Yang's torso. Even his most focused strike barely scratched him. He realizes it's body protection Kai. Every offensive move requires a wide opening, and if it doesn't end the fight, he'll suffer for it. Without internal energy, there's no way he can survive a failed attack. Tae Yong lunges again. Hyeol meets the charge, timing his defense. Their blades clash, and in that narrow space, Hyeol redirects Tae Yang's sword just slightly. The moment opens. He strikes. His thoughts narrow down to one clear solution. One clean blow to a fatal point. Tae Yong falters slightly, his composure breaking. The old man above remarks that Hyeol's conclusion is both correct and incorrect. The tension in the air peaks. Suddenly, pain explodes in Hyeol's chest. His body freezes, and his legs give out. He realizes the others have escaped. Seolhwa's voice breaks through the haze, screaming his name with terror. Tae-yong advances to finish it. Moments later, Hyeol blinks awake. He wonders if he's dead. His body is heavy and numb, his mind fogged. He thinks that somehow, he must have deflected the killing blow. Maybe it blasted him backward. But now, he can't move. Consciousness feels slippery, distant. He tells himself to rise but wonders what it would even change. He is nothing, no internal energy, no advantage. Tae-yong is a master. The solitude poison still burns in his chest. What's left for him? Then, a voice, Seolhwa's again. Desperate, calling him back. A vision of her younger self surfaces in his mind, crying. He clenches his jaw. Tae-yong warns aloud that if the Sun-Moon sword takes another step, he'll use solitude again. Hyeol stirs. Seolhwa gasps in relief. Tae-yong growls in frustration. He says it's pathetic. He asks what Hyeol thinks will happen next. That he can rise and win. He mocks the idea that Hyeol might get another lucky hit. But Hyeol cuts through the taunts, telling Tae-yong coldly to move. He's in the way. He says Seolhwa is behind him. Tae-yong sneers in fury. He grips his blade and lunges again, snarling that if Hyeol wants to die so badly, he'll grant that wish. Meanwhile, Seolhwa is rushing toward Hyeol, only for Peng Yun to ambush her. Hyeol sees it. Her eyes, completely locked on him. That, he thinks, is enough. A sudden image flashes in his mind, his master jabbing him with a finger, scolding him, asking sarcastically if he means it. Just this once? And then it happens. A jolt. A surge of power ignites in Hyeol's body. Energy explodes through him. The air shudders. Onlookers freeze in shock. He understands. This is strength. Tae-yong's sword crashes toward him again, but Hyeol, without effort, blocks it. He notes that using this energy just on his arm would be wasteful, so he pivots. His deflection is elegant, precise. Tae-yong stumbles, caught completely off guard. Hyeol's internal energy gathers, not in his sword, but in his knee. Their eyes meet. Hyeol targets the one place even Kai can't protect. Then, crack. His knee slams upward, unrelenting, devastating. The air is split by the echo of one fatal, devastating blow. Tae-yong releases a scream so raw and piercing it cuts through the battlefield like a blade. Among the crowd, his uncle gasps in horror, stunned into silence as the grim reality dawns on him. The Peng family bloodline has just come to a catastrophic halt. Seolhwa watches the scene unfold, eyes shimmering with joy, as Tae-yong's manhood meets its violent and possibly permanent end. Tae-yong now lies sprawled on the ground, unconscious and foaming at the mouth. Hyeol, swaying from exhaustion, begins to collapse, but before he hits the ground, Seolhwa rushes in and catches him in a firm embrace. He gives her a weak smile and apologizes, saying he didn't mean to make her worry. She holds him tighter and asks if he's alright, then adds that what he did was seriously impressive. Nearby, Baek-sok grabs one of his guards by the collar and demands an explanation. He angrily asks how this could have happened when he was told Hyeol was useless without internal energy. The guard stammers nervously, insisting that when he fought him before, it really seemed that way. But Baek-sok cuts him off, shouting in frustration, demanding to know what exactly he just witnessed with his own eyes. Tae-yong suddenly bursts out laughing from the ground, or perhaps from delirium, declaring that fools like them missed the obvious. He says a true master ends the fight in a single strike and points out that Hyeol finished the duel before anyone could even react. She folds her arms smugly and says it was all part of a plan. She questions if anyone really believed someone with no inner power and just a scary face could become so infamous. Baek-sok's expression tightens. Realization sinks in as he grits his teeth and roars that it doesn't matter. Hyeol's life is still under his control. He lifts the flute and threatens that the moment Hyeol flinches, he'll blow it without hesitation. Peng Yun, seeing Tae-yong's condition, storms forward in a rage. He demands to know how anyone could dare do such a thing to the young master of the Hebei Peng house, and warns that no one will be leaving alive. Then, with a sharp crack, a stone whistles through the air and smashes the flute from Baek-sok's hand. Silence falls. An old man steps out from the shadows, arms crossed, expression unreadable. He remarks that the fight's already been settled and asks if it isn't pathetic for a bunch of old men to interfere now. He questions whether they've truly fallen this far. Baek-sok, startled, yells at the old man, asking if he's lost his mind. Peng Yun's eyes widen in disbelief as recognition hits. He utters the name, the Sun Moon Sword. Baek-sok turns, confused, and demands clarification. Peng Yun stares, stunned. He recalls how, after the Great Demon Sect War, this man vanished without a trace, retired, and went into seclusion for decades. Now, he stands before them, unmistakably Yang Cheon, the strongest man alive, the peak of the martial world. Yang Cheon fixes Peng Yun with a cool stare and says that judging by his face, he must be the second son of the Peng house. He then advises him to do himself a favor and step down quietly. Hyeol, trying to process it all, turns to the old man and asks if he is Seolhwa's master. Yang Cheon nods calmly and confirms it. Seolhwa shrugs nonchalantly and says that who knows. Yang Cheon smiles faintly and says that although he retired, there was no way he'd let talent like hers go to waste. He adds that he passed down everything he had as a martial artist. Seolhwa rolls her eyes and says he was just annoying, so she went along with whatever he said. Yang Cheon scowls and grumbles about her attitude. He says that he's been watching them from a distance, worried that his clueless little disciple might get herself into trouble. Seolhwa sighs, calling him a weird, pervy old geezer who keeps showing up. He snaps at her, asking how she can talk to her master like that after all he's done for her. The two begin bickering, and Hyeol watches the back and forth with disbelief, unsure what exactly he's witnessing. Peng Yun steps forward and reminds Yang Cheon that even if Seolhwa is his student, this matter concerns their family. He accuses Hyeol of ambushing his nephew during a formal duel and emphasizes that he struck him in the groin, ruthlessly. Yang Cheon's expression hardens. A low, chilling menace fills the air as his aura grows dense. He says it's enough. He condemns Peng Yun, calling it disgraceful for an elder of one of the 5 great clans to resort to hostage-taking and use of forbidden techniques like solitude. He says he can almost hear Peng Yun's father weeping in shame. He takes a step forward, his presence like an avalanche bearing down. He says he's doing Peng Yun a favor, protecting the shreds of honor he has left. Peng Yun starts trembling under the weight of his aura. Yang Cheon then asks what Peng Yun plans to do. Try to wipe them all out, even him. He narrows his gaze and says that if Peng Yun is so sure of himself, he should go ahead and try. Peng Yun hesitates. Fear creeps into his stance. Yang Cheon gestures toward the unconscious Tae Yang, telling him to take the boy, who won't be using his manhood anytime soon, and leave. He says it's his final act of kindness, in memory of Peng Yun's father. Hyeol watches the exchange and thinks to himself that Yang Cheon really is a lot like Seolhwa. Tang Hai steps beside him and demands to know what that burst of energy earlier was. She asks who the old man is and where he even came from. She surveys the dissolving chaos and asks if it's really over now. Hyeol exhales, tension draining from his shoulders. He says that, yeah, it's finally over. She nods and tells him he did good. But Seolhwa cuts in, stating that it's not done yet. Later, Baek-sok's bodyguard can be seen getting thoroughly thrashed as Seolhwa storms after her father, eyes blazing. Tang Hai watches in disbelief and mutters aloud, questioning if this is actually normal. She asks how someone can toss aside 3 elite assassins like nothing, and what that makes her look like by comparison. Seolhwa kicks her father hard, sending him sprawling across the ground. He screams at her, calling her a monster and asking if she really intends to kill her own father. She stares down at him, voice cold, and says that he never once saw her as his daughter. He lets out a bitter laugh and sarcastically asks if she's going to accuse him of abuse next. But she sharply replies that she knows the truth. He doesn't hate her, he fears her. She takes a step forward, voice sharper now. She asks if someone who fears their own child can even be called a parent. Her eyes narrow as she demands to know whether he's disgusted by her, or just afraid. She asks why he always looked at her like she was something horrifying. Suddenly, Baek-sok's mind flashes back to a distant memory. A shadowed figure handed him a small child and said it had been a long time. He told him she was his daughter, and to raise her. The memory fades like smoke, but the damage lingers. Baek-sok begins to sweat, his arrogant mask slipping. He forces out a strained, bitter laugh and says that of course, she figured it out. He declares that she's a monster, just like that woman. The one who deceived him. He rants that they're both the same, unnatural creatures, liars and beasts in human skin. His fury boils over as he spits that no freak like her could ever be his daughter. He swings his glare toward Hyeol and demands if he truly loves this thing. He scoffs at the idea, saying no woman should ever possess that kind of strength. It's unnatural, wrong. Seolhwa's eyes sharpen like twin blades. She lifts her sword with cold resolve and says that she's had enough. It's time for him to die. But Baek-sok shrinks back, still shrieking that she isn't his daughter, not even human. Just before the blade can descend, Hyeol reaches out and gently grabs her hand, halting her. She turns, confused, and Baek-sok lets out a mocking chuckle. He taunts them, calling it poetic that Hyeol is stopping her from killing the very man who poisoned him with solitude. But then Hyeol bows deeply and introduces himself with quiet pride. He says his name is Hyeol, son of no one important, born in the modest village of Baek-seol. No grand family name follows him, but he has a small house in Yukga village and a life of his own. Baek-sok looks at him, bewildered and irritated, asking what nonsense he's spewing. Hyeol continues, explaining that he earns around 200 nayangs a month, sometimes more if he puts in extra work. Then, without hesitation, he confesses that he might not be much, but he will give everything he has to love Seolhwa. He respectfully announces that he intends to marry her. Seolhwa stares, stunned. Slowly, a genuine smile begins to bloom across her face. She pulls Hyeol in and kisses him. He cradles her face gently and returns it without hesitation. Baek-sok bristles with rage, but before he can explode, Tang-hwa steps forward with a mischievous smirk. She reminds him that it wouldn't be a good look to attack his future son-in-law. Young Cheon folds his arms and adds that slicing up the in-laws probably isn't the best fatherly move. Baek-sok, completely unhinged now, demands to know what madness they're all babbling. But Tang-hwa steps in closer, her grin sharpening as she asks if he's ever heard of kidney stones. As Hyeol and Seolhwa walk away hand in hand, smiling like the world's finally quieted, Baek-sok's voice echoes behind them, begging them to wait. But Tang-hwa has already pulled out her acupuncture needles, eyes gleaming with merciless intent. She tells him that if he wants to discard the pain of raising a child, then he can feel the agony of giving birth instead. A scream rings out from behind them. Hyeol suddenly stumbles, his legs buckling beneath him. The world blurs. A memory flickers, Seolhwa as a child, her voice echoing with the words of a monk. Life is suffering. She remembers watching those monks stare at walls, searching for enlightenment. But she had nothing to search for. That emptiness became her peace. She recalls how that same emptiness let her forget the things that made her skin crawl. The nights where rest was shallow, broken by the breeze. She once believed life was just this, dull, grim persistence. She remembers reaching out to crush an ant, but then Hyeol's voice had stopped her. He said he brought ointment for her blistered feet. She remembers the feeling, the strange faces he made her pull, the inexplicable things he made her feel. Emotions she had never known stirred to life, growing slowly and quietly, enough to blur her empty gaze and unravel the numbness that once shielded her. She remembers deciding then, if he insisted on shaking her world, she would cut herself free. The image sharpens. Seolhwa with her hair cropped short, walking into the waves. Young Hyeol's voice shouts after her, begging her to stop. She had always done the math. One brief pain could end the endless suffering. No matter what he said or did, life still hurt. And yet, she found herself crying out his name. Hyeol dove into the water after her. Panic swelled inside her. She pulled him close and swam to the surface, dragging him to shore. As he lay there, she stared, confused and shaken. She wondered why she didn't let it end. She asked him why he risked himself. His answer caught her off guard. Because he liked her. He admitted he couldn't just stand there doing nothing. He said that even if he was useless, he had to act. That he watched her, thought about her, loved her. That single word, love, shattered everything. It tore through her defenses. She realized she had never truly lived until that moment. That this was what life really meant. The flashback ends. Morning light filters in. Seolhwa stirs and smiles warmly, greeting Hyeol. He smiles back. But before they can say more, a voice cuts in, an old man's voice, dry and amused. He introduces himself as young Cheon, her lover's humble teacher. He explains that he's been retired, hiding in seclusion while pretending to be a senile old fool for reasons of his own. Hyeol sits up quickly, but the old man immediately warns him not to push it. He's still healing. Hyeol thanks him and asks what caused his sudden collapse. A beat of silence passes between them. Then, out of nowhere, young Cheon explodes in fury, calling Hyeol an insolent brat for questioning his elders while still in bed. He shouts that Hyeol should just drop dead already. Hyeol flinches, stunned by the outburst. But the old man quickly calms himself, returning to a measured tone. He says they should start from the beginning. First of all, the solitude poison that had taken root in Hyeol's body. It's gone. Removed completely. Hyeol, stunned, starts to thank him, but young Chaeyeon shakes his head and says he wasn't the one who did it. He explains that when he checked Hyeol's pulse after the collapse, the poison was already dead. Hyeol asks how that's even possible. The old man admits he doesn't know for sure, but he speculates that a powerful surge of internal energy may have purged the toxins. He says that such feats are the basics for top-tier martial masters. Considering everything, it's the only explanation. And using that kind of strength without training, that, he concludes, is exactly why Hyeol collapsed. Hyeol's eyes widen as the realization sinks in. There's an immense force slumbering within him. It shocks him. The thought of such power existing in his body stirs something wild in his chest, but before it can take root, young Chaeyeon speaks up sharply. He warns him not to get carried away. The old master explains that when a person begins training their internal energy, that power starts to circulate slowly, gradually threading through their body. Even at beginner levels, certain cultivation techniques can enhance this flow. That's why, he says, techniques like the reversal of the returning pulse are so highly regarded. They represent control, refinement, and advancement. But then he adds something else, something heavier. He says that Hyeol's energy, though vast and undeniable, doesn't circulate at all. Not even a trickle. He pauses, giving Hyeol a moment to grasp the implication, then says that this isn't a matter of talent or physical compatibility. The issue is deeper. He reveals that Hyeol's dantian, the very core of his internal energy, has been sealed. And not just sealed lightly, but locked away by a force of staggering power. Hyeol's voice is tight with frustration as he says he was only able to use that power this time because he had help. Help from someone at the absolute peak of the martial world. Surely, that must have made the difference. But young Chaeyeon shakes his head. He says that he already tried once and failed. He explains that the seal binding Hyeol's energy isn't something ordinary or simple. Despite its poetic and grandiose name, the technique used is far beyond his own ability to undo. He says, plainly, that as someone who isn't a specialist in such matters, he simply cannot break it. The weight of those words hits hard. Hyeol's hands clutch the bedsheet, knuckles whitening as he struggles to hold back his disappointment. He thinks that after everything, after all this time, he finally believed he could become someone strong enough to stand beside Seolhwa, someone worthy. But before that despair can take full hold, young Chaeyeon cuts in again, his voice firm with authority. He chides Hyeol, calling him an impatient youth. He reminds him of what he just said, that this is beyond his skills, not beyond all skills. The scene shifts. A figure walks with calm purpose. A woman, her presence serene. She may be the specialist, and perhaps, the key. There was once a man dressed in ragged clothing who stands unremarkably, his appearance giving no hint of his fate. No one could have imagined this man would be crushed mercilessly into the dirt. He introduces himself as Jaeshung. Seolhwa asked if he appeared out of nowhere to take the demon sword of Chaos's head. Seolhwa mocks him, calling him a common thug and complaining that punks like him have been popping up everywhere, turning the martial world into a human cabbage field. She adds dryly that it's at least good for their household finances. Jaeshung demands his sword back, but the Hyeol retorts that since they tried to kill him, they probably deserve this treatment. Hyeol Ren thanks Seolhwa before noticing something is wrong. She stares at him intently, and when he asks what's wrong, she asks if he's just gonna respond with words. With that, she cups him hand and places it on her cheek. Hyeol observes that Seolhwa has been acting more forward since returning from her family home. He questions if it's just her perception. Meanwhile, Tang Hai protests that Seolhwa should at least clean up first before doing something. Her voice erupts in panic, calling this situation one of the biggest screw-ups in history, lamenting how they failed to recognize the world's greatest master standing right in front of them. The protagonist tries to calm his wife, who starts getting annoyed, but Tang Hai continues ranting about secretly snatching dumplings meant for the old man. She berates herself for missing such an opportunity, and Hyeol asks if the old man is truly that significant. The panicked Tang Hai exclaims that he's not just any old man but the peak of the martial world. The protagonist admits it's hard to wrap his head around. He repeats the phrase, "a great opportunity," trailing off. He recalls a discussion that unfolded about legendary techniques like the wind-shifting spells said to be used by the founder of the Jeegal clan. The old man confirms these famous stories and adds that his seal carries its own will. He notes that for true masters, such feats aren't impossible, but the overwhelming foreign sensation from the seal suggests sorcery, or more precisely, martial arts infused with sorcery. The protagonist reacts with disbelief, calling it too sudden. The other reassures him they won't reveal his condition to the dang clan girl, emphasizing that fewer people knowing is safer. The protagonist thanks them, and the speaker expresses hope that he finds a real sorcerer to resolve the issue safely. When the protagonist asks if they're leaving already, the old man replies they only wanted to see the kind of man Seolhwa was blindly following. They declare themselves an old man who left the world behind long ago and must return to where he belongs. He wishes them good luck and blessings. Gis caretaker bursts, saying that she's been looking for him. As they leave the room, Hyeol laments that finding a specialist without any leads would extremely difficult. Back in the present, Hyeol wonders why he's been targeted by so many people lately. A sharp voice cuts in, asks if he really doesn't know. Seeing the merchant leader, Hyeol smiles and greets her while Seolhwa's expression darkens. Shoving a notice in his face, she demands to know what he has been doing all this time. He sees that notice is a Jonghu Bulletin, a martial world newspaper. The notice condemns corrupt officials, rulers, and sects that exploit the people, lamenting the loss of justice and honor. They describe the evil sects running rampant and frame the bulletin's mission as restoring righteousness and protecting the innocent. To spread light and truth across the land. Born from the Nobel mission and vast intelligent network of Hyeol disciples, the Jonghu Bulletin. A peasant comments that although they're only running a tea house, any member of Hyeol carrying these noble ideals should feel nothing but pride. His junior marvels at this noble cause, admitting they thought it was just a side hustle recycling provocative rumors for profit. He proudly affirms the bulletin's ideals, but expresses doubt, referencing a headline about the wicked demon sword of chaos attacking the Hebei Peng family, one of the 5 great houses, crashing a wedding to snatch away the bride. The groom is said to have stood his ground and fought valiantly. But a sneaky attack struck him somewhere fatal, leaving him gravely wounded, and in the end, the bride was taken. The notice declares that the evil deeds of the demonic sect have finally crossed the line, calling it a tragedy beyond words. It urges all righteous warriors to rise and defend the honor of the martial world. The man claims that the article has been fact-checked thoroughly, so what was the issue? His junior asks if, for example, the demon sword of chaos actually lives in this very town. The junior nervously asks if the demon sword will come after them. The senior reassures him, saying they've written about him many times before, and he's never shown up. The senior adds that their sales even went up because of it. However, this time, the situation is different, his junior argues, since it's tied to one of the 5 great houses. But the senior cuts him off, declaring that if they're swinging the torch of truth, they can't be scared of a few scratches. The senior boldly proclaims that if the demon sword of chaos really shows up to bury the truth with violence, he'll face him head-on without fear, with honor. Just then, Hyeol shows up behind him with an angered expression. The man quickly shuts the door and starts panicking. His junior tries to calm him down, but he shouts that their lives are on the line. How could he stay calm, contradicting everything he said earlier? His junior argues that if he wanted to hurt them, he would have done so earlier. The senior calms down and thinks that he indeed just came here to eat at the inn probably. But Hyeol's voice shatters that thought as he states that finding their location was tougher than he thought. The merchant leader mutters that they're probably afraid just by seeing them and proposes to check it herself. She asks Hyeol loudly what would be the plan if he found the members Hyeol, causing the senior member to panic further and wonders what they're planning, and if he's here for revenge. Seolhwa declares that first of all, she'll cut off their hands. Hyeol stammers that it's way too much, saying how about they just butter them up instead. The man, panicked, asks inwardly what they mean by butter them up, fearing it's a prelude to being cooked and then eaten. Hyeol pointed out that there are no customers and no one is taking their order. He questions whether the establishment even wants to do business. The man wails that they're dead, or worse, they're going to be eaten alive. The junior, trembling, urges caution, saying that making a scene right now would only make things worse. In their panic they tumble to the ground, causing a commotion and drawing Hyeol and others' attention. Hyeol picks up the article from the falling stack of paper and declares that it looks like they finally found them. The junior laughs awkwardly and his senior begs not to be eaten. Later, the man asks if he truly meant sorcery. Hyeol confirms, saying that if they really have the kind of network to spread rumors like this, then tracking down rumors should be easy for them as well. The senior asks nervously if he's really not gonna kill them, to which Hyeol says dejectedly that bad rumors are part of his life at this point. Seolhwa chimes in, saying that burying those rumors are part of her life as well, causing the man to freak out. The man tries to make excuses, saying that sorcery and the likes are total nonsense, but his junior raises his hand and says that that sounds familiar to the Jegal clan's dragon maiden. The Zoog clan, long regarded as the cerebral center of the martial arts alliance, earned its reputation through cunning strategies, complex formations, and enigmatic curses. But with their mastery of intellect came a steep cost. Their martial prowess, grounded in defensive techniques, lacked offensive power. In whispers across the Murim world, warriors mocked them. Small sects had outpaced them in raw combat. That was before they birthed a dragon. In response to growing scrutiny, the Zoog clan made a bold proclamation. They declared the emergence of a prodigious figure, the Dragon Priestess, blessed with a sacred relic known as the Dragon Scale. They claimed to have acquired a unique curse that didn't weaken, but strengthened martial arts. The merchant leader noted with suspicion that the Zoog clan was now sharing this power with other Murim warriors. Hyeol, unconvinced, remarked that unless the priestess was truly exceptional, he wouldn't mind getting a consultation himself. Even the merchant leader admitted the whole thing smelled fishy. Why would such a convenient curse be handed out freely? Still, it was undeniable. For the first time in years, the Zoog clan had opened its gates. An informant explained the pretext for the event. The clan would hold the Three Visits Festival, commemorating Zoog Mahu's legendary act of humility and persistence. Over 3 days, one lucky warrior would be chosen daily to receive the priestess's blessing. The crowd milling about the festival grounds was mostly composed of Murim warriors. Hyeol, dressed suspiciously, found himself able to blend in unnoticed. He wondered aloud if this entire charade was necessary. Around him, murmurs floated through the crowd, rumors about the Taipeng clan and the so-called Chaos Sword Demon finally revealing his true nature. The merchant leader groaned about headaches inflicted by a certain young master, visibly exasperated. Seolhwa, standing nearby, gave off a dark, ominous energy. Hyeol couldn't help but think they were all ignoring the much bigger issue, the seal. Seolhwa asked gently if Hyeol was feeling unwell and suggested a rest. Hyeol brushed it off, saying they had just arrived. Another voice chimed in, asserting that even so, proper rest was important. Hyeol turned to the speaker and gasped. He recognized her instantly. "Mount Hwa elders," he exclaimed. The energy shifted as the woman gave a playful smile and scolded him for not calling her Cheon Young, as he had promised. Hyeol, caught off guard, had no memory of making such a promise. Seolhwa, not one to shy away from curiosity, asked why a busy elder from Great Mount Hwa had traveled all the way here. Cheon Young responded that paying respects to another righteous sect during their festival was part of her responsibilities. The surrounding crowd took notice, whispering about the surprising appearance of a Mount Hwa elder. Cheon Young redirected the conversation, commenting on the festival's central mystery. She wondered aloud if the priestess's power was truly so great, could it even reverse death? Hyeol stared at her, startled. A sudden shout rang out, calling for the elder. A man, noticing the group, faltered in shock. Cheon Young pointed at him and said only one word. "Death." She laughed warmly and said it had been nice meeting everyone. As she walked away, Hyeol muttered doubts about their disguises. Still, it was better than nothing. Baldy caught up with Cheon Young, demanding to know what she was doing in the middle of an important mission. She responded with an apologetic chuckle. Then, turning serious, she asked Gwangdu for an update. He said the word had just come in. Things were about to get noisy. Back with the group, they tried their luck with the lottery. As expected, they failed. Hyeol noted that with only 12 chosen a day, 36 in total, their odds in this massive crowd were abysmal. The merchant leader decided to take action. She ordered the Sun and Moon Sword and the informant to accompany her to meet the clan leader. Although it wasn't her official assignment, she explained that the Zoog clan was a client of the Eternal Trading Company. With the Sun and Moon Sword's reputation, arranging a private meeting with the priestess should be manageable. The informant asked why they had to tag along. The merchant curtly replied they were the luggage boy. Without an attendant, they'd be overlooked. Turning to Seolhwa, She added there was no point in complaining. This was all for their benefit. Hyeol apologized to Seolhwa, who reassured him that it was okay. She promised they'd be back and asked him to wait. As they left, a masked figure turned their head toward Hyeol. Sitting alone on a bench, Hyeol's thoughts drifted to Seolhwa. He wondered if Giryong still bore a grudge against her. He reflected bitterly that Seolhwa probably had as many enemies as he did. The masked figure sat down beside him, casually remarking on the madness of the crowd. Hyeol tensed. An internal monologue spun. Who was this guy, and why was he sitting here? Hyeol mentally pleaded for silence. He didn't want any trouble. The masked figure asked if Hyeol didn't find it absurd. High class or low class, hero or villain. It made no difference. All these warriors, pretending to be noble, were just dogs waiting for a curse to grant them power. The man went on, saying that results and power had become everyone's obsession. People wanted to shatter boulders and split the sky, not for justice, but for the thrill of feeling godlike. He then turned to Hyeol and asked if he was there for the same reason. Hyeol hesitated before admitting that he was never that strong to begin with. Martial arts, he explained, was just a tool, something to carry when your eyes were set on something bigger than power. He said that if strength or accomplishments were necessary to achieve that goal, so be it. But he didn't crave power for its own sake. This answer seemed to surprise the masked figure. He clenched his fist and asked if Hyeol truly believed that. Standing up, he said he hoped it stayed that way, and walked off. Left confused, Hyeol wondered who the man even was. Then he spotted something left behind on the bench. A red lottery stick. Later, a booming voice announced the arrival of the priestess. The crowd surged forward in awe. The merchant leader, surprised, commented that after their failed negotiations, they didn't expect this outcome. Hyeol had somehow been selected. And now, he was lined up for an open ceremony. He cursed under his breath. This wasn't how he wanted things to go. No private diagnosis, no time to prepare. Panic built as his turn came. He noted that the so-called scale just looked like an ordinary rock. He berated himself for zoning out at such a crucial moment. Introducing himself nervously, he gave the name Pangwal from Yuga village. Then, something strange happened. The priestess, who had been staring at him in shock, suddenly collapsed. Hyeol cried out in alarm as spears closed in from every direction. Elsewhere, chaos broke out. Someone called for the clan leader, warning that the priestess was in danger. A calm voice responded that they shouldn't panic. They needed to lie low, like a coiled dragon waiting to strike. Later, the priestess is apologizing for the sudden arrest. A view of the Zug clan estate under a bright blue sky is shown, followed by the priestess explaining that it was just a minor dizzy spell, but their guards had acted too aggressively. Hyeol replies that he's just glad it wasn't anything serious, admitting that he's honestly used to it. The woman then insists that they still have to compensate him. As he raises an eyebrow and smiles sinisterly, he asks if she would check him out. She stammers, confused and flustered. He exclaims that he didn't mean it that way. He tries to clarify, saying that he meant the curse, and insists that he's been cursed. He frantically says that it's real, swearing that it is. She says that she's afraid that kind of decision can't be made without the clan's permission. As he groans and pleads, she instead offers him a box, asking him to take it with him. He asks what it is. She answers that it's a mystic relic. He repeats it back to her, clearly surprised. She leans closer and urgently asks if he understands. She warns him that under no circumstances should he open or break it, and that he must handle it with extreme care. She then instructs him to leave the box alone in an empty room and wait for 1 full hour. She warns with glowing purple energy and a firm expression that if he opens it before then, he'll suffer the worst possible curse. She raises a finger in warning and demands that he not forget that. Later, the merchant leader looks at the box and asks if this is what he brought back. Hyeol, holding his shoulder, complains that it was so heavy he thought his arm was going to snap off. She declares angrily that it's impressive, super impressive. He really got a one-on-one with the priestess and came back with another curse. He responds that it wasn't like that. It was a gift, more like an apology. He adds that if they follow the instructions, maybe it'll help somehow. The woman screams at him, asking if he's stupid. The informant, sitting on nearby, looks confused while Seolhwa tells the merchant leader not to talk to Hyeol like that. The merchant leader then leans forward suspiciously and asks if none of them are creeped out by this. She points out that in stories like this, whenever there's a "don't open" rule attached to a mystic object, something always happens. Hyeol agrees, admitting that she's not wrong. Just then, the box creaks open with a bright light. They all gasp in panic, and a blue-haired woman emerges from inside the box. She accuses them, saying that they foolish humans couldn't even obey one simple command. Hyeol screams in terror. Seolhwa steps forward and orders him to get behind her. Hyeol, confused, asks if he dropped it too hard or something. The merchant leader says that as she just said she was right. The blue-haired woman calmly points to Hyeol and calls out to him, saying, "Let's fall in love." Later, she introduces herself as Zug Yeon. When asked for her title, she responds with a fierce shout. Fearsome relic spirit of the box. Seolhwa slams her fist on her head in frustration. Hyeol wonders aloud why a Zug clan member was hiding inside that terrifying box. The blue-haired girl, now sitting, explains that she came out because she wanted to try this thing called love. Hyeol panics and exclaims that he already has someone, and then demands to know what she even means by fall in love out of nowhere. The girl tilts her head and innocently asks, "What? You don't know?" She then walks over and tells him to hold his fingers like this. She demonstrates by holding her own hands into a suggestive R18 finger gestures, if you get what I mean. Hyeol freaks out, yelling for her to stop with the cursed rom-com nonsense. In the background, the informant says that a runaway princess from a noble family. It's so cliché it almost sounds plausible. She adds that based on her outfit, it's all top-tier stuff, so it doesn't seem like a lie. Hyeol worries aloud, asking what they're supposed to do if people think they kidnapped her. The merchant leader sighs and says that they've got no choice. The next scene shows Hyeol walking with the blue-haired girl beside him as he is internally confused. Spying for nearby, the merchant leader states that she helped the dragon priestess escape and that even if they don't know their exact relationship, handing her back now would feel like selling out the priestess's rescuer. She concludes that letting her stick around for the day is the best course. That way, they get the priestess to owe them big time. The merchant leader comments that the sun and moon sword is surprisingly calm about the situation. The white-haired woman replies that it's about helping Hyeol heal. She adds that Hyeol's first will always be her, and if anyone else is involved, she is fine with it as long as Hyeol is. The former responds that she's unsure if she should call that unexpected or on brand, then says that Chaos Sword Demon's feelings matter too. Hyeol asks the Zug Yeon what she wants to do first, suggesting she follow her feelings. She considers it, then begins chanting about breath control and energy flow while doing R18 gestures. He panics, begging her to stop, and asks where she even heard something like that. He sighs and wonders aloud why the priestess picked him of all people. She answers that it was because the fire was pretty. He brushes it off and says whatever, then tells her they should just get food before someone tries to accuse them of kidnapping. Suddenly, she exclaims, "Oh," with excitement. She sees a dragon dance and mistakenly refers to it as a lion dance. He notes that it makes sense for a clan named after the crouching dragon. She then joins in the dance playfully. Hyeol panics and shouts that they're not supposed to draw attention to themselves. She smiles and comments that it's all squirmy and that it's her first time seeing this, calling it cool. He tells her that they're both supposed to avoid standing out and starts to complain. At a food stand, someone calls out, asking for the bill. The man tries to get the girl's attention, but she runs off again, this time throwing herself onto a muscular man and exclaiming, "Muscles." The man yells for her to stop and pleads with her. As the sun sets, he walks beside her and asks what all of this even is. Internally, he thinks she's like a toddler with a bodyguard. She skips beside him while he covers part of his face, clearly exhausted. He watches her with slight confusion and thinks that even for a noble lady, her common sense is seriously lacking. He wonders if she has lived her entire life in a mansion. She tilts her head, unsure, then reveals that she came here 10 years ago but says that today brought back a lot of memories from before her return. She says that it was really nice. She repeats the word, "really," with a soft smile. He looks at her and sighs, then agrees to hang out with her for one more day, saying that the festival lasts 3 days and today is only day 2. She quietly says, "Okay," and adds that she hopes they can, before being cut off. A stern voice interrupts, saying, "No, you won't." A woman appears, reprimanding her. She asks if she has any idea how panicked they were when she went missing. She adds, and on top of that. She glares at her and accuses her of troubling a kind stranger who just happened to be passing by. She apologizes to the man, introducing herself as Zug Sa, an elder of the Zug clan. She asks for forgiveness for the trouble and says they'll formally deliver thanks and apologies later. Hyeol is surprised and repeats, an elder? The blue-haired girl stands quietly, her expression solemn. As she turns to leave, she begins to say, we'll be on our. But he suddenly grabs her hand that's reaching for Zug Yeon. The elder snaps, demanding to know what the hell he thinks he's doing. Hyeol shouts back, saying what's with that smug little smile and that she said she doesn't want to go with her. Under the golden glow of the setting sun, she remarked how warm it felt, a gentle caress against the skin. She described a hand reaching out to guide her, its warmth anchoring her. Her forever, and her, a quiet wish held tight. Hyeol suddenly shouted, demanding to know what they thought they were doing. He added that she had made it clear she didn't want to go with them. The elder responded coldly, asking what Hyeol planned to do about it. Hyeol answered that the choice should be hers, whether to return or not. Irritated, the elder raised her arm and declared that his behavior was an insult beyond tolerance. She barked an order to her guards, demanding they teach him proper clan etiquette. But before they could move, a sword was pressed to the elder's neck, halting everything. She threatened grimly that if that hand came down, so would her head. Hyeol reacted in shock upon seeing Seolhwa and the merchant leader standing with blades drawn. The elder flew into a fury, drawing her own sword as her guards scrambled to calm her. Then, a commanding voice rang out. Enough! A tall figure with long hair and dark robes approached with quiet menace. His presence alone was enough to silence the growing storm. He stated that, by the clan leader's orders, all hostilities were to cease immediately. Hyeol immediately recognized him. It was the shady figure from the previous day. The informant confirmed it aloud, identifying the man's garb and mask as belonging to the Zug clan's elite unit, the Black Talon Squad. She added that he was one of the 5 dragons and 4 phoenixes. Zug Ho, the odd dragon. Zug Ho explained that the clan leader had summoned the guests for a private audience. As they followed Zug Ho through the Zug compound, the informant elaborated. Zug Ho, she said, was infamous for using unorthodox, aggressive martial arts, unusual for the usually defensive Zug clan. His mask and demeanor had earned him the nickname Odd Dragon. She added that he was living proof of the Dragon Priestess's power. He hadn't appeared publicly since winning the Dragon title during the Dragon Phoenix martial duel 2 years ago. She doubted even the Sun and Moon Sword had met him. Seolhwa confirmed flatly. Hyeol privately thought that Seolhwa wouldn't remember anyone from that duel anyway. The moment they arrived inside, the merchant leader turned on Hyeol, furious. She demanded to know what he had been thinking. She reminded him that she had warned him to be careful, but he had gone ahead and gotten involved in someone else's mess. Now, because of him, they were being summoned by the clan leader. She drove the point home. The head of the Zug clan wasn't just anyone, he was the Murim Alliance's top strategist. She ordered Hyeol not to try anything clever. Suddenly, booming laughter echoed through the hall. The grand doors opened, and a man who looked far too young for his station strode out, waving enthusiastically. His exuberance clashed completely with the expected gravity of his title. He introduced himself as Zug Gang, the current clan leader. Hyeol hesitated before introducing himself as Cho Pangwal. Zug Gang laughed loudly, complimenting the name and thanking Hyeol for protecting their little girl. The merchant leader stammered in confusion, noting how unexpectedly cheerful and casual the clan leader was. Zug Gang turned to the merchant boss from the Eternal Trading Company, recognizing her with warmth. He admitted he'd only been leader for 3 years and wasn't fond of stiff formalities. His carefree nature unsettled the group. But then, his tone shifted. Addressing Zug Yeon, his voice carried disappointment. He scolded her for yet again disappointing the family. Before he could continue, Hyeol cut in. He thanked the clan leader for the welcome but said plainly that Yeon looked terrified. He asked if they were really her family, or just the ones who had abandoned her first. His accusation drew gasps of outrage. Clan members shouted, calling his words disgraceful. Zug Gang remained silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. He clapped Hyeol on the shoulder, prompting Seolhwa to step forward defensively, her sword ready. But Zug Gang raised his hands and admitted that maybe, hearing it said aloud, they had indeed been too harsh on Yeon. He claimed they thought they were acting in her best interest, as family. He then made a promise. After the festival ended, they would treat her differently. Hyeol remained unconvinced. The clan leader, however, swore on the Zug name that Yeon would be granted her freedom. He thanked Hyeol for reminding them what they had overlooked. The merchant leader muttered how strange it was. A noble clan leader accepting criticism without a fight. Then she glared at Hyeol and shouted. She accused him of hypocrisy, saying he always proclaimed himself to be the sun and moon sword's true love, but now it looked like the Zug girl was exactly his type. Hyeol frantically denied it, stammering that it wasn't like that. Seolhwa said nothing. She stepped forward, hugged him gently, and appeared to charge her energy. Her expression was calm, almost peaceful. Hyeol muttered that it wasn't love, it was something else. A sense of connection. He knew what it felt like to be abandoned by the people who were supposed to love you. He just couldn't turn his back on someone like that. Before he could say more, Seolhwa stopped him softly. She said that it was okay. That this was the reason she loved him in the first place. Suddenly, chaos broke out. Guards rushed in, shouting that an intruder had breached the priestess's quarters. The merchant leader dismissed it, saying it was probably just a sore loser acting out after not being chosen. Hyeol insisted they should go check. She replied that, despite their flaws, the Zug clan still carried weight. If they couldn't handle one intruder, they were finished. If outsiders got involved without reason, it would only bring trouble. But her words were cut off by a booming announcement. The Chaos Sword Demon had kidnapped the Dragon Priestess. An explosion rocked the compound. Hyeol turned to Zug Gang, demanding answers. The clan leader apologized, saying it seemed they had awakened something. Hyeol asked what was going on with the Chaos Sword Demon. Zug Gang pointed and calmly revealed that the demon was already there. Everyone turned. A hooded figure stepped forward, greeting them with a calm, "Good evening." The woman stated that both the Dragon Priestess and the Dragon Scale were now in the custody of the Chaos Sword Demon's royal guard. It was Cheon Young, the Manhwa elder. Hyeol exploded in disbelief, shouting to the heavens and demanding to know what the hell she was doing now. The masked figure, emanating a fierce and chaotic energy, slashes through her enemies with explosive force. Pink petals and streaks of red light swirl around the impact zone. Onlookers react with astonishment, questioning how someone could break through their formation so easily. The clan leader remarks how unusual it is for the evil faction to start growing plum blossoms. Cheon Young, observing from above, apologizes, saying that she couldn't help herself due to the unbearable stench. The clan leader responds mockingly, asking what she would know, likening her to a plum flower festering in the gutter for 50 years. Cheon Young retorts that even so, an old plum wine becomes sweeter the longer it ferments, unlike a so-called scholar who's forgotten his place. With that, she dashes off, declaring that the priestess will be coming with them by orders of the Chaos Sword Demon. Hyeol angrily tries to stop them, yelling that they're not taking her. Cheon Young calls out to regroup at the rendezvous point. As the team agrees, Hyeol shouts that they won't get away so easily. He hurls himself forward in Seolhwa's arms, leaping from above while yelling for them to freeze. One of the attackers gasps upon seeing him in action and realizes the real Chaos Sword Demon is here. He's on a different level entirely. Cheon Young thinks that this is bad, she could handle the rest, but Seolhwa is on a different level. Realizing she has no choice left, the female attacker prepares to use a trump card. She calls out to Gwangdu. He questions the wisdom of taking a hostage even if the cause might be noble. Before he can react, she shouts for him to close his eyes. A sudden blinding flash erupts. Screams echo in the air as their eyes burn from the blinding attack. One cries out that their eyes are burning, and another, panicked, says they can't see. Amidst the chaos, the group escape. Cheon Young offers a sarcastic apology, telling everyone to rinse their eyes with cold water later. They curse their opponent's dirty tactics and curse the evil faction. As they flee into the forest, Cheon Young commends the team, stating the mission was a success. However, someone notices something unsettling: the appearance of a different figure. Hyeol appears and asks what kind of mission requires stealing someone's identity too. Another ninja, visibly agitated, exclaims that he couldn't believe the Chaos Sword Demon tanked Senior's signature secret technique. Hyeol replies that the blindfold helped, but one of his eyes is still kind of messed up. Seolhwa is visibly furious and yells, calling them bastards for daring to show something like that to Hyeol. Cheon-young sheepishly apologizes, saying the priestess's spell was just too tempting, so they borrowed the Chaos Sword demon's name temporarily. Hyeol, calm but piercing, says that the elder didn't seem like the kind of person who would kidnap someone out of greed. She only manages to look away sheepishly. He then demands to know the reason behind all of this and reminds them they still have business with the priestess. But suddenly, the man holding the hostage realizes something is wrong. He tells her to stay still. She struggles to remove her gag, and when she does, she shouts that they got the wrong person, she not the real priestess. Inside a building, someone is being scolded for letting her get away, even the sun and moon sword. A voice apologizes, saying the escape happened so suddenly. The blue-haired priestess stands alone in the moonlit room, reflecting on recent events. She recalls a night that turned bright as day. A fiery blaze illuminates her figure as she stands before burning wreckage. A small child stares at corpses on the ground. Her eyes flash golden. She stands before a mysterious figure exuding dark energy, seemingly the Zug clan leader. Elsewhere, a woman says that her real name is Seolhwa and that she is now Zug Yeon. 10 years ago, after losing her parents to a plague, she was sent to the palace. That's where she was taken in. She explains that the clan leader must have seen the terrifying talent she possessed. When asked about the nature of this talent, she replies it's the Eye of the Flame Emperor. In the world of spells, she explains, the soul is everything. She says the girl can see souls directly, see them as flames, and manipulate them. To her, every single person in the world looks like a flame. He recalls her saying that his flame was beautiful. Cheon-young speculates that such a talent would justify her receiving the family name. She adds that it's not that uncommon. The woman clarifies that it's not like that. She didn't come here as a disciple or a prodigy. She came as a key. She reveals the purpose of the key. It is for the dragon scale. That object existed long before the priestess ever appeared. But not a single soul could use it. The fake priestess explains that even the clan's top shamans tried tampering with the artifact and died because of it. She says that one after another, despite all their different methods, none were able to withstand it. Her voice lowers as she says that if the priestess hadn't arrived when she did, she would probably be dead too. She declares that the artifact is a cursed one. She admits that no matter how gifted the priestess is, using that artifact takes a toll. She recounts how every single time the girl used it, she writhed in agony, crying out for her brother. She raises her sleeve to wipe her eye, her expression bitter. She continues, saying that to the clan, all that pain was just inconvenient noise. Eventually, the priestess stopped calling for her brother, stopped fighting. The woman's voice lowers. She says that the priestess simply gave in. She admits that since they couldn't reveal the real priestess or the real scale at the festival, she stood in for her with a random piece of stone. Cheon-young says that it's as she thought. Gwangdu grits his teeth and warns her not to pretend like she knew. The fake priestess continues. She admits she's part of the Zug clan too, and has looked the other way this whole time. But that morning, just before the festival, the priestess came to her and said she wanted to try falling in love, just once more. The man quietly repeats her words. Just once more, huh? She admits that she doesn't know all the details, but she does know that something completely different is going to happen on the final day of the Samjo festival. She adds that the priestess said she's going to go home and do the massive ritual. She explains further. She says she hid in a crate to sneak past the clan's surveillance. That Yeon was supposed to find a flame, someone with a soul bright enough to help her, and give her a signal. After that, she would cause a scene and help Yeon escape through the crate. She hangs her head and says she can't believe she got caught this easily. Cheon-young speaks again. She asks for clarification. The real scale, is that the dark violet obsidian-looking thing? She confirms it is. She tells her she thought so. Hyeol accuses her of knowing exactly what the artifact was, and that's why she pulled all of this. She responds that yes, that's what she came there to find in the first place. But she admits that she had no way of locating it, so she figured kidnapping the priestess might lead her to it. Turns out, the priestess was fake too. She curses, calling the Zug clan leader a fucking raccoon bastard. She looks at them and says that both of them have seen it before, especially the Sun and Moon sword. She pauses, then reveals that the Sun and Moon sword's father suddenly chose to team up with the Hebei Peng clan because of that thing. Hyeol reacts with a start, recalling the shard he had to deliver before. She confirms it, a dark violet obsidian shard. She mutters that the father probably planned to use the two of them to get back what he lost back then. To recover, she finishes her thought with a chilling declaration: the power of the demon cult. The night shifts into early dawn. A man remarks that the sky's already coming up and that the weather's going to be nice today. He adds that it's the final day of the Samjo festival. He says it feels like a good day, doesn't it? From within a ritual circle, the real priestess, her face sorrowful and pale, kneels, her power beginning to stir. Her breath is shallow. The man speaks again, a smile forming on his face. He says the long wait is over. He declares that the dragon that's been lying in wait is finally ready to rise. Dark energy explodes behind him. An ominous figure turns, his eyes glowing crimson as the ritual surges to life. Sits beside Seolhwa while holding her gently. He admits that he wants to help Ian, but then he questions whether that's truly what she wants. He reflects that if she really wanted to escape, she would have done it already. He doesn't understand why she hasn't made a move. As he imagines her, walking slightly ahead, he wonders if it's truly worth risking his life for someone he barely knows. He affirms to himself that no, it's not. He could accept risking his life if it's just his life, but Seolhwa is gonna be doing all the fighting anyway. Suddenly, a man breaks through the bushes shouting, "Found him!" Chaos erupts as a group of men charge at them. The attackers yell and rush in. He shouts back, questioning what the hell they're doing and calling them assholes. He expresses frustration that they just attack out of nowhere and accuses them of not being any better. Another attacker yells that he won't let them keep the priestess all to themselves. He adds that the Zug clan put out a public decree that morning, offering a huge reward to anyone who captures the bastard that kidnapped the priestess. The clan leader says with a laugh that they're not about to let some filthy plum blossom off the street get in their way. Cheon Young curses loudly. She tells Hyeol and his companion that they should back off, insisting that this is clearly the righteous faction's mess and they should handle it. She says that the Zug clan won't touch them if they're not directly involved. She urges them to go now. Seolhwa calls Hyeol's name, and he responds in confusion, "Huh?" Suddenly, Seolhwa grabs his face and kisses him. The others gasp in shock. One of them exclaims about the suddenness of it. Another says it's a public display and tries to call attention to it. Seolhwa simply giggles and presses her lips closer, using the moment to whisper breath control into him. She says that as long as she wants it, Hyeol always gives in. That's what she loves about him. She continues that whatever he wants, she wants that too. She reflects that a couple's supposed to be of one mind and one body, so he shouldn't hesitate because of her. She assures him that she and her sword exist to follow his will. Elsewhere, a figure declares that the time to rise has come. The test was a success. Another voice confirms that preparations are complete and that the main ritual has begun smoothly. Zug Yian stands with her chest glowing, the dragon scale affixed in front of her. Seolhwa enters the clan calmly. The clan leader notes that they may have lost track of the Chaos Sword Demon, but the enemy is still targeting the Zug clan, and he asks for assistance. She replies, indeed. He thinks that he was prepared, and figured she would attack the second they met face to face. He thinks to himself that the imposter and Yian must have spilled everything, but then reflects that this actually works out better for him. A thorn on the level of Cheon Young walking right into his hands. He laughs, calling it considerate. He mocks the name Chaos Sword Demon inwardly, saying that such a person doesn't even exist. A subordinate calls out to him in panic. He asks what's wrong. The subordinate screams that the Chaos Sword Demon is charging straight toward them. He responds in disbelief, asking what the subordinate just said. The man confirms again that the Chaos Sword Demon is charging toward them, heading specifically for the Zug clan now. Seolhwa recalls Hyeol's words, to play dumb and offer her help. They'll probably let her inside. He instructs her to find the merchant leader and Yian, and get them out. Meanwhile, he says he will. Hyeol shouts, commanding everyone to freeze. Hyeol leaps in dramatically and announces that he, the Chaos Sword Demon, has something to say. People murmur in shock, recognizing his scar, his black outfit, and his face. Some shout to attack him together. Hyeol interrupts, yelling that yes, they're right. He took the priestess and the dragon scale. But he tells them to take a good look. He lifts the dragon scale high into the air for everyone to see and commands their attention. He tries to crush it, but fails. He proclaims that it is fake, verified by the priestess herself. A murmur washes over the crowd. Relief, confusion, doubt. Why yeah, that's right, the priestess confirms. He laughs, wild and defiant. He challenges anyone who dares to drag his corpse back to the Zug clan. He accuses them of expecting nobles to act like docile lambs handing over rewards. But he insists he's different. He stands brimming with conviction, exclaiming that he's about to burn the whole clan to the ground. His voice echoes over the stunned audience. Once he finds the true dragon scale, he'll cast a spell to empower everyone present. Don't worry about the bad representative. I'll take the fall for everything. He assures them. He demands their allegiance, join him and seize that power for themselves, or cling to the Zug clan's empty promises and end up like the evaluated young lord, wrecked by the Chaos Sword Demon. From the back, a voice shouts, "Just what the hell is going on here?" The people charge at the Zug clan and chaos erupts. Their formation broke from every side. Hyeol watch from behind thinking that his name is in ruins anyways, so he'll see what happens when he use it for real. The clan leader yells, aghast. They accuse Manhwa of collaborating with the Chaos Sword Demon. What kind of connection could they possibly have? They demand. He wonders. Who the hell is that guy? He thought they had tabs on every single powerful warrior out there, scanning the chaotic scene. He says he doesn't sense the Chaos Sword Demon's presence anywhere. He calms his fears. Aside from Manhwa and the demon, the rest are nobodies. He circles his hand. The ritual is proceeding smoothly, they just need more time. He commands. Deploy Sorens and send in the Black Phoenix unit. Around him, the air thickens, magic crackling. Cheon Young says that she owes him again. When this is over, he'd better. He shouts that he doesn't need any repayment. Still, he's glad everyone listened to what he said. The Zug clan's weakness probably played a role in that. After all, for a warrior, gaining strength is the greatest motivation. Suddenly, chaos erupts. Panic ignites. Black uniforms, someone backs away, horrified. It's the Zug clan leader's personal unit, the Black Phoenix unit. A voice trembles with dread. From the ranks steps a figure in a mask, energy radiating, teeth bared in a demonic grin. He orders. Don't let your guard down, Chaos Sword Demon. The woman at his side adds that the energy is unmistakable, the Zug clan's true sorcery. He narrows his gaze at the masked leader's sword. Not the dragon scale, but the heavenly demon sword. It resurrected from the unsealing shards of a broken vessel, the same sword that painted the world in blood 30 years ago. Those granted its power became the demonic humans. The masked figure laughs, screaming, Chaos Sword Demon. The gathering braces, tension snapping like nerves frayed on the brink of war. He reflects that the Zug clan took everything from him that day. A memory of holding someone's hand surfaces in his thoughts. He thinks to himself that just to hold that hand again, he would. A student comments that someone has a hideous face, and another adds that he is full of malice, making him an instant fail. A man interjects, saying that no, that's not it. He explains that a martial artist should be sharp and dangerous, and that all the boy needs is a little adjustment to that blade's edge. As a student clutches their hands nervously, another observer notes that number 12's progress is outstanding. Another agrees, stating that he's totally ahead of the rest of them, even though they all got the same training and blessings. A voice adds that his face is, well, monstrous, or animal-like. The other W8 struggling just to keep up, while number 12 is effortlessly excelling. One wonders aloud if maybe he has some kind of secret trick. They say that's what talent really looks like. In a different setting, someone kneels. A voice congratulates Zug Ro, declaring that from this day forward, he is family of the Zug clan. Zug Ro listens, his eyes wide with uncertainty. To mark the occasion, a voice announces that they will reveal his true gift. His hand grips his sword tightly. He yells, Chaos Sword Demon. His figure with a mask and wild energy screams it out in manic excitement. The Chaos Sword Demon glares back, questioning internally why it always has to be him, why things always go like this. He calls out in frustration, demanding attention. A masked warrior lunges toward him with blazing speed. He suggests starting with a little one-on-one, just between dragons. Cheon-young says that she's fine and instructs Hyeol to leave the opponent to her. She adds mockingly that he probably thought he looked cool walking away from the martial duel with a dramatic goodbye, but seeing him like this now, she says he's totally embarrassed. Gwangdu urges her to shut up and focus on their own fight. As he gets distracted, Zug-ho score a hit and send Gwangdu crashing into a wall. Cheon-young says mockingly, "How about you focus?" as he shouts back that she's seriously cold. She admits that even among the dragons, Gwangdu was probably the strongest and adds that there's no doubt Zug-ho is a full-on demonic human. Zug-ho approaches in red aura and yells, "Chaos Sword Demon. So it was you?" He accuses him of coming there to tear down the Zug clan. He says, "Fine. Good. That's it," he exclaims with conviction, asking if they want this power that badly. He declares that he totally gets it now. That's who they, the Murim folks, are. He states that the second they grip a sword, they give up everything else. Gwangdu yells not to take their eyes off him and rushes forward. He calls the situation ridiculous. He slashes, saying it's all the same in the end, just chasing after power. The other scoffs, saying it's a stale, pathetic excuse for corruption and that he's amazed the Zug-ho can say it with a straight face. He then adds that he'll give a stale, pathetic ending to match. Their swords clash with such force that one of the onlookers exclaims in awe, saying it feels like the heavens and earth are about to split apart. The ground trembles violently. The same onlooker shouts that it's almost too much, then gasps, realizing the ground is actually shaking. Hyeol cries out, "What the hell now?" Sometime earlier, Seolhwa runs through a corridor. She's being scolded by the merchant leader for ditching her and now starting a war. She yells in frustration, asking if she really has to carry her like that. To which Seolhwa replies that she's putting her somewhere safe. The merchant leader assures her that nowhere is safer than next to her. She reminds her that she said she doesn't even know where the girl or the ritual site is, and as she starts another sentence, she leaps into the air, carrying her toward as she crashes through a door. An elder steps forward and, upon seeing the woman, remarks that she had been wondering where the sun and moon sword had run off to. She adds that it turns out she was here playing petty thief. With a smug tone, she introduces herself as Zug-saw and declares that she will personally correct her, powering up with an ominous energy as he identifies herself as a supreme master of martial arts. The next second, she is lying on the ground battered and bruised. Seolhwa questions the merchant leader what exactly she is looking for. The latter responds mentioning that the girl was taken in 10 years ago, if she recalls correctly. Zug-saw clenches her teeth and calls them bastards. Merchant leader ignores her and explains that if it was truly serious, then only a handful of insiders would know the details. She adds that even if that elder does know, she might just lie, and that they don't have the time to torture the answer out of her. She explains further that the ritual wouldn't be performed out in the open, but at the same time, it wouldn't happen without proper preparation, suggesting a specific location must have been used. The woman, now searching through scrolls and documents, remarks that whether it's renovation or a new build, there must be records from the last 10 years. Seolhwa admits it feels like it would be faster to just check places one by one. The former retorts by asking if she even knows how massive the estate is. Zug-saw calls her a foolish girl and says she's clearly never seen how vast their accounting records are. She mocks the idea of top-secret stuff being written down. She might be the head of the merchant guild, but at end of the day she's nothing more than a shopkeeper. The merchant leader reveals that she found something. A 2-year project to build a basement next to the clan leader's hall about 10 years ago. The woman stares at her in shock, trembling as she gasps. She tries to cover her mouth, but the realization hits her too late. The merchant woman says that although she tried to hide it, there were a few big budget holes that couldn't be overlooked. She adds that considering the size of the sum and the secrecy, it matched the construction of a basement. She connects the dots with the recent detail that the clan leader's sons are currently guarding the estate and the fact that the Seolhwa had met him at the clan leader's hall. She concludes that while she may not know spells, if the site is at the heart of the estate, then the ritual site is definitely there. She says that Zug-saw's reaction just confirmed it. Zug-saw stutters in disbelief. asking how she checked all those documents in such a short time. Then, outraged, she exclaims, calling her a little bitch and demanding to know how she dares. The merchant woman, unbothered, asks if she even knows who she is and says she was right and they now know the general location. She urges Seolhwa to move. Seolhwa woman narrows her eyes and says that now that she's looked at it, she can see it. She confirms that the energy is coming from beneath the clan leader's hall. She senses a faint but distinct energy. She declares that she's cutting through, and a surge of power explodes around her. She raises her sword and unleashes her move. Sun and Moon Sword, Time of the Dragon, Departure. A powerful blue beam of energy is released, tearing through the hall. One observes the attack in disbelief, commenting that even if the clan leader is rotten, he is still the clan leader. He grits his teeth, charging forward with energy swirling around him, stating that that's not how it should go. He raises his own energy in defiance, only for the blue energy to continue surging. He even blocked the Sun and Moon Sword. He then realizes that it's stronger than he had thought. He commands to split it, and an explosion erupts as the sword energy impacts the hall. The destruction spreads rapidly. Hyeol cries out in shock, asking what the hell it is as the entire structure crumbles around them. He is flung back by the force, crashing onto the ground with a groan. Zug Yeon looks down at him, surprised. She asks what he is doing there as she stares at him, wide-eyed. She asks him what he's doing here. He, confused, exclaims what the hell is going on and says he's sure he got swept up in the quake. She chuckles and questions his explanation, repeating mockingly, "A quake? Really?" She explains that the basement wall caved open, and then, he just went, ta-da, and popped out. He looks around and asks if this is a basement. She replies that, more precisely, it's where their bodies are. He gasps and exclaims in disbelief. He asks her if he's dead. She calmly explains that he's not dead, only that his soul is stepping out of its shell. He stares at her dumbfounded and asks what is the damn difference. She explains that the room is the ritual's core chamber. It's rigged to hell and back with spells, incantations, and traps. It's interfering with his soul, keeping it stuck in that space. She adds that his physical body is still breathing, lying there in a dumb pose. He mutters a soft as he sees himself. He then asks what she is doing there, saying he heard this was some major ritual or something. She confirms that it's still happening. Whenever there's something big, they lock her up in there and use her body like a puppet. She tells him that this time, they even chained her in place. She confesses that she's not a disciple, just a key. He grumbles that he came to rescue her and ended up trapped too. She blinks and asks who he was talking about rescuing. He answers that he meant her, obviously. She questions why he would do that. He's caught off guard and asks, what? In disbelief. Meanwhile, outside, an explosion of energy blasts through, signaling an intense battle underway. Watching the big battle, Cheon Young mutters that this is beyond anything she imagined. She acknowledges that she knew Seolhwa wasn't ordinary even back then, but this is far beyond what she expected. She thinks inwardly that people say the Zug clan's raw power doesn't match the mid-tier sects, but they're still one of the 5 great clans. She identifies clan leader Zug Gang as a supreme master who survived the Great Demon Cult War. She then notes in disbelief that Seolhwa is going toe-to-toe with him alone, and she's not even 20. She reflects that she's seen people with the heavenly martial body, but the Sun and Moon Sword, monster or genius, doesn't even begin to describe her. She questions to herself what the hell she really is. Amidst this, Seolhwa yells out to him, asking how long he's planning to run. He breathes heavily, acknowledging with a chuckle that he always thought he could handle anyone in a defensive duel, but she's tearing through all his formations and spells like scrap paper. He then asks her directly, just who the hell is she? She responds that she's Hyeol's wife. He reacts awkwardly, saying that it's not exactly the kind of relationship detail he asked for. She shrugs, replying that there's nothing else that really describes her better. He shrugs and says that one more powerhouse in the mix isn't a bad thing. He raises his hand and declares that they'll see how well she matches up. She lunges, releasing energy, and declares with cold precision, "Now die." Meanwhile, in the ritual chamber, Hyeol asks if these people weren't the ones making her suffer. She replies that they are. He reminds her that she said the ritual was especially dangerous. She confirms that, yeah, she'll probably die. He urges her to escape. She answers simply, asking, "And why should I?" He, shocked, asks what she's even talking about. She questions him right back, wondering what's out there worth running to. He stammers and says that at least outside, she wouldn't be tortured like this. He then says there's way more fun stuff out there. He suddenly remembers and says, "Oh, yeah, like festivals. You liked those, remember?" She pauses and says, "Ah, festivals. Yeah, I did like those." He excitedly responds, "See?" She then says she just remembered something. She explains that the flames she sees always change. That spirit fire, like the life they've lived, flickers and wavers through your memories. But the souls of the people you love, they always burn like the sunset. She looks at him and says softly, "Just like you now." He stands still, gazing at her, the center of his chest glowing. She continues that it's like that little flicker she was desperate to hold on to. She stands quietly and says that her flame burned out that day, it's long gone. She kneels beside a small pile of ashes and adds that even if someone tries to reignite it, all that's left is ash. It'll snuff out just as fast. She asks him if he thinks it won't hurt as much outside. He looks at her solemnly and internally reflects, calling her, "this girl." She continues, saying that whether it's out there or in here, it's all the same to her. Then she turns slightly and says that it's just cold, that's all. Her silhouette suddenly reminds him of how cold and lifeless Seolhwa was in the past. He slams his foot down and suddenly grabs her by the waist, pulling her close into a princess carry. He shouts that she shouldn't act like she knows everything, that he's been through it as well. She gasps and asks what the hell this is. He responds angrily, asking her if she thinks his fire never went out. He shouts that it didn't just go out, it froze solid. He yells that she thinks he doesn't know anything, but he does. He says loudly that he knows how hard it is. He continues by declaring that he's not saying to forget it, he carries that pain too. Then, with a fierce look in his eyes, he vows that he will help her. He pulls her even closer and says that he'll help her find a new flame, something real. She could only stare at him, wide-eyed. Outside, a figure smirks and internally mocks, saying, "Haha. What a shame." He lifts his arm from a dark ritual circle and states that it looks like that's not happening. Back in the chamber, Zug Gang suddenly snatches her and yells, "Never," with a burst of light. Hyeol reaches out, stunned, and shouts her name, asking what he's doing. As he runs toward her, a bright aura engulfs her and he screams in panic, asking who the hell that is. Elsewhere, the skies turn ominously purple as chaos spreads across the estate. People look up in shock and ask what's happening and why the sky looks like that. One shouts that it's not chi manipulation, it's something else entirely. Another panics and cries that this can't be happening. A leader commands the Black Phoenix unit to fall back and declares that they're pulling out. A subordinate shouts in disbelief, calling out, "Elder?" Cheon Young, alarmed, says that this is. Gwangdu screams at them, asking what the hell they did. The masked Zug clenches his teeth as he watches the chaos unfold. He's surprised by the overwhelming energy and shouts. Seolhwa swings her sword down and exclaims that it's solid. Zug Gang laughs sinisterly and asks if she doesn't think it's strange, why he broadcasted the ritual so loudly, why he drew so much attention. He then asks why he gathered all of them there. She snarls and commands him to shut up and die. He ignores her and gestures, saying, "Behold." Before them, a shadowy figure rises from a shard of purple energy. He declares that the dragon ascends. From the earth, purple hands erupt and seize everyone within the zone. Panic spreads as the hands tighten their grip, binding them without mercy. A man collapses as his strength is drained completely. Kaeonyang drops to her knees as multiple hands clutch her body, leeching her energy. She furiously yells that Zug Gang is a bastard. Zug Gang only laughs, asking her if it isn't magnificent. He tells her to think about it. Where did the power to create demonic humans come from? How did the fiercest warriors ever obey the heavenly demon? He insists it wasn't the sword, but the dragon scale. Its true power, he says, lies in gathering, not dividing. Seolhwa slashes at the barrier with her sword, but it remains unshaken. Zug Gang mocks her, telling her to stop struggling. He calls her lunar sword and says that her strength is fading, and he promises to make good use of her power as well. Kaeonyang cries out, accusing him of thinking himself the heavenly demon. She reminds him that he survived the great demonic war at her side, and yet has fallen so low. Zug Gang answers that the great demonic war is exactly the point. When the evil cult collapsed, the Martial Alliance secured its non-aggression pact, and the remaining evil sects could no longer oppose openly. Seolhwa sheathes her blade and shifts tactics, slamming her fist into the shield. It goes right through it. Zug Gang continues his monologue, saying that the world always swings between division and unity, and the only enemy left for the righteous sects is themselves. He tells them that division has already begun. He laughs at being called the Martial Alliance's brain. If the limbs no longer obey, he says, then the body is only a rotting husk. If they remain idle, they will fade into irrelevance, mocked as the weakest family. He declares that the time has come for the dragon to rise again. Raising his hand, he begins to taunt them further. Grinning, Zug Gang proclaims himself the new heavenly demon, but confusion flashes across his face when he realizes Seolhwa is already at his back. She drives her fist directly into his face. The scene shifts to Hyeol. Yeon levitates within a shimmering barrier, her form suspended in the air. Hyeol wonders if the ritual has already begun. A dark, monstrous hand reaches toward him, but he knocks it aside and draws his sword, debating whether he should release her. Giryong suddenly appears, calling out Hyeol's name. Startled, Hyeol exclaims his name as Giryong tosses Gwangdu's limp body onto the ground. Hyeol stares, bewildered, as Giryong only fixes his gaze on Yeon. Hyeol thinks to himself in frustration, questioning why Giryong charged at him like an enemy, only to hesitate now. A voice echoes in Hyeol's mind, warning that he is coming. In an instant, Giryong strikes, sending Hyeol flying backward. He tells Hyeol that just as he suspected, he has no internal energy, that he has been barely holding himself together. Still, he admits, it is impressive. Another man had collapsed without a fight. He asks Hyeol how it feels, if he understands him now. Hyeol clenches his teeth, unnerved, thinking to himself that Giryong is completely insane. Giryong continues, saying that he never cared about power itself. All he wanted was to gain trust, find the girl, and run away. Yet, he admits with trembling words, he is terrified. Without power, he says, what remains of him? No family, no comrades. Only a warped husk. That is why he cannot let go. He pleads for the curse to be ended. The scene turns again to Zug Gang as Seolhwa mercilessly beats him down. Inwardly, he reels in disbelief. The plan had been flawless. By now, he thinks, he should have surpassed 14 stars. He should have ascended as the new heavenly demon. As Seolhwa closes in, he roars out, demanding to know why. He hurls an attack at her, but she dismisses it effortlessly with a wave of her hand. In panic, Zug Gang cries out, asking if she stole that power. Chai Yeon Young, stunned, says aloud that it seems the lunar sword absorbed the energy. But she warns that this is dangerous, that Seolhwa has been overtaken by demonic power and transformed into something even more fearsome. Chai Yeon Young cries out, begging Seolhwa to calm herself, warning that if this continues, there will be no return. Hyeol does the same and shouts her name desperately. At last, Seolhwa snaps from her trance, confusion flickering in her eyes. Chai Yeon Young is left disheartened that a single word from Hyeol broke her frenzy so easily. Hyeol orders Seolhwa to strike, and Zug Gang reels in confusion at the sudden shift. Seolhwa draws her blade and charges Giryong. Meanwhile, Hyeol lifts Gwangdu's body and addresses Giryong, telling him he has misunderstood. Hyeol claims he has always been the weak one, always dependent on others. He removes Gwangdu's headband, revealing his bald head, which reflects sunlight into Giryong's eyes. Taking advantage of the distraction, Hyeol lunges forward, declaring that for the sake of those who have helped him, he cannot afford to take his eyes off Giryong, not even for a moment. The scene shifts to Seol Yeon, who narrates that she only stood and watched, alone in a field where even twilight had fallen silent. Through the long night, she waited, ready to surrender her life to the demonic hands. Closing her eyes, she resigned herself to death. But then, a firm hand grasped hers from behind. As she turned, light rose within her again. After all her torment, Hyeol had pulled her back from isolation. He tells her she is not a tool for others to exploit. His words rekindle the fire in her spirit. With tears streaming, she clings to him, her purpose restored. Meanwhile, Zug Gang howls in outrage as the ritual falters. His strength weakens from the interruption. He screams for the Black Phoenix unit and Zug Saw, demanding why they are not defending the ritual. Then he freezes, realizing aloud that once the barrier is activated, it cannot be broken. He curses furiously, demanding what his foes truly are. Seolhwa charges and strikes him, declaring that she will not let him escape. The blow lands, and Zug Gang cries out to Zug Ho, ordering him to reverse the ritual. But Giryong only stands silently, watching Seolhwa smile. Zug Gang bellows again, furious that Giryong will lose everything, but Giryong does not respond. Chai Yin Young then calls to Zug Gang, telling him that it is time to stop, that it is pitiful to watch him like this, even as an old acquaintance. Zug Gang explodes in rage, demanding to know what she is thinking, asking if she intends to hand everything over to a member of the evil faction. He accuses her of giving away the Heavenly Demon Sword's fragment and the key. But Hyeol firmly shouts that it is not the key, it is Zug. Then, correcting himself, he declares that it is Seolhwa. Hearing this, a smile spreads across Seolhwa's face. And Chai Yin Young reminds Zug Gang that she had spoken the truth herself. Zug Gang grits his teeth and lunges at Hyeol, shouting that it belongs to him. Seolhwa is caught off guard as he tears past her, intent on seizing her by force. But to his shock, Hyeol Young steps between them and takes the blow in her stead. Zug Gang roars in fury, demanding how he could do this now, after everything. Seolhwa watches in stunned silence as Hyeol Young shields her. Without hesitation, Seolhwa advances, her tone frigid as she demands his final words. She unleashes her technique. Renunciation of the world. The strike erupts like a raging storm, hurling Zug Gang into the mountainside with a force that cleaves through earth and stone, leaving ruin in its wake. The scene shifts to the aftermath. The chaos still lingers in the air, but mercenaries from both orthodox and unorthodox sects, now bound under the Chaos Sword Demon's banner, erupt in thunderous cheers. They roar for Hyeol, fists pounding against the sky, their voices like a war drum as they hail him the fist of the Sword Demon. Standing tall within the Jegal estate, Hyeol hears their cries and inwardly admits that this is the first time he has ever been praised. The merchant leader turns to Chai Yin Young and asks if this is truly acceptable, shattering the dignity of the orthodox sects so openly. He says he cannot believe she told them everything outright. Chai Yin Young responds that nothing can be done now. She explains that at first, she had intended to quietly hand all credit to the Chaos Sword Demon and slip away, but it escalated into a scandal too massive to contain. The main house of one of the 5 great clans was annihilated, and no cover-up could hide it. She adds that she heard the words spoken here, only for Seolhwa to suddenly block Hyeol from her as she attempts something perverse. Composing herself again, Chai Yin Young admits that the most vexing part is that Zug Gang remains missing. The scene cuts to another place, where a fist slams down on a table as someone shouts that the Jegal clan leader vanished after a fierce duel with the Chaos Sword Demon. They exclaim that after the incident with the Pung clan and the fragments, now this. He dared to attack Zug Gang as well. A woman snaps that it is obvious now. The Chaos Sword Demon is after the fragments too, and that a purge must be ordered. But a calm voice answers her, telling her to slow down and calling her Thunder Dragon. That voice reminds her that they were given strict orders not to lay a hand on him. The Thunder Dragon bristles, but the mysterious woman cuts her off. She reminds her that the first fragment ended up with Mount Hwa, and she assures her that the second will be no different. She adds that Zug Gang was always meant to be discarded after this experiment and concludes that Juj Saw must have betrayed his own clan leader. The focus shifts to Zug Gang, bloodied and barely clinging to life, staggering through the shadows. The Thunder Dragon tells her that she talks as though she had no part in it. She herself admits that, in truth, she feels a faint sympathy for the man who had once been nothing more than a commoner. Then she removes her skin mask, saying that the matter is settled and calling it a damn hassle. She changes her disguise again, declaring that as of today, she is the new clan leader of the Zug clan. The perspective shifts again as Chae-in-yong narrates. She explains that alongside the Beggars' Union, the 9 great sects stand as Murim's most powerful forces. Among the martial clans, the 5 great clans are the most prestigious, and together they forged what is now known as the Martial Arts Alliance. Yet, in the past, not all joined, and the alliance lacked the authority it wields today. Then came the Great Demon Cult War, A massive invasion from the west. The evil factions faced the onslaught first, breaking the enemy piece by piece. The alliance suffered devastating losses. The Hwangbo clan was annihilated, and 2 of the 9 great sects erased. Yet the Sachin Tang clan, an evil-aligned sect, entered the war and filled the void. In the end, they led Murim to victory. From that moment, the martial arts alliance's prestige soared to unprecedented heights. But the cost of war was horrific, and recovery consumed all. Peace lingered until it was shattered by the Namgying clan, strongest of the 5 great clans, renowned as the best under heaven. With ruthless force, they expelled the Zug clan and seized control of the alliance. Zug Gang, the acting clan leader then, lost everything, his clan's might and even his only child. From that day, the Zug clan became a laughingstock, mocked as the weakest among the 5 great clans. That humiliation, Chaein-yong explains, drove Zug Gang into madness. She then speculates that the mysterious woman is likely his daughter, and that she may have killed her own father. Chaein-yong continues, saying that Zug Gang must have been conducting experiments for years. Still, no matter how far he went, he never stood a chance against the Chaos Sword Demon. Observing Hyeol's expression, she asks if she is wrong. Hyeol admits that she is not wrong, exactly, but hesitates. She giggles, teasing him, saying she was only messing with him, probably. Hyeol sharply tells her to stop using that word. She brushes him off, saying that while it is unfortunate they missed capturing Zug Gang, they have more than enough evidence, witnesses, and even accomplices to secure their case. There is no need to worry. Again, she adds the word, probably, and Hyeol irritably tells her to stop. Seo Yeon remains silent, watching closely. Chaein-yong then gives formal thanks, acknowledging Hyeol as an elder of Mount Hwa and promising that Mount Hwa will never forget this debt. She then presses her chest forward seductively, telling him he could repay it immediately with his body. Hyeol, bewildered, wonders what exactly is wrong with Mount Hwa. She bids farewell as the prisoner's carriage begins to move. Seo Yeon lowers her head toward Giryong and, with a pained voice, thanks him, calling him brother. Giryong stiffens, recalling the instructions the false priestess gave, to help Seo Yeon escape when the moment came. The merchant leader calls for the Sun and Moon Sword to join them. At that moment, Giryong clutches the winning lottery ticket and decides to give it to Hyeol. The truth becomes clear. Giryong had entered the Juge clan with the hope of one day rescuing his sister. Overcome, he weeps as Seo Yeon thanks him again, saying they will meet again. As the cart departs, the merchant asks if they should continue with their original mission. Seo Yeon gestures playfully with her fingers, affirming it, but Hyeol quickly refuses. Later, the group gathers, and Seo Yeon recounts what happened. She tells them that Hyeol swept in and stole her away, imitating his words with a teasing flourish, saying that he asked if she wanted him to light the fire in her heart. Tang Hai bursts out laughing, while Hyeol insists nothing of the sort happened. The owner presses further, accusing him of picking up a side chick. Flustered, Hyeol denies it. Han Kyung folds her arms and scolds him, saying that he threw her into a war zone without warning and now returns with a strange girl whose life he risked. Hyeol mutters that it just happened that way. Han Kyung then asks what he plans to do with her. She reminds him that though the priestess sought refuge with Mount Hwa, they managed to hide her identity thanks to a decoy. But Seo Yeon has no survival skills at all. Hyeol agrees, saying that is exactly the problem. Han Kyung slams the table in frustration, shouting that such an answer is irresponsible. Hyeol quickly insists that he did not mean he would abandon her. He promised to help her begin a new life, to ignite a new flame. Seo Yeon hears the word responsibility, and cheekily gestures with her fingers, asking if he means to make children with her. Han Kyung, exasperated, remarks that her flame seems to already be burning brightly. Seolhwa agrees without hesitation, saying exactly. The owner then raises the practical question of her day-to-day life. How she is supposed to survive. Hyeol responds by saying that the house is far too large for just the 2 of them, so giving Seo Yeon her own room should be fine. Seolhwa immediately adds that she and Hyeol sleep together every night. The owner glares, snapping that he hadn't asked for that and doesn't care in the slightest. Han Kyung and the owner both shift the subject to a grimmer matter, pointing out that money is the real issue. They remind Hyeol that he and Sun Moon Sword barely scrape by as it is, and clearly neither of them has thought about how to support another mouth. Flustered, Hyeol suggests that Seo Yeon could work at the inn, but the landlord explodes at the idea. He scolds him furiously, asking if this was supposed to be a prison labor inn, before declaring there are no open jobs. Unexpectedly, Seo Yeon raises her hand and says that she can earn money. Han Kyung questions her, asking how, and Seo Yeon smirks at the landlord. Confused, he demands to know why she looks so smug. Seo Yeon then remarks that he has never held a girl's hand in his life. The landlord turns red with fury, shouting that she's gone too far and threatening to beat her. Hyeol quickly restrains him, urging him to take deep breaths and calm down. Seo Yeon calmly points out that he is indeed angry now. The landlord shouts back that of course he is. Han Kyung suddenly asks whether Seo Yeon has used mind reading. Seo Yeon denies it, explaining that she simply saw it. Han Kyung frowns, not understanding, but Hyeol reveals that Seo Yeon can read emotions and fragments of a person's life by observing their soul. Shocked, Han Kyung immediately declares her hired. Seo Yeon beams with pride, oblivious to the weight of the moment. Hyeol quietly remarks that this is the face of a true merchant. The landlord adds that with eyes like hers, she would be unstoppable in negotiations, though he mutters that it feels more like Hyeol and Han Kyung will end up freeloading off her talents. Seo Yeon then asks if she is impressive, lowering her head toward Hyeol and demanding praise. Hyeol looks uncertain until Seolhwa gives him an affirming glance. He pats Seo Yeon on the head. She smiles warmly, recalling her brother's hand on her head, and inwardly says that for now, this much is enough. The landlord, meanwhile, groans at the saccharine display. Then, with a jolt, he remembers something and demands to know what happened with the spell. Hyeol looks confused, so the landlord reminds him. The spell was the entire reason they left in the first place. He presses Hyeol, asking if he has become a master now. Hyeol only offers an awkward expression as the memory rises. In the flashback, Hyeol urges Seo Yeon to break the seal. She studies him with her power, then steps back. He asks if she can break it now, and she admits she could, easily. The flashback ends, and time skips forward 1 week. Seolhwa lies in bed, messy-haired and content, her smile betraying the pleasures of the night before. She stirs awake, presses her hand against Hyeol's chest, and grins as he unconsciously murmurs her name in his sleep, his tone full of yearning. Without hesitation, she leans in to kiss his cheek and curls against him, whispering possessively that she is right there. Later, Seolhwa rises from her bed and goes to train. She meditates atop a cliff, recalling her master's words. That though she never listened, if the time came, what she lacked was a true understanding of herself. She opens her eyes as blue aura radiates, trees shaking and leaves falling. Later, she bathes in the river, her body hidden modestly by branches, before dressing and returning to her room. When she opens the door, she finds Seo Yeon curled beside Hyeol. With a calm expression, Seolhwa gathers the trash, sets it outside, then slips into bed herself. Hyeol stirs, and Seolhwa greets him good morning with a tender smile. Hyeol clasps the hand on his chest and returns the greeting warmly. Seo Yeon, tossed outside, awakens in confusion, wondering why she's even there. Hyeol narrates that it has been a week since their return. Seolhwa insists she's fine, but he feels guilty for bringing Yeon without asking. Still, she and Seolhwa seem to be getting along surprisingly well. Though the elder despises her, he wonders what the difference is. Later, Seo Yeon suggests a post-meal stroll with intimate hand-holding, leaving Hyeol baffled at where she picked up such scenes. She points at them, saying she learned from them. Eventually, Hyeol strolls with Seolhwa. She tells him she doesn't mind Seo Yeon, though she doesn't love the situation either. Still, if getting along with her means Hyeol will treat her better, then that is enough. The scene shifts to the inn, where Hyeol slams the table, declaring his love for his wife. The owner erupts, shouting what crime he committed to hear such nonsense so early. Hyeol sheepishly admits he only wanted to brag. The owner sighs in relief, saying he feared Hyeol might fall into depression again. Hyeol sips tea, recalling another flashback. He had begged Seo Yeon to undo the spell immediately, but she hesitated. She explained that the spell contained no malice, only guilt, deep and overwhelming, pleading not to be broken. Hyeol was baffled, but she said it was clear the seal was working in his favor. She asked what he wanted to do. Hyeol considered breaking it and trying again, but Seo Yeon firmly said they could not. The memory ends, and the landlord grumbles that after all that struggle, the seal is simply being left in place. Hyeol explains that although Seo Yeon is gifted, she was used as a tool for too long. She has the raw power to shatter it, but not the refinement to interpret it properly. Another method must be found. Surprised, the landlord remarks that Hyeol is taking it calmly. He expected him to try brute force. Hyeol admits that at first, he was disappointed. But now he refuses to rush. He isn't alone anymore. Seolhwa crashes Tang Hai through the floor, dusting herself off, before skipping cheerfully toward Hyeol. The owner screams about the ruined floor. Seolhwa brandishes her sword and threatens him, who instantly stammers apologies and vows to retrain himself. Hyeol quickly apologizes as well, offering to pay for the damages, but the owner weeps and says he'll cover it instead. Gathering himself, the owner asks why Hyeol doesn't just live a normal life. Why risk his life every day? Hyeol replies that he has thought about it, but could never abandon this path. More than anything, he wants to be someone strong enough to protect Seolhwa. He adds that there is also something else he carries, his master's sword, and the code she left him. The landlord muses that perhaps Hyeol's master knew more than she revealed. He argues that a master understands their disciple's body better than anyone, and maybe she kept secrets deliberately. Hyeol quickly denies it, saying there's no way. The landlord presses if he truly trusts her that much. Hyeol softly answers no, that his master was, at best, a third-rate warrior. A flashback unfolds. Hyeol as a young man lingers in his tent. Mercenaries call out, saying it is time to depart. When silence greets them, the leader orders his subordinate closer. The man nervously approaches, reminding Hyeol that the sun is already high and that they cannot delay the pre-departure briefing again. Hyeol emerges, apologizing and swearing not to be late next time. The man scolds him, reminding him that though they do not know each other well, all must fulfill their roles. Before he can finish, a woman suddenly clings to Hyeol from behind, pressing her body against him and complaining about the miserable morning. Hyeol calls her his master, and the men turn away in embarrassment, scolding her by name, Moon Young. They shout at her for behaving so indecently with her disciple. She laughs, apologizing, saying they hadn't even bathed yet. The mercenaries curse them as beasts and tell them to handle it themselves. Moon Young teases Hyeol, calling him unqualified, while gasping that even her disciple is losing it. She writhes as though overwhelmed, her body swaying suggestively. But Hyeol simply smacks her and tells her to stop, causing her to vomit violently. Hyeol demands to know why his master drank all night again. Moon Young weakly replies that sometimes drinking is the only way to forget. Hyeol groans in frustration, telling her to just look straight ahead and turn away from him, reminding her that she had already ruined his clothes earlier and he had to change because of it. Moon Young trembles and vomits once more, and Hyeol wonders what kind of ridiculous master fate had given him. Later, Hyeol narrates that the Bayek clan had been wiped out by an unorthodox faction's assault. It had been only a little over a year since he had been thrown into the streets. He admits that while he often acted tough around Seolhwa, in truth, he was nothing more than a street rat, born a slave who could not even read. For him, mere survival had been the hardest battle. He had just turned 14 that year. Too old to properly begin martial arts training, yet too young to earn a real livelihood. He had taken to porter work, carrying loads for a merchant caravan. For a year he had begged every hired guard to accept him as a disciple. Finally, one person said yes. Moon Young had told him that from that day forward, he would be hers. The scene returns to the present, where Moon Young clutches Hyeol in fear, whispering that she is going to die. Hyeol snaps at her to stop acting afraid, but she insists she feels sick. One of the hired guards pinches his nose in annoyance and declares that Miss Moon Young will be on rearguard duty. She perks up, strangely pleased, while the man inwardly thanks the heavens that at least he will not be stepping in vomit all the way back. The man then calls out to the group, telling them that the caravan is approaching its final stretch. He warns that the mountain ahead belongs to the green forest and commands them to remain alert. He assures them that if anything happens, he, Maeyun, will take the lead. The warriors rally with cheers, praising Big Brother Maeyun, noting his powerful presence as a late-stage first-class warrior. Then they begin mocking Moon Young, saying that compared to him, she had slacked off endlessly. They laugh at the absurdity of her being on the escort team, insisting she might abandon them in the rear. They jeer that a third-rate warrior like her daring to take a disciple was laughable, calling her little more than an ordinary person. Hyeol reflects inwardly on what sets martial artists apart from ordinary men: internal energy. He recalls that third-class warriors do not even have an awakened dantian. They are simply well-trained fighters. Second-class warriors begin circulating Kai, allowing them to transcend their physical limits. First-class warriors freely command Kai and stand just below the realm of masters. Respected wherever they go, they are feared and admired. Yet his master, the one he had so desperately sought, was only a third-class warrior, the very bottom of the ladder. The warriors sneer further, claiming her face shows she had been drinking all night again. They call her pathetic trash. Hyeol bristles with anger at their words, ready to shout back, but Moon Young stops him, telling him not to get so worked up. Hyeol protests that everything they said about her was true, but she shrugs and says that is exactly why he should calm down. Hyeol wonders how she ended up this way. Carrying luggage, he mutters that because of her, he cannot even show his face. She feigns confusion and insists that it is her handsome face that causes the problem. She boasts of being the most beautiful master in all Gangho, saying that merely lifting her head inspires wicked thoughts. She teases him that forbidden romance is out of the question. Hyeol groans that now he truly wants one. She presses her body against him and tells him to stare as much as he likes. Hyeol recoils, complaining that she reeks of vomit. A man approaches, laughing that it is good to see such liveliness. Hyeol startles and recognizes the merchant leader. The merchant leader chuckles, saying he had grown bored sitting in the wagon and wanted some fresh air. Hyeol anxiously warns him that it is dangerous. Moon Young scoffs, asking why. Hyeol shouts back that they are in Green Forest territory. She dismisses it, saying mountain bandits are nothing to fear. The merchant leader laughs, agreeing with her. Hyeol apologizes to him, admitting that he has been a burden throughout the journey. The merchant leader cheerfully tells him not to worry, saying he had never expected much anyway, since he had hired him cheaply. He agrees with Moon Young, insisting the Green Forest scoundrels always exaggerate their strength. He boasts that he has crossed this mountain many times without incident, and swears that if bandits appear, he will eat his own boot. At that moment, shouts erupt. The Green Forest bandits are here. Panic spreads as someone cries that the front line is already under attack. The same warriors who mocked Moon Young immediately flee. Moon Young grabs the merchant leader and tells him to open wide, since it looks like he will be eating his boots after all. Hyeol tenses, realizing this is no ordinary ambush. He tells her they need to join the front lines. She stares at him in confusion, asking what nonsense he is spouting. She insists they need to escape. Hyeol argues that they must help. Moon Young sighs and tells him bluntly that he would be useless there. She explains that it is far better to protect the merchant leader and survive. She adds that this, too, is a lesson. Hyeol grits his teeth, shouting that her cowardice is why people scorn her. He says he does not demand heroics, only some pride. Moon Young snaps back that pride is worthless, and nothing is more pathetic than dying a meaningless death. She asks what would happen to his girlfriend back home if he dropped dead. The merchant leader interrupts, pointing toward the distance and shouting that someone has appeared. In the next instant, bandits surround them. Moon Young sighs, draws her sword, and declares they have no choice but to fight. Yet, within moments, they are overwhelmed and thrown into a cage. Hyeol, dazed, asks why she surrendered. Moon Young calmly replies that she had already told him, they had no choice. His master points sharply and asks her disciple if he has understood. She adds that if not for him, she would already have bolted. Hyeol grimaces and mutters that his master has no filter at all when it comes to trash talk. The merchant leader stares at her, stunned, thinking that she is admitting she would have abandoned the caravan long ago, and he says in disbelief that she even has the nerve to say it to his face. Hyeol mutters a weak protest, but she cuts him off, reminding him of the first principle she has already taught. She says that people can be driven by emotions such as responsibility, revenge, or love, but once someone is dead, all of that is meaningless. She concludes firmly that avoiding fights and putting survival above everything is the only rule that matters. Her one yellow eye narrows, and Hyeol thinks bitterly that if that is the case. Hyeol clenches his shackles and demands to know why she is teaching him the sword at all. The merchant nearby urges them to calm down. He says that Master Ma Yun is still out there fighting. The merchant leader waves grandly and assures them that Ma Yun must already have defeated the bandits and is on his way to rescue them. A bound guard salutes toward him, just as a head-banded man stumbles in, announcing that everyone is gathered. The merchant leader beams, declaring triumphantly that Master Ma Yun has come to save them. But the man lowers his head and admits shamefully that he was captured too. Hyeol sighs and mutters that for a merchant, their leader truly has a loose tongue. The merchant leader stammers, asking Ma Yun what is happening. Ma Yun bows his head and says that he is ashamed. He never imagined a monster like that would appear. Then a figure steps through the rows of cages, a woman with crimson eyes. She lifts her hand and declares that everyone is assembled, adding with a smile that she is pleased to meet them. The merchant leader trembles and blurts that she is none other than the blood-scent wolf, Hyeol. He exclaims that she is not merely one of the Green Forest King's 8 evils, but infamous in her own right. She smirks and says she is honored he recognizes her. She admits that she rarely comes in person, usually sending underlings, but this time unavoidable circumstances brought her here. A captive demands what circumstances. Hyeol bites at her glove and says her gambling debts piled up, though she insists it was a setup. Someone mutters that it hardly sounds unavoidable. The merchant leader bows frantically and says that if that is the case, she should take all the cargo and coin. She tilts her head, amused, thinking it tacky that he pretends such an act as a favor, and remarks to herself what a piece of work he is. She gestures at the crates, declaring she has already tallied their worth and found them far from enough. Someone whispers in despair, wondering how much she could possibly have gambled. She smiles coldly and declares that she has decided to hand them over to a slave trader tomorrow. Hyeol stiffens in alarm and turns to his master, whispering what they should do, saying at this rate they will be sold into slavery. Moon Young blinks and mutters that, well, it is no different from their situation before. Hyeol frowns at the cuffs and thinks over the words, slave, beggar, servant. Finally he admits to himself that perhaps she is right. Moon Young adds with a smirk that for him maybe it is the same, but for the most beautiful in Gangho. Master, it would be a real nuisance. Hyeol's glare hardens. A captive shouts fiercely that it cannot happen. Not for the others, not for their families. He bows his head, whispering an apology to his mother. Moon Young sighs and says that for now they wait, promising to look for an opening so at least the two of them can. She pauses, calling softly, disciple? Hyeol straightens suddenly and calls out to Hyeol. She glances toward him. He announces boldly that he has a proposal. Instead of handing them to a slave trader, she should ransom them directly to the merchant group. He explains that she would earn more profit, and the captives could return to their families. Hyeol narrows her eyes and asks who he is. He answers, saying that he is Hyeol, a disciple, taken under the wing of the rearguard warrior, Hyeol. Hyeol hums in amusement. Moon Young hisses, calling him a fool. Hyeol steps closer, taps Hyeol's chest, and says that she likes people like him. Selfless, bold enough to step forward, utterly useless, and incredibly satisfying to hit. She shouts angrily at him, calling him trash, before he grunts in pain. Hyeol exhales, cloak swaying as she moves, and says that everyone should calm down. She presses her heel against Hyeol's shoulder, then relents, remarking that since they are merchandise, she will stop here. Her crimson eyes glint as she warns them to stay put until tomorrow. The merchant leader leans toward Hyeol anxiously, asking if he is all right. Hyeol flexes his wrists, lets out a faint laugh, and says he is fine. That it was worth it. A captive suddenly spots something shining and exclaims that it is a key. Hyeol grins and explains that he saw it dangling from Hyeol's belt. The merchant admits that he owes him at least a debt. He snaps briskly that there is no time to waste, ordering everyone to prepare before anyone notices. A latch clicks. A guard outside shouts in alarm that it opened, and voices urge them to hurry. Hyeol turns to his teacher with a smile, telling her they should get out too. But when he looks again, the space beside him is empty. His voice trembles as he calls, Master. Outside, Hyeol lounges idly in a chair, asking if the captives truly believe they can escape. She snorts, saying even a third-class warrior would have sensed the theft, and no supreme master would ever miss something so sloppy. Another mutters that their hope has blinded them. Hyeol exhales and admits she had heard the boy was pulling stunts like this the entire time, but she says the kid is driving her mad. She flicks her hand and asks what use such puppets could serve anyway. She orders that if anyone sees the escapees, they should report to her first. But no response comes. She frowns and demands to know why no one is answering, then flinches as Moon Young appears behind her. She staggers back, cursing that she sensed nothing. Trembling, she demands to know who is there, confessing that even now she cannot feel a thing. Moon Young stands in the shadows, silent. Bayan shouts again for an answer. She recalls Hyeol's words. Why is his master teaching him the sword? In her mind, her lashes lift, her gaze sharpening, and she answers in a low, steady voice that even if it is not her, he's going to learn the sword. Then she strikes, a blade hisses, birds explode from the trees. Later, Hyeol jolts and cries out to his master as she emerges, smiling brightly, saying he has been searching everywhere for her. She barrels into him and pulls him into a fierce embrace, shouting how touched she feels that he was looking for her. He separates from her arms and says that they should catch up with the other. Later, the two walk side by side through the white mist. She calls to him softly, addressing him as disciple. He responds immediately, saying yes. She tells him that he must promise never to do something like that again. The scene fades. Her vow echoes like thunder in her chest. She swears she will never let him die, not this time.